As soon as the man stepped into the battlefield of all races, he discovered that the F-level territory he had bought with all his savings was full of gold and crystal mines, and the water in the pools was actually high-purity, high-energy gas. According to textbooks, an F-level territory should be a barren wasteland with nothing growing, 2 broken rocks, and a rotten well that could dry up at any moment. But the place beneath his feet was so rich that it was as if an SSS-level resource vault had been stuffed into a newbie village. Xiao couldn't laugh at all, because the sky outside the protective shield was a rotten gray-yellow, with clumps of writhing flesh hanging in the air. Something was growling in the distance, and with each stomp of its foot, even the mineral layer beneath its feet trembled. A mutated behemoth covered in bone spurs grazed past the protective shield, the impact of which shattered several large trees. Those are not monsters that a newbie should encounter. They are things that can crush ordinary lords and their cities into a bloody pulp. Xiao finally remembered that annotation in the textbook, tucked away in a corner, which almost no one knew by heart, the Fool's Golden Land. The abnormal resource land that appears in F-level territories has a 1 in 100 million chance. It will match the Lord's initial troop type 100%, and the resource reserves will even be guaranteed to be more than 10 times that of SSS-level territories. It sounds like a windfall, but the price is more like a death warrant. Wandering outside the resource area are mutated monsters far exceeding the current war zone's level. Once the 24-hour newbie protection period ends, those monsters, attracted by the smell of resources, will rush in and completely raze the territory. The battlefield of myriad races has been running for 10,000 years, and countless geniuses have perished at the start of the game in the Golden Land. Historical records show that only 3 survived, and those 3 later became terrifying overlords who suppressed their respective regions. The problem is, Xiao has no genius start whatsoever. He doesn't even have a decent weapon. He has been in this world of universal lords for 18 years. All intelligent beings, upon reaching adulthood, must enter the battlefield of all races with the heart of a lord, risking their lives for a future. Lords' hearts range from F rank to SSS rank, and can be traded and also confiscated. Even a useless person can buy high-ranking lords' hearts, and win from the start if they have money and power. Xiao, however, was the least favored illegitimate son in the Jiahai Su family. He originally wanted to use his memories of entertainment from his previous life on Earth to copy songs and write books to earn his first pot of gold. Who knew that after transmigrating, he would completely forget all the literary and artistic works about Earth? Unable to become a plagiarist, he could only immerse himself in the exam-oriented education system, relying on getting top marks in every subject to survive. The day of awakening finally arrived, but the talent he awakened was called enhanced reproduction. His desire to reproduce was astonishing, even captivating the mother of the abyss. The family laughed so hard their dentures almost fell out, calling him a useless talent only good for breeding. Subsequently, they directly stripped Xiao of his rightful lordship, not even leaving him the lowest level F-rank lord's heart. Xiao could only rely on his first-place resume and use the campus loan scheme of 9 out and 13 back to grit his teeth and buy a second-hand F-grade lord's heart. He entered the battlefield with the worst possible lord's heart, his inventory empty of equipment and potions, only filled with 10 slots of fast food. Because he was poor. Looking at the monsters outside the protective shield, Xiao touched his forehead and even seriously considered finding a sturdy tree to hang himself on and start over. But just then, a strange electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully descending upon the battlefield of myriad races. The Do Good Deeds Anonymously system has been activated. Before Xiao could even ask what it was, the notification sound started pouring down like it was rushing to be reborn. Core talent restrictions removed. True talent heart of the Zerg, awakened. Due to the extremely unique talent mechanism, the host faction has been forcibly changed by the Supreme Rules. Current classification, Scourge Lord. Xiao's pupils contracted, but the system didn't give him any time to investigate. All rewards have been successfully delivered. This system's mission is complete. Automatic destruction program initiated immediately. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Destruction successful. Wishing the host great success in martial arts, smiley face. The sound completely disappeared. The wind rustled through the crystal vein. Su Xiao stood there, stunned for a full half-minute. What's going on? Did a system just go through? Did it send out the newbie gift pack and then just kill itself? Didn't even leave a single instruction manual? As soon as Su Xiao was thrown into the battlefield of 10,000 races, the system disappeared as if it were rushing to be reincarnated. Under his feet was a field of blue gold crystal ore, but the air was filled with the pungent smell of high-energy gas. Outside the protective shield, dozens of mutated behemoths covered in pustules, bone spurs, and tumors roamed freely. An ordinary lord guarding this gold mine would only end up breaking his bones digging with a wooden pickaxe, eventually starving to death. Not to mention that once the protective shield disappears, any one of those monsters could tear him to shreds, leaving not even bone fragments. But when Su Xiao raised his hand to open the Lord's panel, he found a line of purplish-red text added to his talent bar. Heart of the Zerg. It locks his swarm to Zerg, making them immune to mind control, fear, and charm, and ensuring the swarm never collapses. It increases worker bee collection speed by 5 times, reduces Zerg recruitment time by 90%, and allows it to suppress enemies and strengthen itself on creep. The most outrageous thing is that as long as the swarm is still there, he can share the fatal damage, and even regenerate his body and revive in the hive. The Zerg can also devour genes and evolve continuously, transforming foreign units, heroes, and even overlords into part of the swarm. When this extraordinary talent arrived, it directly gifted him a hatchery, 12 worker bees, and a companion hero. Su Xiao stared at the long string of instructions, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He had just thought he'd been tricked into a deadly situation by the system, but now he realized that the system hadn't run away at all. That guy practically handed the entire Zerg Empire to him. System, I was just being too loud. As soon as the words were spoken, a muffled thud of flesh being torn apart suddenly came from the ground. The soil dissolved on a large scale, and a dark purple slime spread like a spiderweb, turning into a layer of slowly pulsating fleshy fungal carpet. Immediately afterwards, a giant hatchery composed of blood vessels, a hard shell, and pulsating flesh rose from the center of the territory. Around the hatchery, 12 fleshy cocoons burst open one after another. The mucus stretched into thin threads, and 12 dark red worker bees crawled out. Their bodies, over 3 meters long, were covered in barbs, and their giant pincers snapped open and closed. Su Xiao looked at these familiar basic units and almost teared up with emotion. These are worker bees, the true cornerstone of the Zerg swarm empire, monstrous scavengers that can even gnaw void rocks to pieces. He doesn't even need to speak. With a single thought, the command is transmitted through the nerve endings of every worker bee according to the sovereign's will. 12 worker bees simultaneously swarm towards the nearest crystal ore, their giant pincers gripping the ore, and their mouthparts spraying out strong acid. With a ripping sound, the high-grade crystal ore was rapidly corroded and shredded, then swallowed into the worker bees and transformed into swarm energy. Su Zhao's crystal reserves began to pulsate wildly. He looked up at the mutated behemoths outside the protective shield, his gaze completely changed. 10 minutes ago, those things were the deadly black and white impermanents. 10 minutes later, in his eyes they were all walking fertilizer and experience. Once he hatches a wave of Zerg warriors and sends them out, these monsters will become nourishment for his swarm expansion. Back in his clan, he had to be humble and subservient, relying on doing homework and taking out high-interest loans to survive. From this day forward, anyone who dares to provoke him will be stuffed into the hatchery, bones and all. Su Xiao twisted his neck and looked down at the obsidian-like hexagonal token in his palm. The hero recruitment tokens guaranteed in the newbie gift pack are not worth keeping. They won't accrue interest, so use them early to enjoy their benefits. Having an extra hero in the early game means more resources, stronger defense, and a greater chance of survival. Come on, let me see the true value of system, bro. He crushed the token with force, and the obsidian instantly turned into countless particles of light. A deep purple light pierced the air, the temperature plummeted, and a psionic storm swept across the entire territory, even causing the creep to shrink back. Several worker bees were thrown over by the blast wave and rolled away in a sorry state, watching the center of the light warily. When the purple light dissipated, a tall figure was already standing quietly on the fungal carpet. Her black hair fell down, with tiny sparks of psionic energy dancing between the strands, and her dark purple bioarmor clung tightly to her slender body. The Zerg tail on her back rose and fell gently with her breath, yet she possessed a gentle and intellectual demeanor, like a girl next door. Human appearance, Zerg genes, and terrifying power were all perfectly integrated in one person. Xiao glanced at the panel, his breath catching in his throat. Listen, a unique colored quality, with a strength of 26 and a spirit of 72, possessing skills such as psionic impact, psionic storm, and swarm assimilation. With 39 combat points at level 1, it can attack, control, and catalyze swarms, making it a walking weapon of mass destruction in the early game. Xiao's gaze quickly settled on another line of information: affection, 100, extremely desirable. He forcibly suppressed his wandering thoughts, guessing that this was probably because the Zerg hero had just arrived and needed to replenish high-energy gas. On their first meeting, he had to maintain the composure befitting a ruler, and he absolutely could not let the hero feel that he had been saddled with a freakish lord. Ling slowly opened her dark purple eyes, the intimacy and fervor in them almost undisguised. A deep-seated conviction told her that this man before her was the sole meaning of her existence. The two stood face to face. Xiao cleared his throat, deciding to break the ice in the most ordinary way. Ling also took a step closer, her long legs swaying, her armor emitting a slight scraping sound. They spoke almost simultaneously. Su smiled and said, "Hello?" Ling looked up at him earnestly and said, "Let's do what we love." The wind stopped, leaving only a dozen or so worker bees munching on the high-energy crystal or making a continuous crunching sound. Xiao and Ling stared at each other, the air seemingly frozen over that extremely destructive statement. Xiao's mind was buzzing. He was usually full of wildly imaginative talk, but now he couldn't utter a single word. The next second, Ling made her stance clear with action, the dark purple bioarmor slowly peeling off along her neck. Those were not ordinary clothes, but the decomposition of a living carapace, exposing large areas of snow-white skin to the decaying air. Xiao then realized that the extremely eager status on the panel wasn't a lack of high-energy gas at all. This was clearly the Zerg's literal mating season. His eyelids twitched violently, and he quickly grabbed Ling's shoulder. "Big sister, stop! There are monsters floating in the sky outside, and there are mutated giant beasts watching us on the ground. This place is not suitable for doing this kind of thing." Ling didn't struggle, but simply tilted her head, her black hair gliding past her collarbone, her dark purple eyes filled with confusion. "My lord, reproduction is the first principle of swarm evolution. Moreover, your genetic sequence has been responding to me all along." Her gaze slowly moved downwards, and Xiao followed suit, glancing down before her face instantly freezing. Embarrassingly, the passive talent, Reproduction Enhancement, had seamlessly integrated with the Zerg swarm's genetic network. The system statement, "Even the mother of the abyss is captivated by it," is clearly not an exaggeration. For a newly summoned Zerg hero who desperately craves the dominance of pheromones, this talent is simply deadly. Xiao coughed twice, forcibly maintaining his domineering dignity. Ling was a colored quality hero, and the Zerg's endurance was outrageous. With his current attributes barely exceeding 10, if he really dares to go with the flow, he'll probably be drained dry in no time. The battlefield of myriad races had only been open for an hour when the Lord of Blue Star died of dehydration because of this. If this news got back, the Su family's ancestral graves would be emitting auspicious smoke. At the critical moment, a notification sound came from the Lord interface, and a bright red envelope popped up in the upper right corner of the retina. Ding! You have received a private chat request. Xiao felt like she had been granted a pardon. She quickly took a few steps back to create a safe distance from Ling, and immediately opened the private chat. The contact's profile picture popped up, a high ponytail, cold eyes. It was Lin Yanxin, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Jiahai province, a darling of the ruling class of high-ranking lords on Blue Star, and Su Xiao's perennial runner-up throughout his 3 years of high school. She poured resources into it, did simulations, and studied desperately, but Su Xiao always managed to stay behind by a few points. Before she arrived, she even wanted to give Su Xiao a B-grade Lord's Heart, but on the condition that he sign a vassal contract and obey her for life. Su Xiao simply replied, "Not familiar," and turned to leave, not expecting that both of them would be placed in the newbie zone number 114514. Lin Yanxin's voice was laced with hostility. "Su Xiao, you're still alive? And you're still in this district?" Su Xiao replied, "You're still alive and kicking. How could I bear to be reincarnated first? What a coincidence." Lin Yanxin immediately launched an attack, mocking him for ignoring resources and choosing the F-level Lord's Heart instead, saying that he probably couldn't even draw low-level troops now. Su Xiao glanced to the side and saw worker bees munching on crystal ore that was comparable to an alloy, like biscuits, causing mineral reserves to rise rapidly. He replied slowly, "No need for Miss Lin to worry. My family is large and efficient." There was silence on the other end for about 10 seconds, then Lin Yanxin sent a longer voice message. She had started the game with an SS-level territory, God-given oasis, and had enough resources to quickly assemble a full-strength crusade. Out of consideration for their friendship, she could reluctantly help Su Xiao out, sending her coordinates whenever they encountered a monster they couldn't defeat. Su Xiao just thought that this young lady had changed her ways, but Lin Yanxin's next sentence shattered his illusion. She said she would bring people over to watch Su Xiao's desperate escape, record it into a memory crystal, and watch it every day while eating breakfast. Su Xiao's eye twitched. This woman wasn't just arrogant, her thought process was clearly flawed. Did she really think she could do whatever she wanted just because she owned an SS-level territory? In this monstrous place teeming with mutated behemoths, even 10 SSS-level lords wouldn't be enough to satisfy the monster's hunger. He couldn't be bothered with Lin Yanxin anymore, and with a swipe of his finger, he unilaterally cut off the communication. The panel went dark, and the world finally became quiet. Su Xiao rubbed the back of his neck, preparing to plan the construction and resource allocation of the hatchery. But just then, a wave of insected pheromones, so sweet it made him dizzy, unexpectedly entered his nostrils. A soft touch pressed against his back through his clothes, and his dark purple hair fell down to his neck, bringing a ticklish sensation. Ling, without anyone noticing, had somehow managed to create a safe distance, and was now tightly hugging him from behind. Her arms encircled Su Xiao's waist, her fingertips slowly tracing his abdomen, and her dark purple tail quietly wrapped around him as well. A warm breath brushed past her ear, and Ling's voice completely lost its previous innocence, becoming light and soft. "Master, that wretched human woman has severed the mental link. It's just us here now. Can we continue our great undertaking?" The high concentration of pheromones was frantically eroding Su Xiao's rationality, making his blood feel like it was on fire. His brain was burning hot, and the string of reason was stretched to its limit, as if it would snap at any moment. He looked up at the sickly gray-yellow sky outside the protective shield, his teeth clenching so hard they ached. "My whole life has been like walking on thin ice. Will I ever make it to the other side?" Su Xiao forced out a nonsensical line through gritted teeth, and the next second, her rationality completely melted away. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the pungent smell of high-energy gas were all drowned out by her heavy breathing. 5 hours later, on the open ground at the edge of the crystal vein, the dark purple fungal carpet was still pulsating slightly. A dozen worker bees had already gnawed the surrounding crystal ore into a pitted mess, but Su Xiao lay sprawled on the fungal carpet, looking as if he had been repeatedly run over. His physique was just over 10 points, barely qualifying him as a robust young man. Ling's physique, however, was as high as 39, and he also possessed the Zerg's absurd recovery and endurance. This was simply a contest between two different levels, and even with the support of the Reproductive Enhancement talent, Su Xiao felt that he almost died here. "Ling, let's make a deal." Su Xiao's voice was hoarse as he struggled to raise a finger. Ling lowered her eyes, her black hair falling onto his forehead, her tail quietly coiled at her side, and obediently asked, My lord, what are your orders? Next time, Su Xiao said, panting. Before unleashing your ultimate attack, at least give me a hint. That attack almost broke my spine. Ling clearly didn't fully understand, but still nodded seriously. Su Xiao then reminded her that next time something like this happened, it would be best to go back to the incubation center. Those mutant monsters outside might be watching at any time. Ling's face flushed instantly, and she simply responded softly, her fingers gently combing through Su Xiao's hair, her expression full of satisfaction. Before 2 minutes had passed, Su Xiao's stomach began to protest. He was starving, his energy completely depleted. Ling flipped her hand and took out a curved shell container filled with hot, thick milk, which she held to his lips. Master, drink up, this is a great tonic to replenish your strength. Su Xiao thought to herself. Ling is a 100-point loyal hero, I wouldn't harm him. So, taking her hand, she tilted her head back and gulped down a large mouthful. The milk was smooth and warm on the palate, surprisingly with a rich vanilla ice cream flavor. Immediately afterward, a gentle energy spread through her body. Her previously exhausted body quickly recovered, the soreness in her back and waist vanished, and even her mind became much clearer. This was no ordinary tonic, it was practically a life-giving elixir. Su Xiao finished it in a few gulps and, still wanting more, asked Ling if there was any left. Ling didn't answer, but simply smiled and slightly straightened her body. Su Xiao followed her gaze and immediately noticed the remaining milk stains. The air was silent for 3 seconds before Su Xiao finally remembered Ling's auxiliary skill on her panel, milk nourishment. The case is solved. A dignified Scourge Lord was nearly drained of resources at the very start of the game, relying on the natural regeneration of hero units to stay alive. If Lin Yanxi knew about this, she'd probably laugh at him for 300 eras. A few minutes later, Su Xiao couldn't bear to lie there any longer, so he sat up. Ling immediately picked up his wrinkled clothes and dressed him piece by piece. Once Su Xiao had finished getting ready, Ling also stood up straight again. The dark purple biological carapace spread along her body and transformed back into her close-fitting Valkyrie armor in a few seconds. Su Xiao jumped up and down twice, his joints cracking. That vanilla-flavored drink not only revived him completely, but even gave him more energy than before he arrived. He walked to the crystal, ore that had been mostly eaten away, and opened the territory control panel. The worker bees hadn't been idle for the past 5 hours. Like tireless machines, they had painstakingly extracted a large chunk of resources from the high-grade ore vein. Looking at the astonishing number on the panel, Su Xiao finally regained some of his domineering aura and began to plan how to spend this huge sum of money. But just then, a dull scraping sound suddenly came from the semi-transparent beginner's protective shield above his head. A sharp, tooth-grinding sound shattered the silence of the territory. Su Xiao looked up and saw a giant, mutated dog, over 3 meters long, lying outside the protective shield. Its back was covered with purulent tumors, its limbs were as thick as century-old tree trunks, and its murky, red compound eyes were filled with a greedy lust for flesh and blood. The mutated dog opened its massive, fong-filled mouth, dripping dark green acid onto the edge of the protective shield, emitting puffs of white smoke. One of its barbed claws clung tightly to the light barrier, relentlessly searching for a breach. A system notification sounded. Warning! Your territory is extremely rich in resources, and the high-level energy field it emits has attracted the attention of surrounding aberration clusters. Newbie protection period remaining, 18 hours and 42 minutes. After the protection period ends, the mutant will launch an indiscriminate devouring of the territory. Su Xiao then realized that this was indeed a golden land, even wild monsters knew to come and rob him. This mutated dog, in a normal development zone of a beginner battlefield, would require at least a Tier 2 unit to deal with. But in this place, it's just a scout soldier. Although he had just gone through a tug-of-war between his physical and spiritual strength, thanks to some indescribable vanilla-scented replenishment, Su Xiao was in an excessively good state. He wiped away non-existent residue from the corner of his mouth, brought up the Lord's homepage, and prepared to see how much he had earned from 5 hours of AFK farming. The next second, Su Xiao's expression froze completely, and she fell into a deep, existential crisis. In the resource reserve section, behind the pale blue crystal icon, a string of glaring numbers flashed. 48650. On the first day after an ordinary F-rank lord arrives, being able to gather 100 units of wood or stone is considered incredibly lucky. Even for a divinely bestowed territory like Lin Yanxin's SS-rank territory, the resource output on the first day would be at most 3,000 to 5,000. Su Xiao glanced at the 12 worker bees frantically toiling on the mine, and immediately understood the reason. The heart of the Zerg provided 5 times the gathering speed, and the resources of the Fool's golden land were practically being fed directly to them. Furthermore, the crystal ore here is of extremely high quality. The energy converted from a single crystal bitten by a worker bee is 10 times that of ordinary ore. These creatures, which look like ferocious crabs, are practically filling sacks with money for him. Standing behind Su Xiao, Ling's dark purple hair swept across her armor, her expression now shrewd and capable. She respectfully reminded her, "Master, this energy is enough to allow the hatchery to evolve to a higher stage." Just as Su Xiao was about to speak, the private message icon on the edge of his retina suddenly started flashing wildly. The sender was Lin Yanxin. "Su Xiao, if you're not dead, say something. Even if you're going to capture wild boar goblins as slaves, you should at least gather resources to upgrade your thatched hut first, right? Are you surrounded by monsters? Want me to share some iron ore with you? Why are you so stubborn? Who will I mock if you die?" Looking at the string of messages, stubborn on the surface but soft on the inside, Su Xiao smiled awkwardly. He had been busy researching some profound topics about the origins of life and hadn't had time to check his private messages. He replied casually, "I was busy with important matters and didn't have time to spare." Lin Yanxin replied almost instantly, her voice filled with anger and lingering fear. "What else can an F-rank lord in this desolate wilderness do besides dig in the dirt?" She then reminded everyone that Zone 114514 was full, and the Heavenly Path was about to begin its first round of competition. The first person to reach Tier 1 would not only be announced throughout the entire zone but would also receive extremely generous rewards. Su Xiao then remembered that in the early stages of the Battle of 10,000 Races, the Trial of Heaven was always used to force the lords of various races to compete fiercely. He immediately opened the public channel, and in the newbie zone with 100,000 people, the messages were already almost overlapping. Lieutenant Wang Zichen of the military rallied nearby humans, promising them early survival supplies upon joining the military. Su Qin, a direct descendant of the Jiahai Su family, followed suit, recruiting vassals and mocking the military's inadequate benefits, stating bluntly that the Su family didn't support useless people. Following this, Lin Yanxin also appeared in the channel, inviting the students from Jiahai No. 1 Middle School to move closer to the Lin family's territory and look out for each other. The appearance of these 3 heavyweight lords had already amazed everyone, making them marvel at the hidden talents in this newbie zone. But then, a calm message appeared from an unfamiliar name with a pale purple, sophisticated nickname. "I am Ingfusu, from the capital province. I am new to this land, and if I have overstepped my bounds, please forgive me." The channel froze for a second, then completely exploded. The Ying family of Jing province was a true pillar capable of speaking on equal footing with a 17th tier Grand Lord, far surpassing the Su family of Jiahai. Ingfusu was rumored to be the eldest son of the Ying family, born with godlike talent. Even he had come, indicating that District 114514 was no ordinary place. Just as everyone was still discussing, a grand announcement from Heavenly Dao resounded. Newbie Zone 114514 is full. The first round of Heavenly Dao trials has officially begun. The first lord to upgrade their base to Tier 1 will receive a blue excellent treasure chest and 5 random attribute points. The 2nd to 10th place finishers will receive a green elite treasure chest and 2 attribute points, while the 11th to 100th place finishers will receive a white ordinary treasure chest. The announcement concludes with a warning: the battlefield of all races does not welcome the weak. Those who fall behind will be swallowed by the torrent. The channel was silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in chaos. The blue treasure chest added 5 attribute points, enough to directly alter the early game power dynamics. Wang Zichen, Su Qin, Lin Yanxin, and Ingfusu disappeared from the channel almost simultaneously. Clearly, no one wanted to waste a single moment. Whoever gathers enough resources to upgrade to a Tier 1 base first will gain an absolute advantage in this cutthroat competition. Su Xiao stood in the center of the fungal carpet, looking at the astonishing string of crystal ores on the panel, his gaze slowly falling on the enormous hatchery. In the Zerg tech tree, this rhythmic, living structure is already considered a Tier 1 base. But Su Xiao still had some doubts. Under the highest rules, would this special Zerg living territory structure actually be considered a Tier 1 base? Are living structures considered proper houses? Before Su Xiao could figure it out, the Supreme Heavenly Tao's emotionless voice boomed down. Announcement: the first lord in this region to advance to a Tier 1 base has been detected. Congratulations to human Lord Su Xiao for taking the lead. Rewards are being settled. 1 blue excellent treasure chest has been issued, and a random attribute bonus of +5 has been injected. As the announcement ended, a warm current surged through Su Xiao's body, his bones crackled and stretched, and the numbers on his attribute panel jumped up and down. However, the public channel in Zone 114514 suddenly crashed, remaining silent for a full half-minute. Those scions of powerful families who had just been openly recruiting followers all fell silent. When everyone came to their senses, the channel erupted in chaos. Some people couldn't believe it. They had only been there for a few hours, and they and 3 farmers had only managed to scrape together 20 pieces of wood. How could Su Xiao have advanced to a Tier 1 base? Others mentioned the illegitimate son of the Su family who had been stripped of his qualifications and bought a second-hand F-grade territory, suspecting that this Su Xiao was him. But most people simply didn't believe it. In an F-level territory, forget about securing the first kill, even surviving the beast's respawn tonight was a problem. 10,000 kilometers away on a high-level plain, Su Qin kicked over a log, staring at the name in the channel, his teeth almost grinding to powder. He simply couldn't believe that the good-for-nothing who didn't even dare to raise his head in the main family, and could only rely on doing practice problems to gain attention had actually gotten first place. That second-hand F-grade lord's heart was something he had personally thrown on the ground and watched Su Xiao humiliatingly pick up. Su Qin immediately roared at the refugees, ordering them to send out all recruitment orders. He threatened that if they couldn't gather enough materials for the second set tonight, they'd be fed to the dire wolves. Meanwhile, in the S-rank territory, Qin Hao stood before the half-finished altar of light, staring intently at Su Xiao's name. He also knew Su Xiao. No matter how much he flaunted his family background at school, Su Xiao always managed to humiliate him with perfect test scores. Qin Hao had thought that once he entered the battlefield of 10,000 races, he could completely crush this lowly illegitimate son with his bloodline and resources. He sneered as he crushed the recruitment order, assuming Su Xiao had stumbled upon a dungeon. The F-rank territory cap was fixed. With the beast tied, the opponent would still perish. Back in the Fool's Golden Land, Su Xiao's private message icon was burning red, notification sounds echoing throughout. He didn't even need to look to know that, aside from Lin Yanxin's dozens of questions, the rest were all people trying to probe, get close to him, or even threaten him to hand over the strategy guide. The Heavenly Tao report, broadcast under his real name, was like putting the number 1 player directly on the hot seat. Su Xiao simply disabled private chat with strangers, and even put Lin Yanxin on Do Not Disturb, with 1 click. The world finally quieted down, and what he was truly concerned about was the treasure chest in his inventory that glowed with a ghostly blue light. Blue treasure chests usually only had a very small chance of dropping for monsters of level 3 or higher, making them extremely rare items during the beginner phase. Ling walked to his side, her tail swaying gently, and asked if he wanted her to smash open the metal box for him. Su Xiao quickly stopped her, telling her to open it herself. His past life's experience of always getting a high pity rate when drawing cards taught him that unlucky players didn't deserve to touch probability-based items. Although Ling didn't understand this kind of metaphysics, she still bent down and touched the treasure chest. The next second, a blinding blue light shot into the sky, illuminating most of the hatchery. When the light dissipated, a broadsword hung in midair, its blade covered in frost runes, and the cold air lowered the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Frost Fury Blade, blue weapon. Strength +12, Constitution +5, 50% chance to trigger Frost Slow on attack. This is absolutely top tier for beginners. High-strength units wielding it can practically dominate the early game. Su Xiao looked at her strength attribute, which was just over 15 points, not enough to qualify her to use it. Ling did have 26 points in strength, but the Zerg relied on claws, venom, psionic energy, and genetic mutations, so wielding a great sword would only be a hindrance. As for the worker bees that gnaw on minerals, it's even less likely they'd strap a frost greatsword to their pincers. Ling commented disdainfully. That thing is all show and no substance. Su Xiao nodded and directly opened the Myriad Races Mall. Most lords are still struggling to find wood and stone. The trading post only sells broken shovels and wild fruit, and even green-grade equipment is hard to find. This blue weapon is a complete game-changer. Normally, gold is scarce in the early game, and 500 gold is considered a high price. But Su Xiao understood that monopolies were the most profitable. Among the 100,000 people, there were always big players with family funds, and people like Su Qin and Qin Hao wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. He decisively priced the Frost Fury blade at 3,000 gold coins, listed it for a fixed price, and was even prepared to leave it listed for a day or two. The moment the item appeared, without even a fraction of a second's delay, the system notified him that it was sold, and 2,850 gold coins were credited to his account after tax. Su Xiao was stunned. A blue weapon worth 3,000 gold coins, and the other party didn't even haggle, just snapped it up instantly? Immediately afterwards, the public channel was flooded with a highlighted announcement, a region-wide message that could only be sent using an expensive regional communication stone. Thank you, Su Xiao, for reluctantly parting with it. I really like this Frost Fury blade. Yi Qing Han. One sentence caused the chat channel with 100,000 users to explode again. Only then did everyone realize that Su Xiao had actually obtained a blue weapon. 3,000 gold coins were enough to buy 50 low-level slave soldiers, but the woman named Yi Qinghan bought them without even blinking an eye. Everyone pressed Qin Hao and Su Qin to tell them if they knew Yi Qinghan, but the two remained unusually silent, as they too were unaware of her background. Only Infusus sent a smiling emoji, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the SS-level territory, Lin Yanxin was seething with anger. She sent dozens of private messages trying to buy Su Xiao's resources, but all were rejected. Now, he's selling top-tier equipment to a strange woman. Meanwhile, Su Xiao sat on the fungal carpet, looking at the newly arrived gold coin balance, silently pondering the name Yi Qinghan. There was absolutely no one like this among the prospective lords of Jiahai province before. To be able to casually produce 3,000 gold coins, one's background is probably even deeper than Infusus. The battlefield of 10,000 races is indeed a deep well. All sorts of demons and monsters have infiltrated. However, Su Xiao didn't care who the other party was. As long as the money was in his hands, that was enough. Su Xiao closed the trading panel, glanced at the scattered crystal slag, and snapped his fingers at Ling. Something's up. Build a split pool first. Ling nodded and walked towards the outer edge of the creep, raising his hand to release a psionic command. A worker bee that had been munching on crystal ore immediately stopped and crawled towards the designated open space. The worker bee's abdomen contracted violently, its carapace cracked open inch by inch, and its flesh and blood rapidly dissolved in the sour stench, turning into a viscous, active mass of minced meat. The veins of the dark purple fungal carpet continuously supplied nutrients to the minced meat, and a robust skeleton emerged from the soil, its surface covered by a cuticle. In the blink of an eye, a living structure filled with green acid and whose walls seemed to breathe rhythmically rose from the ground. This was the Springtail pre-construction, the splitting pool. Zerg construction never involves loading screens or time limits. As long as resources are sufficient, the efficiency of living structures is absurdly high. Su Xiao stared at the churning green water and issued the hatching command. Several plump white larvae quickly crawled out from the bottom of the hatchery, pupating and moving towards the splitting pool. They secrete mucus, wrapping themselves into dark red, fleshy cocoons about half a person's height. As the 1-minute countdown ended, the cocoon was torn open from the inside by a sharp, hard object. The foul-smelling amniotic fluid splattered, and several 6-legged arthropods, each over a meter long, crawled out. They were covered in dark reddish-purple bony plates, with sickle-shaped appendages on their backs, and their fangs made a piercing grinding sound as they clashed. Zerglings, affectionately known as puppies by StarCraft players. The newly hatched Zerglings happily circled around Su Xiao's feet, rubbing their barbed heads against his trouser leg. They had no fear or distractions, only absolute obedience to their master. Su Xiao opened the panel of one of them. Unit type, Zergling, rank, Tier 1, Level 1, quality, blue attributes, Strength 14, plus 4, Agility 19, plus 6, Constitution 14, plus 4, Spirit 3, plus 1. Skills, Rapid Charge, Bite Claw Strike, Group Swarm, Dominion Bonus, affected by the Dominion buff of the S+-grade Zergling hero, Listener, all attributes are increased by an additional 40%. This data is quite pleasing to the eye. Listener's Dominion aura directly stacks the Zergling's agility to 19 points. These aren't basic units. They're practically a bunch of supercars covered in controlled knives. Individually, they could hold their own against wandering aberration creeps. But the Zerg are never about one-on-one duels. Massing units is the art of the Zerg swarm. How many more zebras are there left to hatch? Su Xiao asked. Link connected to the Zerg swarm network and gave the answer a few seconds later. Overlord, the reserves are extremely abundant, enough to hatch 20,000 Zerglings. Su Xiao stroked his chin. Let's start by hatching a few hundred to warm up. As soon as the command was given, the area around the hatchery was instantly covered with larvae, and hundreds of fleshy cocoons quickly formed next to the splitting pool. Meanwhile, the public channel in Zone 114514 was in an uproar. The news that Yi Qinghan had instantly acquired a blue-tier equipment for 3,000 gold coins was still spreading, and everyone was discussing Su Xiao's baffling actions. Some mocked him for selling blue gear for gold to survive, while others suddenly remembered something more fatal. Su Xiao has upgraded his main base to Tier 1, which means he has triggered the first wave of territory monsters in this area. These words instantly sent gasps through the chat. Everyone knew the rules of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Every time the main base was upgraded, the supreme rule would unleash a monster horde of corresponding strength. If they held it, their territory would expand and their resources would increase. If they couldn't, their lord would become food for the monsters. More importantly, the moment the base upgrades, the 24-hour newbie protection shield will be forcibly reset. As a result, the chat is flooded with white candle emojis. Some wish Su Xiao a safe journey, while others tell him to remember to choose a safe zone in his next life. These people have good common sense, but they are completely unaware that the heart of the Zerg has an absurd underlying mechanism. According to the supreme rules, the hatchery is not an ordinary building, but a living being. According to the system's gray area classification, Su Xiao's so-called upgrade base was merely equivalent to the fleshy creature growing larger after eating its fill. It didn't trigger the shield disappearance mechanism typical of traditional building upgrades. Thus, an extremely absurd bug appeared. Su Xiao stood in the center of the territory, looking up at the sky. The inverted bowl-shaped protective shield for newbies still perfectly protected the fool's golden land. However, the monster wave driven by the rules had already truly refreshed. The morbid grayish-yellow mist outside the light barrier was torn open, and hundreds upon hundreds of mutated behemoths reeking of decay converged from all directions. They roared lowly around the light barrier, and corrosive acid dripped from between their fangs, burning deep, smoking craters into the ground. Packs of mutated hounds, including over a dozen bone-spiky behemoths exceeding 5 meters in length, completely surrounded the territory. This was no situation a first-tier lord should face. Even a top-tier player like King Fusa would have to reveal all his trump cards. Inside the light barrier, pungent green bubbles continuously rose from the splitting pool, and a full 800 leaping insects lay prostrate on the dark purple fungal carpet. They lowered their bodies, their sickle-like appendages digging into the ground, their compound eyes filled only with a brutal killing instinct. 300 killing machines, enhanced with specific attributes, remained completely silent. The swarm showed no fear, only the patience to tear their enemy apart. Su Xiao leisurely stretched. The energy from the vanilla-flavored drink still coursing through his body. He was in such good shape, he could run a marathon. He walked to the edge of the light barrier, staring through the energy wall at the largest of the mutated dog leaders outside, which was baring its fangs at him madly. The detection panel popped up. Mutated mutant dog leader, rank, Tier 2, level 8, quality, purple, skills, deadly venom, bone spike penetration, frenzied charge, death claws, combat power, 149. This data is enough to make those novice lords who are still poking slimes with sticks look like dirt. Once monsters rush into ordinary territory, it's a one-sided massacre. Ling Wuxing appeared behind Su Xiao, his long, bony tail leaving dangerous afterimages in the air. Master, these lowly creatures are extremely noisy. Should the swarm eliminate them? Su Xiao sensed the hundreds of frenzied battle intents emanating from the Zerg network, and gently rubbed his fingertips together. Watching from behind a protective shield was never the Zerg style. Since they possessed such an unreasonable weapon of war, there was no reason to let experience points remain blocked outside. The people on the Myriad Races channel were still enthusiastically counting down to his death. Su Xiao raised his hand, his fingertips pressing against the surface of the light screen. Watching them scratch the walls while stuck in the invincibility shield is too boring. Manually remove the shield. Let's go give these little cuties outside the starting strength they should have. Upon receiving Su Zhao's command, the 800 jumping insects suddenly exerted force with their hind legs, their dark red segments carving furrows in the fungal carpet, transforming into 800 purplish-red streaks that rushed straight towards the semi-transparent beginner's protective shield. The system panel instantly flashed red, warning the Lord's troops that crossing the absolute defensive barrier was tantamount to voluntarily abandoning protection, and the shield would collapse in 3 seconds. It also reminded Su Xiao that there was a horde of mutated beasts surrounding them, and such an action had a survival rate of less than 0.001%, essentially suicide. So noisy. Su Xiao immediately muted the notification sound. These guys who only know how to build houses and dig wood step by step have no idea what the fourth calamity is. The Zerg's home ground is never within the range of the defensive towers. The green water in the rear splitting pool kept churning, and a new batch of larvae crawled out of their cocoons without hesitation, wrapping themselves into fleshy cocoons. The hatching production line was already running at full power. With a soft sound, the light barrier enveloping the fool's golden land shattered completely, turning into countless specks of light. The final barrier between the swarm and the mutated behemoth vanished. The most primal clash of flesh and blood erupted the instant the shield vanished. The first leaping insect soared high into the air, its scythe-like appendages piercing the neck of the 6-meter-long mutant dog leader. The mutated dog slapped down with its claws, spraying corrosive acid, instantly pulverizing the springtail. But the second, third, and 10th springtails, already stepping over their fallen comrades, pounced on it, frantically tearing at its festering flesh. Springflies experience no fear, nor do they suffer from morale collapse. Those in front die, and those behind continue charging, trampling through the carnage. As long as Su Xiao points forward, they will plow the wasteland into a sea of blood. The previously clamoring mutants on the periphery were forced to a halt by this relentless charge. They discovered that even when these purple monsters had their bodies bitten off, their remaining claws would still desperately stab at their enemies. Madness doesn't mean invincibility. A level 1, Tier 1 jumping insect is no match for a level 2, Tier 4 mutated monster. The difference in tiers is obvious, and cannot be bridged by mere ferocity. The monsters have thick hides and tough bones. It often takes 7 or 8 lives for a Zergling to grind down a single ordinary mutant hound. In less than 5 minutes, the first batch of 800 Zerglings was almost wiped out, while the enemy only lost 2 or 3/10 of their strength. Su Xiao clicked his tongue as he looked at the bits of flesh scattered on the ground. If there were a poisonous blast bug nest, all 800 jumping bugs would turn into poisonous blast bugs, and a wave of acid explosions could blast the monster into dust. But as much as he felt sorry for the creature, wallowing in melancholy wasn't his style. StarCraft players have only one rule: as long as you have enough money, you can never run out of units. The aberrant beast shed the wreckage from its claws, preparing to trample the territory, when the splitter pools suddenly boiled violently. 3,000 newly hatched springtails shed their amniotic fluid, forming a crimson wave that swept across the crystal vein, filling the gap at the front. The monster horde was stunned. They had just exhausted themselves killing 800, but not only were the enemy not wiped out, their numbers had multiplied several times over. This was utterly illogical. The 3,000 leaping insects gave them no time to think, overwhelming the frontline behemoths like a flood. Relying on sheer numbers and a life-or-death strategy, the swarm managed to pin the battle line down 100 meters from the main camp. Xiao instructed Ling to use area of effect attacks to clear the area, but Ling calmly assessed that the battlefield was too densely packed. The psionic storm would tear the Zerglings apart, resulting in too much friendly fire and making it a losing proposition. Xiao agreed, as the Zerglings were practically glued to the monsters' faces, and an area of effect attack would be mutually destructive. Since they couldn't bombard the area, they decided to continue massing units. He directly asked if the next batch could bring in 5,000 larvae. After checking, Kuling said that the previous hatching had been too fast, and the reserve of larvae was already depleted, with a maximum of only 2,000 larvae that could be gathered. If they were replaced with springtails, it would be a little over 4,000. Xiao stopped hesitating and directly ordered the inventory to be cleared, with all the larvae mutating into springtails and being pushed forward in one wave. The hatchery drained the last of its nutrient solution, and 4,124 larvae simultaneously spun cocoons. A few seconds later, the sound of them breaking out of their cocoons filled the air. The 3,000 leaping insects outside had already sacrificed most of their mutated beasts, and were desperately holding off the few second-tier leaders. The leaders were covered in wounds, with dark green blood flowing from them, and finally thought that the insect swarm's offensive was beginning to weaken. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, not from the footsteps of a giant beast, but from the frantic pounding of countless sharp, segmented limbs against the ground. The mutated dog leader struggled to lift its head, and saw a crimson horizon surging in from the direction of the core of its territory. Not dozens or hundreds, but a swarm of insects like a locust plague. A full 4,124 springtails opened their slimy mandibles, revealing their serrated fangs, and charged forward, creating earth tornadoes tens of meters high. The mutated behemoth's mind went completely blank. It even forgot to retaliate, allowing the remaining zebras to continue tearing bloody grooves into its legs. The first wave numbered 800, the second 3,000, and the third wave broke 4,000. Who sent this calamity? 4,124 zebras converged into a raging tide, charging towards the center of the battlefield. The first row of deformed dogs didn't even have time to utter a complete howl before they were completely engulfed by a wave of purplish-red carapaces. Countless mandibles bit into the monster's thick, fleshy limbs, and the leaping insects, with their terrifying explosive power, tore flesh and blood off their bodies. This fighting style was utterly barbaric and irrational. As soon as a monster crushed a few jumping insects, dozens more would immediately fill the gap. They charged forward relentlessly, without fear, driven only by the instinct to tear their enemies apart. In less than half an hour, the battlefield fell silent. The ground was covered in slime and mangled limbs. The last mutated dog leader was pinned down by dozens of leaping insects, its throat completely bitten through. Its massive body twitched a few times before finally losing all life. The synthesized voice of the heavenly Tao immediately rang in Su Zhao's mind. Settlement successfully withstood the first-tier base territory monster tide. Enemy lineup, second-tier aberration 4215. Over-tier defense judgment established, final battle rating, SSS. Bonus rewards, 1 blue excellent treasure chest, 1 random purple epic blueprint. 2 faintly glowing trophies landed out of nowhere on the creep. Su Xiao glanced at the battlefield first. The edge of the crystal vein had been reduced to dark green ruins, and there were still 1,425 zebras left, more than half of them lost. But for any new lord, this is still a Zerg torrent powerful enough to sweep through the beginner area. Su Xiao clicked on the panel of a blood-soaked Zergling, wanting to see how much experience he could gain from killing monsters of higher levels. However, the attribute panel showed the level as Tier 1, Level 1, and the experience bar was completely empty. He checked more than a dozen in a row, and the result was the same for all of them. The lives of thousands of Tier 2 aberrations hadn't provided a single bit of experience. If this were a regular melee unit, they would have leveled up several times by now, killing like this. Ling, what's going on? Why aren't they gaining any experience? Ling walked over to the Zergling and gently stroked its rough carapace. The little dog immediately lowered its head obediently, allowing the Zerg hero to touch it. Overlord, the swarm is different from the orderly creations of Earth. We do not advance through experience. The flesh and blood of these conventional beings can only be converted into basic energy. For the swarm to transcend life levels, it needs to devour high-quality gene fragments and unlock the technology tree of the evolutionary cavity. Only by completing the compilation of the gene map can they break through their original physiological limitations. Su Xiao immediately understood. While others accumulating experience by killing monsters, the Zerg relied on a tech tree and advanced genes. They used swarm tactics in the early game and technological evolution in the late game. After all, the Zerglings were already strong enough. If they could easily kill monsters and collectively level up, the balance of power would have collapsed long ago. And in his golden land, where trillions of resources are at his disposal, the last thing he lacks is a swarm of insects. After dealing with the battlefield, Su Xiao turned his attention to the public channel of Zone 114514. I was busy farming monsters and had tens of thousands of unread messages piling up inside. Flipping through a couple of pages, the screen was filled with white candles mourning him. Su Qin even went so far as to mock him, saying that without the family's protection, Su Xiao couldn't even beat a stray dog outside the gate. His death would save the Su family from further disgrace. Qin Hao feigned concern, remarking that the young man was too reckless, and added that he would convey his regards to the elders of the Su family. Lin Yanqin occasionally spoke up, verbally criticizing Su Xiao for courting death, but her words betrayed her barely suppressed anxiety. Everyone assumed that Su Xiao, who had secured the first-level reward at the start, had already perished in the monster horde. Su Xiao rubbed his nose, too lazy to argue, and turned to point at the blue treasure chest on the ground. Come on, Ling, the usual routine, it's up to you. Ling nodded, her fingers resting on the edge of the treasure chest, and the lock clicked open. A deep blue light spread from the bottom of the chest, illuminating half of the hatchery. A delicate necklace slowly floated into the air. The pendant is a thumb-sized, deep blue crystal, with what appears to be quietly circulating liquid energy within. Moon Shadow Necklace, blue. Spirit plus 15, Agility plus 10. Special effect: activates Moon Shadow state, increasing movement speed by 30% and significantly reducing the wearer's presence for 3 minutes. 24-hour cooldown. With no requirements to equip it, the mere 15 points of spirit are enough to make mana-starved mage units and heroes envious in the early game. Not to mention the moon concealment effect, its practical value far surpasses that of the previous great sword, whether for escaping, ambushing, or backstabbing. Su Xiao put the necklace away with satisfaction, but it was clearly unsuitable for the Zerg. They only knew how to swarm and tear their enemies to shreds. He then opened the consignment panel of the Myriad Races Mall and entered the item information: Moon Shadow Necklace, blue quality, price, 5,000 gold coins, fixed price. Seller Su Xiao. Before the first day was even halfway over, ordinary lords were still carefully calculating how much gold they had for a few pieces of wood and stones, but those lords supported by powerful families clearly had no shortage of gold. After the consignment was confirmed, a bold message with a link to the item was forcibly pinned to the top of everyone's screen in District 114514. Quick, look at the latest consignment listing in the Myriad Races Mall. The public chat exploded instantly. 5,000 gold coins? Who's crazy to post that? Do they think gold coins are cabbages? Forget the price, look at the seller's name. Su Xiao? How is that possible? Someone tried to add Su Xiao as a friend, but the system indicated that the player was still alive. Su Qin was still unwilling to give up, gritting his teeth and explaining that Su Xiao must be hiding in some crack in the ground, lucky enough to escape being discovered by monsters. Before he could finish speaking, another announcement popped up across the entire server. Ding! The item Moon Shadow Necklace, blue, has been sold. The channel fell silent instantly. Last time, the 3,000 gold item was sold out in a flash, and everyone could barely accept it. But this time, a 5,000 gold necklace couldn't even last half a minute. More importantly, the seller was none other than Su Xiao, whom they had assumed was dead just 10 minutes earlier. Now, no one believed in any chance of escaping the monster horde. The ability to produce 2 blue-tier items in succession could only mean one thing: Su Xiao had not only survived, but had also single-handedly fought his way through the monster horde. Within an SSS-level territory, Yi Qihan toyed with the deep blue crystal necklace she had just bought, her eyes filled with fervor and interest. Su Xiao's name was now firmly on her kill list. Meanwhile, in the Golden Land, Su Xiao didn't even glance at his skyrocketing gold coin balance. His attention was entirely focused on another reward he had just received from the Heavenly Tao, a scroll radiating a high-level epic purple aura. Su Xiao examined the scroll he had just received. A purple glow enveloped him, even reflecting a strange beauty onto the dark green blood splattered on the ground. Random epic purple blueprint. He rubbed his hands together. The gambler's gene, suppressed for many years, finally began to stir within his unlucky bloodline. It's just a drawing. Even the most ruthless hand wouldn't pull out a lump of scrap metal from that noble purple light, would it? Let me try it. Su Xiao laid the scroll flat on the still-warm fungal carpet, while Ling Zhe took a half-step back, waiting for the sovereign to perform a miracle. A fingertip touched the edge of the parchment, and the purple light slowly receded, revealing intricate magical runes on the blank scroll, which eventually transformed into legible text. Void soul-weaving robe blueprint, purple, constitution plus 25, spirit plus 40. When attacked, there is a 15% chance to absorb 10% of the target's mana and convert it into a shield for the user. Activating Void Walk grants immunity to physical attacks for 1 second and increases movement speed by 50%. Materials: 20 Void Cloth, 500 High Energy Gas, 5 Soul Crystals. After reading the attributes, Su Xiao fell silent. He pinched the blueprint between 2 fingers and shook it, the paper making a crisp sound. The item is indeed top tier, a strategic resource for mass-producing endgame mage gear, but it's utterly useless to the Zerg. Are they expecting Zerglings to wear robes and dance with abominations, or having drones elegantly descend into the mines in robes? He wanted a special nest, a mutated cavity, or anti-air spikes, but instead he got a pure mage divine equipment blueprint. A flashy but impractical rag. Ling's assessment was quite apt. Since he couldn't use it, he'd exchange it for money. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, the hard currency was always gold coins. Su Xiao opened the auction house consignment window. Finished equipment and blueprints were completely different concepts. Blueprints could be used to mass-produce equipment, as long as there were enough materials. For powerful lords backed by guilds and families, this item is a strategic resource. The fact that the blue necklace, priced at 5,000 gold coins, was snapped up instantly shows that these young masters still have money to burn. Without hesitation, Su Xiao entered a 6-digit price, 100,000 gold coins. He even selected anonymous sale, forgetting that listing high-level blueprints would trigger a mandatory announcement in the region. The next second, a system notification resounded throughout Region 114514, leaving all 100,000 lords stunned. System announcement: a purple epic item has been listed for the first time on the trading market in Zone 114514. Seller, Su Xiao. The price tag of 100,000 gold coins silenced all the second-generation leaders in the entire zone. Even if Prince Fusu of the Qin Dynasty Ing family took out all his starting funds, he couldn't raise that much cash. The purple blueprint hung alone on the top banner, yet its views began to skyrocket. The public chat paused for 3 seconds, then erupted in chaos. Everyone was asking where Su Xiao had gotten the purple blueprint from. Lin Yanqin was both shocked and furious upon seeing the announcement. She had sent nearly 100 messages of concern, all of which Su Xiao rejected. It turned out that not only was this guy alive, but he was also selling epic blueprints. Su Chen, on the other hand, immediately lost his composure, convinced that Su Xiao had exploited a regional loophole, and threatened to report him to the Supreme Court of Humanity. Only Ing Fusu sat in the main city hall, staring at the panel and sighing softly. The Jiahai Su family was truly blind. They had actually treated a true dragon like a reptile and driven it out of their home. More and more doubts arose in the channel. Everyone was convinced that a monster tide could not possibly drop a purple blueprint. Su Xiao yawned as he watched the guys jumping up and down in a frenzy. Those who had just been cursing him to die were now all like eager, inquisitive elementary school students. He replied directly in the regional channel. Su Xiao, to correct you, I didn't encounter your kind of boar slimes. A monster tide gave me thousands of second-tier mutated aberration hounds. Were they that hard to defeat? The message went off, and the 100,000 player channel fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds. Everyone else's trial only had 100 or so Tier 1 monsters at most, but Su Xiao had thousands of Tier 2 mutant dogs. Let alone ordinary lords, even Ing Fusu, with his SSS level talent, would probably have to dismantle his base and flee if faced with a beast tide of this scale in the early game. Soon, the chat resumed scrolling, filled with mockery. No one believed this illogical event. Su Qin went even further, stirring up trouble by saying that Su Xiao had just gotten lucky and found the treasure chest in the ruins, and was deliberately playing tricks. Su Xiao glanced at it twice and immediately closed the chat window. Believe it or not, you can't discuss ice with a summer insect. These primitive people, still armed with spears and bows and guarding wooden fences, have no idea about the art of sweeping across the battlefield with swarms of leaping insects. It doesn't matter if the purple map doesn't sell for now, hanging it there as an advertisement will provide enough stimulation for the entire district's 100,000 residents every day. His gaze returned to reality. The ground was littered with the corpses of mutated monsters, piled high, their foul-smelling bodily fluids gradually congealing, even suppressing the smell of high-energy gas. The springtails obediently squatted at the edge of the fungal carpet, chewing on bits of bone in their mouthparts. Clean up the battlefield, Su Xiao said, pointing to the blood and gore mill. Ling nodded and gave the order. The worker bees that had been loafing around behind the mine immediately scurried over. High-grade ore was the Zerg's energy source, while these mutated monster corpses were the finest biomass sustenance. Worker bees roughly clamped up the corpses, continuously transporting them back to the massive phagocytic organ at the bottom of the hatchery, causing the biomass reserves on the panel to pulsate wildly. Just as the enormous corpse of the mutated dog leader was being stuffed inside, the mechanical voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again. The hatchery has consumed a large amount of Tier 2 aberration flesh and blood. Inferior mutated gene fragments have been detected, and impurities are being removed. Zerg Special Atlas Unlock progress has reached 100%. Congratulations, Overlord. New mutation branch unlocked, Bane Ling. Su Zhao's eyelids twitched. 1 second he was feeling sorry for the many Zerglings dying, and the next second the system delivered a trump card. The Bane Ling, the progenitor of the suicide truck, the ultimate work of art for clearing out mobs with area of effect damage. This isn't some kind of wilderness survival game. It's clearly a StarCraft 2 gold farming version. Banlings are walking bombs, and the most unreasonable unit in StarCraft 2. A swarm of Zerglings paired with suicide units is always a sure way to finish off the opponent. However, hatching banlings requires not only mineral crystals but also high-energy gas. According to the game's mechanics from his previous life, mining gas requires building an extraction facility first, but Su Zhao's hatchery had just been upgraded, and his tech tree hadn't reached that stage yet. He turned to look at his territory. A few dozen meters away from the hatchery was a clear stream, but what flowed in it wasn't water. Instead, it was high-purity liquid high-energy gas. The resource allocation in Golden Township was simply outrageous. Everything seemed to be fed directly to him. Listen, convert all the remaining larvae into worker bees, Su Xiao ordered, tapping his thigh. Over 5,000 springtails had died in the previous battle, leaving only 1,400, enough to defend the base. The most urgent task now was to expand production and secure resources. Without a word, Ling closed her dark purple eyes, and her mental link instantly connected to the mother hive network. The fleshy membrane at the bottom of the hatchery contracted, and more than a dozen larvae formed cocoons on the spot. Green nutrient solutions surged in the translucent cocoons, and in just 1 minute, 12 brand new worker bees emerged from their cocoons. Su Xiao immediately dispatched 10 worker bees, ordering them to collect high-energy gas from the riverbank. The worker bees ran to the riverbank, inserted their pincers into the liquid gas, and their abdominal sacs quickly swelled into a dark green color. They then staggered back to the hatchery and injected the gas into the mother hive's absorption chamber. The resource numbers on the control panel jumped up from 0 to 100. This efficiency was ridiculously high. Xiao rubbed his hands together. Now that the gas had arrived, it was time to get some real hard currency. Come on, transform into a poisonous blast bug and let's see. A waiting Zergling immediately lay down on the fungal carpet, its carapace splitting open inch by inch, and a green fluid with strong acid properties gushed out, enveloping it completely. Soon, a dark green cocoon, twice the size of a springtail, took shape, its surface emitting corrosive white smoke. After a short wait, the cocoon burst open, spilling viscous acid onto the ground. A strange, round thing with a green belly and sparse, hard spines on its back rolled out. It had no legs and rolled on the ground entirely by its spherical body filled with high-pressure acid. The baneling bug landed at Xiao's feet, emitting a piercing gurgling sound. The attribute panel then expanded. Unit type, baneling bug, Tier 1, Level 1, Quality, Blue attributes, Strength 10, +2, Agility 10, +2, Constitution 15, +3, Spirit 3, +1. Skill, Self-destructing acid. Upon contact with an enemy or being forcibly detonated, deals acid corrosion damage equal to 800% of the user's current health to all units within a 10-meter radius. Damage is doubled against heavily armored units. The baneling's 4 main stats are shockingly bad, with only its constitution being somewhat decent. But it's essentially a one-time consumable. It charges into the enemy ranks, explodes, and the mission is complete. With 8 times its own health as damage upon explosion, plus its armor-piercing effect, 1,000 banelings rolling over would melt even a Tier 2 boss monster into nothingness. Xiao closed the panel and found that the monster corpses on the territory had been mostly cleared away. So he looked at the remaining 1,000 or so Zerglings. Ling, divide them into 10 small teams and send them out to scout. Explore the outer perimeter and clear away all the fog of war in the vicinity. In the battlefield of all races, blindly holding your ground is tantamount to slow suicide. Textbooks have long mentioned that the Fool's Golden Land has an extremely high initial drop rate, but the cost is also extremely high. In the past 10,000 years, only 3 ruthless individuals have survived to leave the starting village. Those second-tier mutated hounds clearly couldn't withstand such a terrifying mortality rate. There must be something even more dangerous lurking around this wilderness. The springtails, receiving the Overlord's will, shed the bits of flesh from their scythe-like legs and split into 10 purplish-red torrents, disappearing into the gray-yellow mist. Their vision would be synchronized in real time to Xiao's tactical panel. Only after arranging all this did he realize that it was already dark. The beginner zone also experiences day and night cycles, with the sky tinged with a nauseating orange-red. Cold winds carry crystalline or dust, along with the stench of rotting flesh and gas. After a long day of commotion and a fierce battle, Xiao's stomach finally began to protest. He took out the family bucket he had packed before landing from the storage compartment: fried chicken, fries, a beef burger, and a large glass of iced cola. Xiao found a flat rock to sit on and took a big bite of the burger. The calories from the fat and carbohydrates slid into his stomach, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. This junk food, placed in this godforsaken place, is practically a delicacy. He turned to look at Ling. The Valkyrie armor enveloped her tall figure, her bony tail drooping quietly, but her dark purple pupils remained fixed on him. Xiao handed over the box of fried chicken. Want some? It's fresh out of the fryer, tastes pretty good. Ling glanced at the golden fries and chicken nuggets, but didn't take them. She calmly said that this kind of low-grade carbohydrate could only provide a small amount of energy, and high-level insected creatures did not need to rely on eating to maintain their functions. Fine, I won't eat the fancy stuff, I'll make my own. Xiao withdrew his hand and took another bite of chicken. But the wind suddenly changed direction, and a strong smell of gas hit him. Xiao had just swallowed the chicken when he saw Ling Chao take half a step closer to him. The dark purple bioarmor brushed against his knee, and the sweet pheromones filled his nostrils. Xiao had just experienced this scent a few hours ago. Ling leaned down, her black hair brushing against the back of his hand holding the cola. The calmness in her eyes faded, leaving only undisguised desire. However, if the Overlord is willing to grant me some high-purity gene serum, I will gladly consume it. Xiao almost dropped the half-eaten hamburger in his hand. The 5-hour tug-of-war that afternoon was still vivid in his mind, and even with his talent and supplies, his whole body was still sore. Does this Zerg hero's mating season have no cooldown? Ling's tail quietly wrapped around his calf, its bone spikes deliberately avoiding the flesh, only lightly rubbing the fabric with the side of its carapace. Xiao put down the cola and pressed down on her hand that had wandered to his waist. Wait a moment. Xiao stood up. Night had completely fallen, and mournful howls echoed from the mist outside Golden Village. They couldn't stay out in this desolate wilderness every day. He took Ling's hand and led her towards the massive, rhythmically pulsating hatchery. Let's talk inside. Beyond the darkness stretching hundreds of kilometers, within an SSS-level territory hidden in the storm, flames soared into the sky. Yi Qinghan stared at the friend requests that had vanished without a trace on the panel, his fingers idly tracing the virtual keyboard. She had just spent 8,000 gold coins to instantly purchase 2 top-tier pieces of equipment, and the accompanying friend request was completely ignored by Xiao. This young girl of the Abyss Lord, who was disguised as a human genius, was met with a cold shoulder for the first time when she took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Sarah, has my charm diminished from disguising myself as human for too long? An F-rank lord won't even add me as a friend. The golden-armored heroine Sarah knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, Your Highness's charm is enough to make the stars pale in comparison. Xiao is nothing but a bluffing reptile. Yi Qinghan rubbed her temples and tossed the moon shadow necklace back into her storage compartment. On the outskirts of her territory, her abyss familiars were clearing out the last few Tier 1 trial monsters, while she had just confirmed that her main base had been upgraded to Tier 1. On the Heavenly Tao ranking, she is currently ranked 4th. Among the top 3, Xiao secured the first kill, while the other 2 positions are occupied by the Ying family freak and Qin Hao. Forget it, this princess won't bother with a bunch of country bumpkins. Tell the soldiers outside to hurry up, I still have to play house with these greenhouse flowers tomorrow. The battlefield of myriad races has no clear sense of time. When the sickly gray-yellow sky regained its faint light, the next day arrived precisely on time. The grand heavenly Tao notification instantly resounded in the ears of the 100,000 lords in District 114514. Announcement: the first 100 players to upgrade their Tier 1 bases have all received their rewards. First day elimination rate statistics are in progress. Current number of survivors, 99,991. The regional chat channel immediately erupted in excitement. For ordinary newbies, even surviving the first night, let alone managing to build 100 Tier 1 bases in a day, was considered quite good. But this place is filled with prodigies from various powerful families, and the speed of construction and the intensity of competition far exceed the norm. Then, the supreme rules were tightened once more. The first round of territory construction trials has ended. The new roulette wheel spins. Trial theme updated, Song of Heroes. Rules explanation: the Heavenly Tao will comprehensively evaluate all heroes under a Lord's command, including base attributes, quality tier, rarity, and combat potential. Settlement time, tomorrow at noon. The top-ranked hero in terms of combat power will receive a blue-purple treasure chest. Ranks 2 to 10 will receive a blue treasure chest, and ranks 11 to 100 will receive a green treasure chest. The first day depends on resources and your existing wealth. The second day depends on hero quality and luck. Most heroes at the start rely on guaranteed recruitment orders. Getting a high-quality hero depends entirely on luck. Meanwhile, in the Fool's Golden Land, Xiao was suffering from a headache and a tightness in his chest from the constant notification sounds. He opened his eyes from his slumber, and what greeted his gaze was the dark purple living dome of the hatchery. There was no bed, only a soft incubation pod made from the fungal carpet. He finally understood why he had felt like he was being crushed by a giant beast all night, unable to breathe. Ling was pressed tightly against him, her long legs locked around his waist, and her bony tail was wrapped tightly around his calves. Are you trying to murder the Overlord so early in the morning? Xiao struggled to free one hand, his breathing becoming extremely difficult. Ling, who had entered a frenzied state last night, was completely unreasonable. If it weren't for Su Xiao relying on his reproductive enhancement talent to hold on and constantly soothing him with the heart of the Zerg, he probably would have collapsed long ago. Su Xiao patted Ling on the shoulder and reminded her, "Get up and get to work. Heaven is sending money again." For others, the hero trials are a beauty pageant where luck plays a part. But for Su Xiao, who possesses the colored quality hero Ling, being number 1 on the leaderboard is practically a guaranteed windfall. In the entire newbie zone with 100,000 players, getting a purple epic hero is considered extremely lucky, let alone a colored one. Ling slowly opened her eyes, her dark purple pupils initially blurry, then immediately locked onto Su Xiao, her eyes filled only with undisguised infatuation for the Overlord. "Good morning, Your Majesty." Instead of letting go, she pressed even closer. Su Xiao quickly shrank his neck. "Let go first, there are still mines to mine outside, and we need to replenish our troop numbers for the jumping insects." Ling stroked his dark circles and sensed that Su Xiao's body was lacking energy. Her face immediately filled with heartache. "Your body is very weak. Last night you gave Ling too much precious gene essence, and Ling must replenish your nutrition." Before Su Xiao could explain, she used her own method to replenish the so-called high-level nutrient solution for the Overlord. The substance was indeed of high quality, but Ling was holding her too tightly, and the power of the colorful hero pressed down on Su Xiao so much that she couldn't move at all, and even breathing became a luxury. 2 minutes later, Su Xiao sensed something was wrong. 4 minutes later, his limbs began to struggle wildly. If this continued, he feared he would perish in the incubation ground first. Finally, in the 5th minute, Ling sensed the Dominator's resistance, and withdrew his power. Air rushed back into his lungs, and Su Xiao rolled over, collapsing onto the fleshy carpet of bacteria, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The mighty Zerg overlord had almost become the first lord on the battlefield of all races to be suffocated to death by his own hero. If word got out, he would be utterly ashamed. "Master, are you full? Ling has plenty of supplies here," Ling asked earnestly. "Full, completely stuffed." Su Xiao quickly sat up, grabbed a t-shirt and put it on. "From now on, we'll still serve food in bowls, a little at a time, understand?" Ling nodded obediently, and resummoned her bioarmor to cover her entire body. Su Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and got up to walk to the edge of the hatchery. Outside, the sky was bright, and the gray-yellow mist gradually dissipated under the starlight. Dozens of worker bees were still nibbling at the crystal veins, and the terrain damaged last night was rapidly repairing itself as the fungal carpet spread. More than 1,000 surviving Zerglings, along with newly hatched banlings, lay in wait at the edge. Su Xiao summoned the Lord's panel and directly opened the hero rating leaderboard that Heavenly Dao had just updated. Su Xiao sat on the pulsating fleshy carpet, his fingers rapidly swiping across the semi-transparent system interface. The server-wide announcement of the Hero's Song Trials launch was still scrolling repeatedly in the server channel, the large, gold-plated characters almost blinding. These server-wide honor lists have always been a stage for rich kids to show off their wealth. Su Xiao casually clicked on the hero power ranking, only to find the page empty except for a gray message. "Comprehensive score calculation in progress. The ranking will be officially released at noon tomorrow." Su Xiao rolled his eyes and gave the middle finger to the empty space. The announcement was made to sound so serious, but in the end, it just told everyone it was still loading. With the Heavenly Dao's incompetence, it would probably have been driven to resign by the clients long ago if it were on Earth. "Master, if you are not satisfied with the rules, I can lead troops to dismantle the place where the sound is coming from." Ling knelt on one knee beside him, his dark purple bioarmor clinging to his body, his tail curling slightly as he sensed his displeasure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "That's the will of rules, it has no physical form. Save your energy for later battles." Su Xiao held down the tip of her restless tail. Ever since she ate her fill last night, Ling's protectiveness and possessiveness towards him had clearly increased significantly. He casually switched to the social media interface. After last night's barrage of messages, private chat requests were pouring in like snowflakes, a mix of insults, attempts to win him over, and requests for help. One name stood out prominently in the default profile picture, Yi Qinghan. This big spender, who had spent 8,000 gold coins yesterday to instantly purchase a blue sword and a blue necklace, now only had an ellipsis in his friend request list. Su Xiao naturally wouldn't let such a big client slip by, and immediately approved the application. The other party was online almost instantly. Yi Qinghan's first words were a cold sneer. I thought Lord Su was planning to take the blueprints worth 100,000 gold coins to the underworld to open a bank. Su Xiao replied casually. I just finished cleaning up the battlefield, and I smelled bad. I was afraid of bothering Boss Yi. Yi Qinghan didn't mince words, expressing her interest in the purple blueprint, but the price of 100,000 gold coins clearly made her look like a sucker. Su Xiao looked at the transaction record and chuckled inwardly. Someone who could readily hand over 5,000 gold coins was calling herself a delicate young girl. He told Yi Qinghan that epic blueprints were heirlooms in the eyes of those with a discerning eye. If she didn't have enough gold coins, she could exchange them for rare resources, such as soul crystals or the void cloth needed to craft mage robes. Yi Qinghan only left him with the message that she should come back to him once she had gathered the materials, hoping that Su Xiao wouldn't have been reduced to bone fragments by then. After saying that, she decisively logged off. Before Su Xiao could even marvel at this powerful figure's nonchalance, an envelope icon popped up again. Lin Yanqing. Every time this name appeared, it carried a preemptive, oppressive aura. Su Xiao, you'd better explain yourself. I saw your avatar was clearly online. Even through the screen, Su Xiao could smell the sourness and anger emanating from her. He sighed and pulled Lin Yanqing out of the "Do not disturb" window. Lin Yanqing pressed him, asking where the blueprint came from and how he had managed to survive a monster horde of that size. She suspected Su Xiao had discovered some loophole in the rules. Su Xiao sat down cross-legged, casually tossing a piece of crystal ore in his hand, and replied nonchalantly, There are no loopholes. It's all thanks to my capable older sister. Thousands of monsters come, and she kills thousands of them. She's picked up so many blueprints her hands are sore. After this message was sent, there was a long silence on the other end. Thousands of second-tier monsters. No one would believe it. Lin Yanqing ultimately replied with only one sentence. You're just talking nonsense. Fine, don't tell me then. Immediately afterward, she sent a screenshot of the terrain surrounding the territory, with a light green cursor on it. She had just led a team to explore the area and discovered a hidden resource realm containing a large amount of refined wood and refined iron. These are the core materials for upgrading a Tier 2 main city, and the guards are a small group of Tier 2 jungle saber-toothed tigers. Lin Yanqing changed the subject, her tone deliberately reserved. If Su Xiao begged her, she could give him some Tier 2 resources to help him upgrade his territory. In her view, Su Xiao, this F-rank lord, must be racking her brains over the materials for the second-tier game. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't hide her haughty, young ladylike arrogance. Su Xiao, however, turned her head to look at Ling beside her. Ling was holding a jumping insect, slowly and meticulously grooming its dark red keratinous carapace, as gently as if she were admiring a precious work of art. Noticing Su Xiao's gaze, she raised her eyes, her gaze filled with gentleness and unwavering loyalty, and she even straightened her body slightly in a defiant manner. She was possessive of her food, and quite aggressive at that. Su Xiao chuckled inwardly. While arrogance might be advantageous in peacetime, in a battlefield of myriad races, facing someone like Ling who could appear at any moment, Lin Yanqing was clearly outdated. Thank you, Miss Lin, I appreciate the thought. I don't need the wood or iron for now, and you can farm those low-efficiency resource points yourself. Su Xiao directly refused, saying he was busy with renovations. Lin Yanqing immediately exploded, questioning whether he was planning to level up by eating mud in the wasteland without those resources. Su Xiao ignored her and closed the chat window. Since the Zerg swarm was upgrading to Tier 2, it didn't need wood or refined iron, it only needed biomass, crystal ore, and high-energy gas. Ling, report back. What information did the Zerglings sent out yesterday bring back within a 10-kilometer radius? Su Xiao clapped her hands, her expression turning serious. Ling then stood up, her tail tracing an arc in the air, instantly transforming from a gentle older sister into a ruthless battlefield commander. Reporting to the Overlord, The Zergling squad has completely cleared all wandering targets within a 10-kilometer radius. She raised her hand and unfolded a virtual tactical map constructed from psionic energy. The area contained 8 Tier 1 wood resource points and 6 stone mines, guarded by hatching zombies and small mutated goblin tribes, respectively. According to Su Xiao's will, they had all been transformed into biomass for the swarm. Su Xiao looked at the map. The red dots that originally represented the enemy had all disappeared, leaving only dense purple swarm markers. How much biomass? A total of 341,247 points were converted. Ling continued to report, adding that the Zerglings had also discovered an extremely unusual high-energy reaction zone on the northern edge. The plants there were twisted, purplish-black, and even possessed a certain degree of cognitive ability. Due to their unknown rank, Ling temporarily ordered the Springtails to retreat to the outer perimeter, refraining from any rash actions. 340,000 units of biomass sounded daunting, but in the bottomless pit of a swarm of insects, it would barely be enough to fill a gap in their stomach. After assessing the crystal ore and high-energy gas, Su Xiao realized that while the Baneling bugs were indeed powerful, their gas consumption was too high. Using them to clear out scattered monsters in groups was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a huge waste of resources. For early game exploration, a low-cost, large-scale manpower strategy was the only viable approach. Su Xiao immediately made the decision. Suppress the venomous blast bug production line, allocate all resources to basic units, send more worker bees to mine, and increase the number of Zerglings first. Upon receiving the order, Ling immediately connected to the main hive's mind, and the creep around the hatchery frantically supplied nutrients. Densely packed larvae lined up to spin cocoons, the smell of viscous amniotic fluid and acid filling the nostrils, and the flesh and blood industry was running at full speed. The numbers on the system panel kept jumping. The worker bees quickly surpassed 1,000, and the number of zebraflies directly exceeded 5,000. 5,000 dark red zebraflies lay prone on the open ground, their reverse-jointed hind legs brimming with power, waiting only for Su Xiao's command. Su Xiao's gaze turned to the north of the tactical map, to that high-energy reaction zone interwoven with purple and black, which looked strange no matter how you looked at it. Springer bugs have limited intelligence. They only know how to charge and bite. If they encounter enemies with special mechanics, they're likely to charge headlong and be wiped out. Hero ratings won't be settled until noon tomorrow, giving him ample time to tackle the nearby tough targets. So, he decided to go to the front lines himself. The target was a good 10 kilometers away. Walking there would be too time-consuming. Ling approached him, turned her back, and crouched down. "Master, please climb onto Ling's back." Su Xiao subconsciously refused. He was a physique with a strength of over 10, and it was really unreasonable for a woman to carry him. He had originally wanted to use a jumping insect as a mount, and even if the bone spurs on its back were uncomfortable, he could make do by padding it with a few pieces of clothing. Ling gave him no room for negotiation. Her tail silently wrapped around his waist, lifting him onto her back. She locked Su Xiao's knees with her arms, controlling the force perfectly so as not to hurt him, or make it impossible for him to break free. The safety of the Overlord is paramount. Walking carries unknown risks. Please sit firmly. Before she finished speaking, Ling suddenly exerted force with her legs, instantly creating a deep crater in the ground, blurring the surrounding scenery into afterimages. Ling, in her colorful form, ran without warning, the wind whistling in her ears, forcing Su Xiao to cling tightly to her neck. The sweet pheromones constantly filled her nostrils, the thrill of the extreme speed even more intense than riding a roller coaster. A few minutes later, Ling steadily stopped on a high slope and put Su Xiao down. Su Xiao gagged twice, supporting her knees, before looking up ahead. The desolate sandy land was no longer ahead, but an endless black forest. The canopy blocked out the sun, the trunks twisted like snakes, the leaves were all a sickly dark purple, and the air was filled with the smell of rotting wood chips. The entire forest was deathly silent, not even a chirp of insects could be heard, an eerie silence that sent chills down one's spine. Ling closed her eyes, her psionic energy spreading through the forest via her mental network. After a moment, she opened her eyes and made her judgment. "Master, these plants are not inanimate objects. They have highly active nerve centers, and their roots and branches are predatory tentacles. As soon as any living thing steps in, the entire forest will be indiscriminately slaughtered. This also explains why not even a single low-level mutated dog's remains could be found within several kilometers. Xiao didn't immediately believe it, but instead pointed to a leaping insect beside him, sending it in to scout ahead. The leaping insect growled and charged towards the edge of the forest, but as soon as it stepped into the shadows, the ground suddenly exploded. Dozens of thick, barbed vines burst from the ground, wrapping around its limbs and torso with incredible speed. The springtail's dark red carapace cracked and sputtered, green acid spraying from the spikes. In just 2 seconds, this killing machine was shredded into mincemeat, without even a chance to struggle. Xiao gasped, immediately opening the Lord panel and using the system detection network to scan the entire forest. Name: Mutant Ironthorn Tree Spirit. Rank: Tier 1, Level 5. Quality: Blue. Skills: Root Entanglement, Ironwood Whip, Blood-Sucking Spores. Looking around, the forest was teeming with high-level Tier 1 blue-named monsters, who held a significant advantage in the terrain. They were thick-skinned and impervious to ordinary cuts, possessed area of effect control abilities, and could even heal themselves by sucking blood. If 5,000 Zerglings were to force their way in, their casualty rate would be staggeringly high. And deep within the shadows of the forest lurked a massive silhouette. Its dazzling, high-energy glow indicated that it was the king of this forest. For an ordinary lord encountering such a tenacious army of plants, the wisest choice would be to deter. Trying to fight a controlled area with melee units is suicidal. But Xiao showed no intention of retreating. To him, the dense, stationary formations were the perfect firing range for the banlings. It was indeed difficult for the Zerglings to gnaw on these trees, but the venomous blast's strong acid explosion, with its armor-piercing and corrosive properties, was specifically designed to counter such targets. To hell with the 5 elements' mutual restraint, my strong acid can overcome everything. Xiao raised his hand and tapped the virtual tactics panel. Ling, pull up 500 of the Zerglings that are following behind. Ling straightened his back, and the command silently traveled through the mental network. The swarm of leaping insects charged in from behind, forming neat ranks below the slope, their dark red carapaces gleaming with a chilling killing intent in the dim light. Mutate into banlings on the spot. The command was given, and 500 leaping insects simultaneously sprawled on the ground, their carapaces cracking inch by inch. A torrent of highly acidic fluid gushed out, enveloping them in dark green, smoky cocoons, the sounds of corrosion filling the air. Soon after, the top of the cocoons split open, spilling viscous acid onto the ground, from which rolled round, venomous insects emerged. They abandoned their limbs, propelling themselves forward by rubbing their spherical bellies, filled with high-pressure acid, leaving bubbling acidic trails in their wake. They've taken root quite firmly, that's good. Xiao clapped his hands, looking down at the eager green balls below. On the high slope, Xiao squatted on the edge, pointing downwards. 500 venomous insects were huddled in the depression at the bottom of the slope, their round, green bellies pressed against the ground, propelling themselves forward with a few short, segmented legs. Their bellies were filled with high-pressure acid, and with each movement, they left hissing, corrosive trails on the ground. Xiao said calmly, "Go, loosen the soil for the old buddies inside." Without a battle cry, 500 poisonous insects rolled towards the desolate black forest in a chaotic formation. The slopes sloped slightly downwards, and the venomous insects rolled faster and faster, finally retracting their limbs and using gravity to slam towards the forest boundary. The 200 meters passed in the blink of an eye. The first volley of venomous insects had barely crossed the boundary when the dormant forest instantly awoke. Vast amounts of rotten soil churned up, and countless vines as thick as an adult's thigh burst forth from the earth, their surfaces covered in black barbs, and their tips even splitting open with menacing mandibles. The mutated iron spike trans-territorial defense was incredibly fast, its vines intertwined into a massive net, lashing out at the intruders. Previously, the leaping bugs, once entangled, would be torn to shreds in 2 seconds. Now, the treant was doing the same, and snaring the first few dozen poisonous blister bugs. Black spikes pierced the green sacks, but before they could even exert their strength to crush them, the poisonous blister bugs exploded in a fraction of a second. High-pressure, Strong acid was sprayed indiscriminately in all directions, rapidly vaporizing upon contact with the air into a thick, billowing green mist. Nearby vines didn't even have a chance to retract. Large patches of white foam rose from the hard bark, and the internal tissues, including the roots, turned into a foul-smelling black liquid. The poison bug's damage was extremely unreasonable, dealing true acid damage equivalent to 8 times the target's health, with double the effect against heavily armored units. The armor these Tier 1 high-level blue-named monsters relied on for survival was worthless, like paper, in the face of strong acid. A single poisonous bludgeon's acid spray covered 10 meters, and 500 of them exploded simultaneously, instantly creating a continuously advancing acidic tsunami. The exploding poisonous bludgeons in front detonated their brethren behind, and the green mist expanded continuously, pushing across the forest. As soon as the towering trees were touched by the green mist, their trunks were corroded and snapped, and the falling giants crushed even more poisonous worms. In this vicious cycle, the entire black forest resembled boiling green porridge. The iron thorn tree spirits could not escape and could only swing their broken branches in place, producing a grinding sound like a broken bellows. The acid mist spread across the forest clearings, leaving nothing but barren land in its wake. Xiao squatted on the slope, idly drawing circles with the crystal slag. There was no need for micromanagement below, just attack, and the rest would be left to chemical reactions. Ling stood behind him, her long, straight legs encased in dark purple armor, her long, bony tail rhythmically tapping the air. Looking at the forest swallowed by the acid mist, she calmly commented, "The tactics are brutal and extremely wasteful. A large amount of mutated biomass was destroyed by the acid, and most of the enemy corpses turned into wastewater. The worker bees can only recover less than 30% of the nutrients that can be eliminated by conventional means. Master, this resource calculation is not worthwhile." Xiao threw away the slag, stood up and clapped his hands. "That's not how the calculation works, my commander. Let the springtails fill in these terrain-advantageous control monsters. Even if 10,000 of them die, they might not be able to break through. Now we have plenty of gas. We can trade gas for manpower, and manpower for efficiency." The wind gradually dispersed the acid mist, and the dense black forest was already mostly bare, with the outer hundreds of meters completely plowed up, leaving only bubbling pits and charred tree roots. 500 poisonous insects were wiped out, but in return, over 1,000 mutated iron-spiked tree spirits were cleared out. Xiao walked down the slope. "Let's go, let's check the goods. After killing all the monsters, we have to leave some toll." The smell of the scorched earth was extremely pungent, but those Tier 1 Level 5 blue-named monsters certainly did not disappoint him. The tree trunk and most of its nutrients had been dissolved, but numerous glittering crystals were scattered in the acidic puddle. Xiao picked up a cyan polyhedron. The strong acid hadn't left a trace on it. Wood spirit core, a second-tier rare material, the essence condensed from the iron thorn tree spirit, containing pure life energy, usable for building upgrades or array energy. This is good stuff. While the great lords on Blue Star are still scavenging wood and stones to upgrade to Tier 2, he's directly obtained high-level materials for upgrading to Tier 2 or even Tier 3. Xiao summoned dozens of worker bees on standby. They didn't mind the stench of the sour mud at all and began searching for crystal cores, wood blocks, and still active tree root remains. As he advanced and collected more, the number of wood spirit cores in Xiao's storage compartment quickly approached 200. Just selling these cores would be enough to squeeze every last penny out of those spoiled brats at the trading house. However, the deeper they went into the forest, the weaker the damage caused by the poisonous exploding insects became, and the ground transformed from rotten soil into metallic lustered rock layers. The surviving tree trunks no longer resembled trees, but rather twisted iron blocks pieced together, and the air temperature plummeted. Xiao stopped and looked up at the very center of the forest, where the high-energy reaction source, interwoven with purple and black hues, finally revealed its true form. There was a circular pit with a diameter of over 30 meters, with 8 thick black totem poles standing along its edge, their dark red runes undulating rhythmically like blood vessels. In the center of the 8 totem poles, a grayish-white cocoon the size of a millstone floated. It was constantly breathing. With each contraction and expansion, it drew in surrounding high-energy particles, forming a miniature energy vortex above the crater. Su Xiao scanned it directly with his detection network, but a warning popped up on his retina. Detection feedback blocked. Target energy level exceeds detection limit. Read-only information obtained. Ancient demon egg, in weakening phase. Rank determining. Warning! Target is extremely dangerous, stay away. 3 blood-red exclamation marks flashed incessantly. Su Xiao took a half-step back and raised his eyebrows. In the beginner area of the battlefield of 10,000 races, next to the newbie village, an ancient demon egg actually spawned. This isn't just a matter of high drop rate or strong monsters, it's completely beyond expectations. Ling immediately stepped forward, blocking Su Xiao's path, purple psionic sparks gathering in her palm, her tail straightening, and all her bone spikes standing upright. She said in a deep voice, "Master, this thing's genetic sequence is extremely ancient. It is in a weak, semi-dormant state, but the pheromones it emits carry a strong, targeted hostility." As soon as she finished speaking, the grayish-white cocoon in the center of the deep pit sensed them. Its steady breathing abruptly ceased, the 8 totem poles around it surged with red light, and dark red runes peeled off like living earthworms, burrowing into the remaining dead trees along the ground. A series of ear-piercing metallic twisting sounds rang out as 3 monsters, far larger than the iron thorn tree spirit, were forcibly pulled from the metallic rock layer. Their bodies are pieced together from sharp iron, rotten wood, and dark red blood vessels, with only a single eye burning with crimson flames in their head. A stitched-together behemoth tainted by demonic blood, rank, peak 2nd tier, quality, purple. Skills, crushing strike, demonic flame array, unyielding fight. The 3 purple mini-bosses acted as guards for the demon egg, a display even more extravagant than Lin Yenshin's divinely bestowed oasis. They approached with heavy steps, each step causing the metal and rocks to crack with spiderweb-like patterns. 3 scarlet single eyes locked onto Su Xiao. Without the slightest hesitation, they directly surrounded him in a triangular formation. Su Xiao stared at the 3-headed, sulfur-smelling, stitched-together behemoth and quietly took a half-step back. This was a peak 2nd tier purple-named monster. With his current attributes, a single slap from it would send him slamming into a rock. Playing the hero at this moment was pointless. The core essence of the Overlord was to have its swarms of insects fill the gaps. Before the 3-headed monster had even closed to within 10 meters, a dark purple afterimage had already swept past Su Xiao's field of vision. Without even asking for permission, Ling used her slender waist to suddenly lift Su Xiao up in her arms. The posture wasn't exactly dignified, but compared to being flattened by the monster, a man's pride was worthless. Ling's legs exploded with power, the psionic particles on his armor surged, and the rock beneath his feet shattered. The 2 traversed most of the deep pit, landing steadily on a protruding metallic rock pillar. From here, directly facing the bottom of the pit, the energy trap surrounded by totem poles was now fully visible to Su Xiao. After he steadied himself, he casually pinched the tip of Ling's taut tail to reassure her. Then, Su Xiao brought up the tactics panel and drew a bright red attack zone at the bottom of the pit. Time to feed them. The command was transmitted along the main hive's mine channel, and the already restless Zergling army instantly sprang into action. Over 4,000 Zerglings, treading on the acidic, scorched earth left by the venomous beasts, surged into the pit like a bursting red flood. The 3-headed stitch giants, having lost sight of Su Xiao, were instantly surrounded by the overwhelming swarm of insects. The leading giant let out a rusty, grinding roar, raised its massive, water-jar-thick iron arm, and slammed it down. The crushing impact was utterly swift and brutal. Tens of tons of kinetic energy slammed into the rock strata, causing the ground to collapse instantly. The foremost 20 or 30 leaping insects didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a mushy mess of exoskeletons. The other 2 giants simultaneously activated their abilities, their dark red veins bulging wildly, and the temperature at the bottom of the pit soared rapidly. Rings of crimson flames spread outwards, and the moment a springtail stepped inside, its 6 legs were roasted and charred black. The sour smell in the air hadn't dissipated before it was mixed with the pungent stench of burnt protein. But the springtails were completely oblivious to the pain. Their pain receptors had long been completely neutered during genetic coding. Dozens died in the front row, but hundreds more immediately followed, charging forward even with burned limbs. Unable to gnaw on the giant's hard iron shell, they targeted joints, rotten wood, and exposed blood vessels. Sharp serrated teeth bit into the dark red veins, tearing backward with all their might, splattering foul-smelling demonic blood everywhere. The three-headed, peak-level second-tier guards, possessing only brute strength, were dragged into the most desperate ocean of insects. Each slap from the troll could kill a swarm of jumping insects, yet their backs, heads, and crevices were already crawling with hundreds of insects. This was no longer a battle, but a brutal scene of army ants dismembering their large prey. In less than 5 minutes, the blood vessels in the leg of the central behemoth were torn off, instantly halting its energy flow. Its left leg, pieced together from scrap metal and dead wood, snapped off with a crack, and its massive body collapsed to one knee. The swarm of insects, adept at striking a fallen prey, immediately surged up the fallen body and burrowed into the depths of the crevice. They gnawed the life-sustaining ganglia to shreds, and the other two giants fell one after another in the relentless tearing. 3 small mountains of scrap metal and rotting flesh lay at the bottom of the pit, their surfaces still covered with a layer of feeding red swarms of insects. Xiao tapped the tactical panel, issuing a cleanup permit to the waiting worker bees. A unit at the peak of Tier 2, fused with demonic blood, this kind of biomass is definitely top-tier loot in the beginner zone. The worker bees, pincers raised, charged into the pit and began violently dismantling the stitched-together monster's remains. With the Guardian dead, the energy core maintaining the totem array also lost its power supply. The 8 black totem poles at the bottom of the pit went out simultaneously, and the dark red runes that traversed their surfaces quickly lost their luster. The runes peeled off like withered, dead skin, while the grayish-white cocoon suspended in the center of the array lost its buoyancy and crashed to the ground. The sound was not loud, but it caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees again. The force field barrier that had previously blocked detection collapsed, and Xiao's system detection network finally saw the entity within the cocoon. Ancient Flame Demon Friss, Juvenile. Tier 2, Level 10, in the weakened state after hatching, purple quality, can grow. It was sealed deep within the ruins, sustaining itself on ley line energy and demonic totems. Now, with the magic array destroyed and its incubation interrupted, its true form has fallen into extreme weakness and frenzy. A max-level, still-growing purple-named boss has actually appeared in the beginner zone of the Myriad Races battlefield. Keep in mind, even first-tier green-named monsters are rare in this map's database. Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly. If this thing had been born normally, 10 of him tied together wouldn't have been enough to fill its teeth. But its development had been forcibly interrupted, making it a premature baby that had just been born and hadn't been replenished yet. The next second, a thin crack appeared on the surface of the grayish-white cocoon, and what surged inside was no longer scarlet light, but a violent purplish-black flame. Flames leaped wildly along the crack, quickly burning through the cocoon and creating a hole. A small creature, no bigger than an adult mongrel dog, slowly crawled out of the hole. Its body was covered in dark red lava scales, it had no fixed lower limbs, and half of its body was composed entirely of rising purplish-black flames. Its white eye sockets, devoid of pupils and filled only with destructive desire, were fixed directly on Xiao on the rock pillar. The smell of high-energy gas at the bottom of the pit was quickly overwhelmed by the more pungent smell of sulfur. The remaining metal fragments around them gradually melted into liquid under the radiation of the purplish-black flames. The larval fire demon did not roar, but simply opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and gently spat out a small amount of sparks. The dozen or so worker bees closest to it didn't even have time to receive the retreat order before turning into ashes on Mars. This damage assessment was clearly far beyond what was expected. Ling immediately stepped forward, the purple psionic energy at the edge of her armor condensing into sharp blades. Faced with elemental monsters that possess both area of effect burning and true damage, simply relying on a swarm of ordinary insects would result in a casualty rate that Xiao could not accept. Ling stepped forward, and the psionic energy at the edge of her armor instantly condensed. This usually obedient butler was a pure killing machine when facing external enemies. "Master, I'll go and kill it." A purple blade of light flickered in her palm, its killing intent undisguised. Xiao, however, grabbed her wrist, which was encased in a biological carapace. The Zerg were never masters of hero duels, but rather of grinding their enemies to death with cheap manpower. Don't get involved. Why do you need to personally draw your sword to fight a premature baby? He pulled Ling back half a step. Su Xiao summoned the tactics panel, where the high-energy gas in the resource bar was plentiful. With a light tap of his knuckles, the 600 Zerglings waiting on the perimeter simultaneously received the order. They lay prone on the metallic rock layer, their carapaces cracking inch by inch, strong acidic fluid gushing out, wrapping their bodies into dark green cocoons. 600 fleshy cocoons quickly rose from the edge of the pit, emitting acrid white smoke that billowed into the sky, accompanied by the continuous crackling sounds of corrosive acid. The larval fire demon at the bottom of the pit possessed little intelligence, driven only by its destructive instincts. Its body suddenly swelled, and it opened its mouth to spew forth a fan-shaped spray of purplish-black flames. The intense heat swept over it, rapidly melting the cast iron parts and rock layers, turning them into crimson magma in seconds, forming a high-temperature moat around it. Melee units that tried to approach it wouldn't even get close enough to touch its scales before being roasted to a crisp by the magma. But Su Xiao had no intention of letting his units engage in close combat. The fleshy cocoons on the slope burst open one after another, releasing hordes of banlings. Su Xiao circled the Balrog larva on the tactical sand table and coldly ordered, "All troops charge! Free fall!" 600 banlings retracted their limbs and tumbled wildly down the sloping pit wall. The green fleshy spheres formed a torrent, a comical sight, yet their destructive power was utterly brutal. Sensing danger, the larvae of the Balrog let out a shriek and spat out several fireballs the size of washbasins, aiming precisely at the foremost group of poison-exploding insects. More than 30 poison-exploding insects were hit by the fireballs, their high-pressure acid sacs instantly disintegrating. The green acid sprayed into the air, colliding with the purplish-black flames and transforming into a wildly churning white acid mist. The acid mist obscured the Balrog's vision, providing cover for the venomous beasts behind it. 400 or 500 venomous beasts pierced through the mist, charging straight at the lava moat. They didn't slow down at all, stubbornly pushing their way through the lava. Their acidic skin was charred and reeked of fire, and before their bodies were even completely vaporized, they had already crossed the death distance, crashing heavily into the Balrog's lava scales. The first poisonous insect exploded, pouring 8 times its maximum health and acid directly onto the Balrog's head. Then came the second, the 10th, the 100th. The chain reaction of explosions completely engulfed the crater. The highly toxic acid collided with the ancient purplish-black flames, unleashing a terrifying reaction. The flames were suppressed to a minimum, leaving only a thick green toxic mist and a ghastly white column of smoke rising into the sky. The hissing, corrosive sound drowned out the screams of the Balrog larva, and the entire area seemed to have lost all its oxygen. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on a rock pillar, idly tossing crystals around. For a seasoned fourth calamity, a kill wasn't just about emptying the health bar, it was about scattering the ashes completely. He was preparing to bring in thousands of worker bees from the hatchery to launch another round of poisonous insects to clean up the ground when a series of metallic beeping sounds suddenly rang in his head. Congratulations to Lord Su Xiao for successfully defeating the Tier 2, Level 10 mutated boss, the ancient flame demon Frisa's lava form. First kill reward calculation in progress. Su Xiao stopped what she was doing and withdrew her finger from the confirmation button. The white smoke and green mist at the bottom of the pit gradually dissipated, and the lava moat had long been neutralized by the strong acid into a black mud riddled with holes. The small fireball in the center, which had been so arrogant just moments before, was now completely gone, leaving only a pool of purplish-black ash. Su Xiao stood up, pointed at Ash and shook his head. "With this kind of strength, you dare to call yourself a purple boss. You even issued a red warning, but you couldn't even force out my second wave of minions." Ground units without entire capabilities are easy targets in the face of his swarm of banlings. Upon receiving the order, a dozen worker bees swung their large pincers and crawled into the bottom of the pit, digging out their spoils from the acidic mud and quickly dragging them back to Su Xiao. Purple Treasure Chest 1, Tier 2 Fire Demon Core 1, Fire Resistance Gene Fragment, extracted from Ancient Fire Demon. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. The Zerg units have extremely strong stats, but their weakness to fire and magic is a major drawback. Previously, a large number of Zerglings were burned away by the demon flame array. This gene fragment arrived just in time. He immediately transmitted it back to the incubator's devouring pool. As a low, churning sound came from the main base, the system notification rang out again. Special genome successfully deciphered, unlocking a mutation branch in the Zerg tech tree, Tier 1 fire-resistant chitin. Upon research, all melee units gain 10% base fire damage reduction. Xiao was naturally very excited to see this technology. Ling Zhe quietly watched his profile, her tail, which was coiled around his legs, swaying unconsciously. The joy of domination is the greatest reward for the swarm. The acrid smell and sulphurous odor from the bottom of the pit had not yet dissipated, and Xiao brushed the dust off her hands. Without him saying a word, Ling's tail, covered with fine bone spurs, nimbly reached out, coiled in the air, and skillfully wrapped around his waist. My lord, the residual radiation here is too high, which is not good for your carbon-based body. Your special vehicle is ready. Having experienced a roller coaster ride comparable to 800 miles per hour, Xiao learned her lesson this time and clung tightly to Ling Bai's neck. The wind howled in my ears, and the desolate wilderness quickly turned into a blur. A few minutes later, the familiar smell of high-energy gas from the fungal carpet filled their nostrils, and the two landed steadily on the outskirts of the Fool's Golden Land. Xiao walked towards the incubation site, where the huge fleshy building was pulsating in a fixed rhythm, and the surrounding dark purple fungal carpet was much thicker than yesterday. He summoned the Lord's panel and directly opened the Zerg tech tree. Most nodes were still grayed out, with only the basic branches, level 1 fireproof shell, showing a faint glow. The research and development requires 1 second-tier fire attribute core, 5,000 units of crystal ore, and 3,000 units of high-energy gas. For ordinary lords, this is an astronomical price that is difficult to bear. But Xiao has no shortage of resources. The amount of crystal ore in her account has already exceeded 6 figures. He raised his hand to confirm, and the crystal ore and gas were instantly deducted. The still warm flame demon core transformed into a stream of light and was thrown into the massive incubation field. After swallowing the high-level materials, the blood vessels on the outer wall of the incubation site suddenly bulged, and a dull writhing sound came from deep within. The entire mother hive was like a rapidly spinning biological furnace, with purplish-black phantom energy spreading throughout the territory along the underground fungal carpet veins. Remaining development time, 10 minutes and 0 seconds. 10 minutes. Xiao found a clean piece of ore and sat down. On Earth, this kind of iteration speed would be considered a miracle. 10 minutes later, a system notification sounded. Level 1 fire-resistant carapace deciphered. Swarm gene map updated. Without warning, more than 3,000 springtails, thousands of worker bees, and the venomous insects in the territory all stopped moving at the same time. Thousands of insectids lay sprawled on the fungal carpet, their carapaces cracking softly. Their old armor quickly shriveled, splitting open along their spines to reveal vibrant new bodies. The newly molted insects have a deeper color on their bodies, with dark red armor plates that have a metallic matte sheen, dense textures, and edges that look as if they have been quenched at high temperatures. A worker bee swung its large pincers and crawled to Xiao's feet. He opened the attribute panel and saw a new golden attribute at the bottom. Resistance stacking, 10% reduction in base fire damage. This is the most unreasonable mechanism of the Zerg. There is no need to rework the technology or equip each unit with additional gear. Once the technology is completed, the entire army immediately shares the benefits. Even worker bees that have just hatched a minute ago can directly receive this benefit. Xiao lay on the fungal carpet, watching the swarm of insects collectively evolve. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Zone 114514, Lin Yanqing was facing another fierce battle. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, falling on the damp forest floor. Lin Yanqing stood with her arms crossed on the outskirts of the divinely bestowed oasis, her expression solemn. Unlike Xiao's desolate wilderness, this place is teeming with life, but it also harbors countless deadly dangers. In the dense forest 100 meters away, more than 20 ferocious beasts, each 3 meters long and covered in bony thorns, roared incessantly. They are Tier 2 common units, jungle saber-toothed tigers. Nowadays, most lords struggle even to deal with Tier 1 wolves, so these monsters are definitely tough nuts to crack for beginners. Maintain formation! Shields hold, spearmen look for opportunities on the flanks, don't panic! At the forefront of the battle line, a burly man over 2 meters tall, clad in blue scale armor, waved a tattered battle flag. He was the blue-tier hero the Lin family had acquired at great expense, Holy Shield Guardian Korinia. His battle banner gleamed with golden light, enveloping the 100 crusaders behind him. With the hero's aura amplified, the crusaders wielding kite shields barely managed to withstand the first wave of attacks from the saber-toothed tiger. Claws slammed into the iron shield, sparks flying, and bone spikes easily left deep grooves in the fine iron. Several soldiers were thrown back by the force, and the formation was thrown into chaos. This is what conventional army combat looks like. It requires troop composition, hero auras, and careful maneuvering to slowly whittle down the health of high-level monsters. For every soldier who died, Lin Yinxin had to calculate the gold coins and time required to recruit them. Compared to the Zerg's fearless fighting style, this kind of meticulous battle was much more grueling. After a full half-hour tug-of-war, the last saber-toothed tiger was finally pierced through the throat by the spear and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Nearly a third of the 100 crusaders were lost, and Korinia also lost half a tube of blood, but Lin Yinxin still quickly went to the side of the largest corpse. She kicked away the blood-stained leaves, revealing a section of moss-covered mineral vein on the ground, its silvery metallic luster shimmering in the sunlight. A associated vein of refined iron ore, second tier. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Yinxin's tense face finally relaxed. Trading over 30 soldiers and heroes, losing half their health, for a Tier 2 resource point was absolutely worth it. It was only the second day, and many people hadn't even collected all the resources, while she had already acquired a Tier 2 refined iron ore. Looking across District 114514, there were very few who could achieve this. She opened the regional communication panel, but her gaze lingered on Su Zhao's grayed-out profile picture for 2 seconds. That guy who talks nonsense is probably still worrying about how to find second-tier resources in his territory right now. Lin Yinxin snorted and proudly raised her chin. With this refined iron mine, her second-tier university base could be on the agenda within 3 days. At that time, she would have the confidence to challenge either Yi Qinghan or the freak from the Ying family. As for Su Xiao, she'll take pity on him and give him a few hundred pieces of refined iron as a way of helping him out of consideration for their past as classmates. Yes, it's poverty alleviation, absolutely poverty alleviation, not liking him. Once the fire-resistant exoskeleton was deciphered, more than 3,000 springtails and over 1,000 worker bees were reborn amidst the sound of their exoskeletons peeling off. Su Xiao sat on the supple, fleshy surface, crossed her legs, and clapped her hands in delight. This was the source of the fourth calamity's confidence. It was cost-effective, convenient, and highly efficient. Infrastructure construction is temporarily halted, but there's still one major task to complete. Su Xiao took out the purple epic treasure chest contributed by the flame demon, its surface shrouded in a layer of hazy purple light. The mage robe blueprint he got last time is still hanging on the auction house gathering dust. This time he should at least get some real currency. But high-level blind boxes are all about luck, so he simply handed the box over to Ling. Ling stepped forward and gently unlocked the latch. A blinding purple glow shot straight up to the dome, illuminating most of the hatchery. The list of spoils then unfolded before Su Zhao's eyes. Special building blueprints, daily shop, troop blueprints, king insect, plus a full 100,000 gold coins. Su Xiao stared at that long string of zeros, almost grinning from ear to ear. With 100,000 in cash in hand, the resource gap for early technology advancement and troop conversion was completely filled, instantly boosting confidence. As for the king worm blueprints, Su Xiao was somewhat dismissive. In interstellar space, these things were just floating balloons used to unlock population limits. They were slow-moving and had no combat capabilities. There are no population restrictions here. As long as there are enough resources, he can produce as many Zerglings as he wants. Overlords are indeed useless, but they are, after all, a prerequisite for Air Force deployment. Later, it can mutate into an ocellus, gaining high-altitude detection and anti-stealth capabilities, and further evolve its abdominal cavity, which can also serve as an airdrop transport aircraft. Su Xiao kept it as a backup plan. In comparison, the blueprints from the daily shop are much more appealing. In the early stages of the Battle of All Races, besides Hiter troops, the most scarce resource is a stable channel for purchasing special items. Ordinary lords could only try their luck finding goblin merchants in the wild, or get ripped off by unscrupulous middlemen at the trading post. With a dedicated shop, logistical supplies would be much more convenient. Just as Su Xiao picked up the blueprints to study them, the parchment accidentally touched the dark purple fungal carpet, and a sudden change occurred. The fleshy veins, like living things, frantically climbed along the paper. Countless nerve synapses emerged from the ground, tightly enveloping the blueprints. The pale gold paper bulged with fleshy growths, and eerie blood vessels replaced the original text. The creation of heaven has been forcibly altered by the swarm of insects. A system notification then sounded. The blueprints, due to interference from the main hive's mind and genetic assimilation, have been transformed into the exclusive building, the corrupted daily shop. The shop refreshes 5 items every day at midnight, and the probability of selling Zerg genes, evolution, and biotechnology-related items will be greatly increased. Su Xiao's eyes lit up immediately, and he got to work right away. A newly hatched worker bee received instructions, ran to an open space, and spat out a large amount of strong acid, melting itself into an ever-expanding dark green cocoon. The underground pipeline network operated at full speed, continuously injecting gas and crystalline ore. Soon, the outer shell of the fleshy cocoon peeled away, and a Cthulhu-style building rose from the ground. It was a 10-meter-tall oval-shaped mass of flesh, covered with grayish-black keratin, with more than a dozen tentacles with suckers extending from its sides, and the eyeballs at the tips of the tentacles constantly scanning the surroundings. The entrance was a gigantic mouth full of fangs, with a drooping tongue forming a pink carpet of flesh. In Su Zhao's mind, this house was actually quite cute. He strode into the giant maw, which reeked of stomach acid. The dim ceiling was adorned with glowing vesicles, and a limp, meaty counter stood in the center. Su Xiao rubbed his hands together as he approached, hoping to get the second-tier gene of the Baneling bug or the blueprint for a wyvern nest on the first day. But after seeing the shelf clearly, his face immediately fell. 5 items were displayed on the counter: a fine knight's longsword, a basic mana recovery potion, a low-quality goblin leather armor, a rusty iron pot, and a report on the orc's mating habits. 5 items, not even a penny to the Zerg. Su Xiao pointed at the iron pot, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure where to begin his rant. The promised significant increase in the drop rate of certain items turned out to be nothing more than junk items from other races. He suspected his unlucky streak was so strong that even the system's underlying code was suppressing it. The only advantage was that these junk items were extremely cheap, only requiring gold coins and not rare materials. Su Xiao simply spent dozens of gold coins to buy them all, making room for tomorrow's refresh. He shoved the things into the storage compartment with a click and let them gather dust. As for the investigation report, he could read it slowly with Ling that night. Leaving the eerie mall, the outside was still shrouded in a gray-yellow mist. With the infrastructure construction temporarily underway, Su Xiao, feeling bored, opened the public chat panel of Area 114514. The channel was still a mess. Su Qin, with his premium quality screen display, kept spamming the chat, claiming that the hero power rankings would be revealed tomorrow at noon, and that he would expose someone's lie about boasting about having thousands of Tier 2 leaders. Jinhao immediately chimed in, saying that a hero's quality is judged by their inner qualities, and those who rely on system bugs to pick up a few broken bones only deserve to eat mud. The two of them, speaking in unison, were clearly alluding to Su Xiao. Ing Fusu remained offline as usual, while Yi Qihan occasionally sent out emojis to stir up trouble. Lin Yanqin was also online, but unusually, she didn't engage in a verbal altercation with Su Qin. She only posted a string of nonsensical words. Instead of wasting time on empty talk, why not send more troops out to grind monsters? Tomorrow's evaluation will be based on overall potential and four-dimensional data. If you slack off today, won't you be ashamed to get a blank score tomorrow? Su Xiao looked at Su Qin and Qin Hao bouncing around on the screen. Instead of doing manual labor, these two are desperately trying to gain attention in the channel for tomorrow's virtual ranking. Especially Su Chen's face, even through the virtual screen, exuded a poor and unsophisticated air. Su Xiao rolled her eyes, tapped her finger, and decisively closed the chat panel. Seeing too much of this kind of anti-intellectual rhetoric really slows down my speed in drawing my sword as the master of natural disasters. The surroundings finally quieted down, and his gaze turned to the massive fleshy base camp in the center of the territory. The hatchery rises and falls rhythmically with the planet's ley lines, like a giant, constantly beating heart. Su Xiao opened the resource panel and began to take stock of his resources. Upgrading the base to Tier 2 was the key to truly widening the gap in combat power in the early stages. The upgrade requires 100,000 crystal ore, 50,000 high-energy gas, and 500,000 biomass. If it were any other novice, even a young master with family backing, they would be dazzled by this amount of resources. But Su Xiao's account already had more than enough resources. In the morning, the poisonous insects swept the area, scraping away the trees and soil from the 10-kilometer-long black forest. The worker bees continued mining day and night, and the crystal, ore and high-energy gas piled up in alarming amounts. Now that he had enough resources, he ignored the clamor in the channel and pressed the upgrade button directly. A low hum immediately filled the territory, and the dark purple fungal carpet around the hatchery boiled violently. Countless living nutrient tubes burst from the ground, climbing up the fleshy walls and tightly enveloping the main nest, which was over 10 meters high. Thick acid was sprayed continuously, and within minutes, the entire building was sealed inside a huge, red, fleshy cocoon emitting white smoke. The incubator has officially entered a fully enclosed second stage upgrade mode. After finishing her business, the sun was already high in the south. Su Xiao rubbed her stomach and prepared to grab some fast food from the storage compartment. But a very oppressive shadow silently fell upon him. Ling stood 2 steps away, her long legs encased in dark purple armor, the tip of her tail expertly fastening to Su Xiao's belt buckle. The usually cold and aloof Valkyrie's eyes had long since lost their murderous intent, leaving only an undisguised desire. She gently reminded him that the Dominator's daytime commands had consumed too much energy, and that he needed to be replenished with high-level nutrient solution. Su Xiao felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this, and quickly pressed down on the restless bone spur tail. The base is still undergoing upgrades and there's no cover around it. This matter should be put on hold. Kuling didn't give him a chance to make any more excuses. The terrifying attributes of the colorful heroes completely overwhelmed everything. Su Xiao felt dizzy and was then pressed down onto the thick, soft fungal carpet. He told him in a serious tone that this fungal carpet was connected to the planet's deep energy network. Here, you can not only absorb the Earth's nourishment, but also better feel the pulse of the insect swarm's will. Faced with absolute power suppression, Su Xiao's human pride was meaningless, and he could only give up resisting once again. The winds of the wilderness could not dispel the morbid fog, but the atmosphere in the heart of the territory was gradually warming up. The perilous battlefield of myriad races was somehow transformed by these two into a strange, open-air honeymoon. The afternoon passed quickly, and with a dull tearing sound, the outer shell of the giant fleshy cocoon peeled off inch by inch. Su Xiao rubbed her almost broken back, grabbed a t-shirt from the ground and haphazardly put it on, her calves still trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, Ling, who was tidying up his armor, looked refreshed and had a rosy complexion. Even the psionic light on his armor seemed to have brightened. The two walked side by side toward the upgraded second-tier university campus. Su Xiao looked up and was somewhat disappointed. The hatchery's appearance hadn't changed much. It was still a giant building covered in tentacles and pulsating fleshy membranes. It's just that its size has doubled, its height is nearly 30 meters, and its underground nutrient pipes are as thick as water tanks. The splitting pool next to it, which was responsible for catalyzing the poisonous insects, has expanded into a small acid lake. However, this is in line with the rules of the swarm. Upgrading from Tier 1 to Tier 2 only improves basic computing power and unlocks the upper limit of genes. It will probably take until level 4 or even level 5 to truly evolve the hatchery into a hive. The most important thing now is the new unit types and technologies unlocked in Tier 2. Xiao opened the territory panel, his finger casually swiping across the hero status bar, and the next second his breath suddenly stopped. Ling's level has actually reached level 5. She is of color quality, with a combat rating of 79, strength of 48, agility of 50, constitution of 89, and a spirit as high as 141. In addition to Psionic Blast, Swarm Assimilation, and Psionic Storm, the skill bar also includes Catalyst Larvae, Creep Tumor, Hydrant, and Burrow. Xiao rubbed her eyes and looked again. It was still that glaring level 5. From the moment he arrived until now, it's only been a few dozen hours at most. Ling has hardly killed any monsters with his own hands, let alone truly participated in any battles. She used poisonous insects to fight the Iron Thorn Treant and acid to smash the ancient fire demon. She didn't even use her skills much. A hero who was just idling and watching the game actually leveled up 4 times. Did the experience just fall from the sky? Xiao swallowed hard, stiffly turned her head, and stared intently at the quiet yet dangerous Valkyrie beside her. Ling clearly guessed what he was thinking, and took the initiative to approach him and straighten his crooked collar. She asked softly if the ruler was wondering about her life leap. She then offered an explanation that was enough to overturn the upgrade rules of the battlefield of all races. The gene sequence bestowed by Xiao contains the highest level of rule energy in this universe. For high-ranking Zerg individuals, it is an unparalleled tonic far surpassing the flesh and blood of alien races, and each time it can complete the genetic map within her body. As for leveling up, it's merely a negligible byproduct of absorbing the nutrient solution. Xiao was completely stunned. Others were risking their lives to fight monsters, almost risking their lives for a few hundred experience points. Lin Yanqin was probably still calculating the Crusaders' losses, while his hero leveling up actually relied on providing his own nutrition. So he's not only the mastermind behind the 4th calamity, but also a walking, high-purity humanoid experience pack. This kind of cheat that allows heroes to level up at lightning speed while lying at home sounds incredibly awesome. But the price was a real drain on his energy and spirit. Xiao stared blankly at the gray-yellow sky, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in her heart. Tomorrow at noon, the Heavenly Tao will calculate the hero's combat power scores. Su Chen and his gang of clowns were still spouting threats in the channel. With Ling's insane leveling speed, he'll easily crush those aristocratic scions and take the absolute top spot. Does this mean I have to volunteer for extra practice tonight? Xiao lay on her back on the dark purple fungal carpet, gazing at the sickly gray-yellow sky, and let out a long sigh. He had to come up with a solution, either quickly advance his technology and upgrade his physique to an inhuman level, or find more hero units to share the firepower of the color butler. This internal strife can't go on. Xiao rubbed her face, trying to clear her mind of those erotic and deadly images, and stood up, supporting herself on the fleshy ground. He rubbed his still sore lower back and looked up at the newly evolved second-tier insect hive. Following the logic of StarCraft, upgrading your town hall often means unlocking the tech tree, and your units will undergo a qualitative change. Xiao opened the lower panel with high expectations, quickly flipped to the building function bar, but fell silent after reading it. The second-tier hive has only 3 changes. The larvae hatching rate increases from 30 to 150 per minute, and the storage limit is expanded to 50,000. The creep coverage area increased by 30%, and the life recovery rate of the Zerg in the area slightly improved. The last item is to unlock advanced building permits, but this requires corresponding blueprints or mutated genes. There are no flying dragon towers, no thunder beast caves, and no godlike technology that allows basic units to mutate on the spot. It took 100,000 crystal ore, 50,000 gas, and 500,000 biomass to upgrade to a second-tier university, and the core improvement was just 4 words: increase production capacity. Su Xiao reluctantly closed the panel, but still poured all the resources into the larvae hatching queue. After all, the larvae production has increased fivefold, which means that as long as resources are available, his troop production speed will reach an absurd level. If 1,000 die on the front lines, 10,000 can be replaced in a minute from the rear. This is the true blood and flesh assembly line. He stretched his stiff muscles and counted the time in his mind. The protection mechanism after the upgrade of the second-tier college was about to end. The upgrade of one book brought thousands of second-tier mutant dogs, so the second book trial will definitely not be easy. Sure enough, the gray-yellow mist suddenly churned, and the smell of gas in the air was completely overwhelmed by the strong, fishy stench. A synthesized mechanical voice rang directly in Su Xiao's mind. Warning! Lord Su Xiao of Zone 114514 has officially begun the Tier 2 base trial. A record of the Lord having completed a trial at a higher level has been detected. The current trial difficulty has been adaptively increased. Anchoring in the interdimensional rift, abyssal aberration variant deployed. The next moment, the mist at the edge of the territory was torn open with more than a dozen cracks, and a large number of dark figures squeezed out with the sound of sludge rubbing together. Standing on the slope in front of the insect nest, Su Xiao looked at it, and saw that it was not a normal creature at all, but a bunch of twisted flesh, tentacles and dense eyeballs. Some monsters wriggled using suckers on their bellies, while others used bone spikes to support their bloated bodies, their entire surfaces covered in reflective, pale bone armor. Black pus continuously oozed from the gaps in the bone armor, and with each step, the ground was corroded into deep pits. The information provided by the detection panel made Su Xiao raise an eyebrow. Abyssal Corrupted Armored Beast, Tier 3, Level 2, Purple Elite. Characteristics: extremely effective heavy armor, grants 60% immunity to physical cutting and piercing damage, abyssal flesh, rapidly regenerates after being wounded, and possesses extremely high resistance to low-level elemental magic. A full 3,000, all of them Tier 3 heavy armor units. Such a lineup would be enough to make most lords turn tail and run for their lives. Springer bugs rely on their claws and mandibles for damage, but when they encounter these iron turtles, they probably can't even break through their bone armor even if they bite their teeth off. Clearly, the trial was specifically designed to counter the Zerg's strength in low-cost swarms, aiming to crush Su Xiao's territory with a heavily armored, impenetrable defense. An iron turtle with self-healing, how utterly absurd! Su Xiao laughed instead of getting angry. A novice encountering this monster is truly hopeless, but he happens to have a group of guys under his command who specialize in dealing with heavily armored opponents. Listen, have the 20,000 jumping insects spread out to both sides, making a path in the middle. Without wasting words, Ling's dark purple eyes flickered with psionic energy, and the command from the master's mind was instantly transmitted to the front lines. The purple-red worm sea immediately parted to the sides, revealing a passage tens of meters wide, at the end of which was the acidic lake of catalytic mutation. On the lakeshore, 1,500 venomous insects with translucent bellies were circling around, their sacs filled with high-pressure acid that hissed as if boiling. This batch of poisonous insects was Su Xiao's fortune, built up using 100,000 crystal ores and a huge amount of gas. All bandlings, charge in a straight line and engage the enemy at will. As soon as the order was given, 1,500 green poisonous insects retracted their limbs and rolled wildly on the ground with their round, acidic bellies. There were so many of them that they jostled each other as they charged, and some even rolled onto the backs of their companions, piling up as they charged forward. They don't know how to move, nor do they feel fear. Their eyes are only on the enemies marked by the Overlord. The armored beast also spotted them. The leader of the monsters hissed, plunging its bone spikes into the soil and adjusting the angle of its bone armor to meet the attack. Relying on their heavy armor and large size, they planned to crush these green balls into a pulp. The moment the first row of armored beasts collided with the Baneling bugs, the Baneling bug sacs ruptured, but this was not an ordinary explosion. It was a terrifying acid dissolution. The Baneling's self-destruction inflicts 8 yards of corrosive damage equal to its own health, with double the damage against heavily armored units. The pale bone armor could withstand spears and magic, but it couldn't stop this real acid. High-pressure acid sprayed onto the shield-bearing beast, instantly sending plumes of white smoke billowing into the sky. The bone armor was burned through, and the rotting flesh in the abyss below was melted into foul-smelling black water. The self-healing speed could not keep up with the speed of the acid dissolving it. A level 3 heavily armored monster couldn't even last 3 seconds before vanishing into nothingness. Then, a green wave of 1,500 spectral beasts crashed into the shield-bearer array. Acid splashed onto the rear, burning large holes, and the subsequent poisonous insects crawled into the enemy ranks through the gaps, only to disintegrate one after another. There was no clash of swords on the battlefield, only the chilling sound of corrosion. The shield-bearer's proud ironclad defenses were easily torn to shreds by the strong acid attack tactics. The area within a kilometer radius was transformed into a swamp of acidic water emitting toxic fumes, and the moisture in the air was evaporated into a corrosive green fog. The battle ended extremely quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the 3,000 Tier 3 purple heavy armor monsters were completely wiped out before they even touched the edge of the insect hive. All that remained on the ground were craters of black water and fragments of bone that hadn't completely dissolved. Su Xiao brushed the dust off his trousers, too lazy to even glance at the tactical panel. This kind of one-sided firepower coverage offers absolutely no sense of micromanagement enjoyment. Before the fog could gather, the Heavenly Tao's warning sounded immediately. Battle settled. The cross-level defense assessment was successful. Damage level, 0%. Lord Su Xiao, final battle rating, SSS. World's bounty distributed, 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 units each of wood, stone, and iron ore. Bonus special reward, 1 blue excellent hero recruitment order. 2 streaks of light landed at Su Xiao's feet, revealing a bag of gold coins and a token gleaming with a faint blue light. Ordinary resources were no longer of concern to Su Xiao, but the hero recruitment order was an extremely rare and valuable item at this stage. Heroes can not only command troops in battle, but also provide aura bonuses, making them an important standard for measuring the strength of a territory. Su Xiao held the cold token, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Some good stuff has arrived. He was worried that his territory only had one hero, and that he would be drained dry sooner or later. This was like a pillow sent to a sleepy man. He doesn't care whether the people he recruits are men or women, old or young, as long as they can work and share the territorial affairs, he'll accept them even if they're 8-legged orcs. Just as Su Xiao was about to start the recruitment, an extremely suppressed psionic energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his side. The temperature around them plummeted, and even the veins of the fungal carpet on the ground seemed to contract abruptly as if startled. Su Xiao turned her head to look. Ling, who had been standing quietly half a step away, was staring intently at the blue token in his hand. Dangerous lightning crackled across the dark purple armor, and those eyes that usually looked at him with gentle warmth now held only undisguised killing intent. The edge of the territory had been washed with strong acid, and the smell of burning had not yet dissipated. The blue recruitment order in Su Xiao's hand was gleaming faintly. He didn't even bother checking his attributes, because the chilling aura around him was creeping up his back. Ling's barbed tail lashed out in midair, and his dark purple armor emitted sharp psionic vibrations. Ling, who usually doted on him, was now staring intently at the recruitment notice instead of at the enemy. It was obvious that she was possessive of her food. After a whole night and half a day of intense exertion, Ling Zhao was treating Su Xiao as her personal high-level supply. Now Su Xiao actually wants to summon a new hero to take away her favor, which, in Ling's view, is even more serious than destroying the insect hive. Just as Su Xiao was thinking about how to comfort her, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. The blue recruitment order, exposed to high concentrations of Zerg psionic energy, and the almost materialized jealousy, could not withstand the contamination. The once clear blue card surface quickly swelled into a ghastly green tumor, and even the system notification sound became shrill and noisy. Mind corrupted by a high-level master nest. The target item's underlying code is being overwritten. The blue hero recruitment order has mutated into a corrupted special hero recruitment order, exclusive to the Zerg. Su Xiao looked at the iron plate in her hand, which had turned into a grotesque lump of flesh oozing acid and twitching, and her face instantly darkened. The so-called ironclad laws of nature are full of loopholes when faced with the unreasonable interstellar rogues like the Zerg. Stop discharging it. This thing is now considered an insect. Adding more people just means adding more chopsticks. Su Xiao touched the tip of Ling's taut tail, then threw the piece of meat onto the fungal carpet in front of her. The moment the chunk of flesh touched the ground, the massive Tier 2 insect hive resonated, and the underground nutrient pipeline network burst forth from the earth. Massive amounts of biomass and high-energy gas were frantically injected into the meat chunks, which in the blink of an eye condensed into a 3-meter-tall cocoon of flesh covered with dark red blood vessels. With a piercing tearing sound, the fleshy cocoon was brutally ripped open from the inside, and a large amount of bloody green liquid was splashed all over the ground. A petite figure stumbled out of the membrane. With messy green hair and a height of just over 1.5 meters, his body was barely covered by a few pieces of biological carapace. Her face was blank, as if she had just woken up, and she showed no interest in anything around her. But behind this green-haired little girl, four huge insect limbs covered with hard spikes and sharp as spears stretched out. The more Su Xiao looked at her, the more familiar she seemed, so she immediately pulled out the detection panel. Name, Abathur. Level 1. Quality, color. Affection, 100 currently sleepy. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 9, Constitution 14, Spirit 42. Skills, Venomous Nest, Venomous Symbiosis, Endless Evolution, Ultimate Evolution. Upon seeing the name, Su Xiao almost threw up her lunch. Abathur? That Zerg evolution master who once occupied the evolution chamber, and whose mouth was full of the essence of evolution. That cold-blooded stitched monster that looked like a skinned giant worm and was dripping with acid has actually turned into a green-haired little girl. Su Xiao simultaneously conjured up images of Abathur from the game and the little girl in front of him, the stark contrast sending chills down his spine. Moreover, the territory now has 2 colored heroes, and Ling's upgrade method is already deadly enough. If Abathur is added, his small body probably won't last more than a few days. Don't move yet. Su Xiao pointed at her, trying to appear calm. Can you switch back to the Zerg's most original form? Abathur nodded expressionlessly, his 4 limbs supporting him on the ground. Command received. Morphology reversed, carbon-based simulation deactivated, biomass recombination initiated. The next second, a terrifying scene unfolded. The lowly's body melted rapidly like a wax figure, her bones and flesh twisting and swelling, and her thick, dark green carapace piercing her skin. Its short limbs degenerated and deformed, eventually transforming into a fleshy giant belly larger than a car. A few seconds later, a giant, slit-mouthed worm, spewing poisonous mist and with foul-smelling slime dripping from its mouth, settled steadily on the fungal carpet. The 4 appendages were still rhythmically rubbing the ore residue on the ground. Su Xiao froze on the spot. This was the real Abathur from his memory. Watching it on a screen evokes nostalgia, but seeing it wriggle in front of you in person is a true test of your endurance. Stop! Change back immediately! Su Xiao took 2 steps back and hurriedly stopped him. The worm shrank and collapsed again, accompanied by the sound of bones colliding, and the green-haired little girl obediently stood back in her original position. However, the look in her eyes when she looked at Su Xiao revealed a hint of inquisitiveness, as if she wanted to use a living person as experimental material. On the contrary, Ling dispelled all hostility from the moment Abathur appeared, and even took the initiative to approach her, looking at her with great interest. There is a special bond of kinship among the top Zerg creations, which makes Ling instinctively close to Abathur. She even tacitly allowed this newcomer to approach her exclusive high-level supply station, Su Xiao. Su Xiao was still planning to find a place to settle Abathur so that she could focus on her evolutionary research. Suddenly, Abathur moved. She had barely taken 2 steps with her short legs when her 4 appendages suddenly exerted force, leaving a green afterimage in their wake. In just 2 seconds, she had rushed to Su Xiao's side. The dominant gene sequence is variable, the body structure is fragile, and the evolutionary efficiency is low, so live sampling is required. Su Xiao's mind went blank for a moment, and she quickly waved her hand. Wait, isn't sampling just drawing blood or hair? I can't do it without anesthesia. Before he could finish speaking, four spiky appendages shot out simultaneously. 2 straps gripped his shoulder blades tightly, while another 2 wrapped around his ankles and the backs of his knees, giving Su Xiao no chance to react. With a thud, he was slammed hard onto the fungal carpet. The dark purple fungal carpet cushioned the impact, but it could be locked in place by the 4 appendages like hydraulic clamps, making the humiliation far more intense than the pain. You little brat, let go right now! What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Su Xiao struggled desperately, but she couldn't shake the power suppression of the colorful hero at all. Abathur's expressionless little face drew closer, but his empty eyes burned with a fervent passion for genetic research. The routine reproductive efficiency is dispersed, and the live animal quarantine process is initiated. Direct stripping is required, and verification begins. As soon as the cold words fell, she reached out and grabbed Su Xiao's waistband. Instead of protecting him, Ling beside him spawned several fungal tumors that spewed out a dense mist of dark purple spores. With her surroundings completely blocked, she even sat cross-legged, adopting a serious learning posture as she observed advanced technology. The green-haired Abathur didn't take Su Xiao's protest seriously at all. 4 armored appendages precisely locked his hand and foot joints, the hydraulic force pressing down on him so that he could not break free. Abathur clearly treated this as a rigorous genetic experiment, without any unnecessary words, relying solely on his racial talent to forcibly complete the sampling. The dark purple spore mist emitted by the fungal tumor separated the surrounding area, forming a natural barrier. Ling sat cross-legged on the edge of the mist, resting her chin on her hand and watching intently, like a student studying diligently. As a fellow high-ranking Zerg unit, she naturally knew what Abathur was doing. What bothered her even more was that the way this new colleague was operating was completely beyond her comprehension. Especially the 4 flexible and powerful appendages, whose tactical variations allowed Ling to make him secretly marvel. She touched the lone, bony tail behind her and felt for the first time that her genetic makeup seemed incomplete. Not long after, the sampling was finally completed. Su Xiao lay sprawled on the elastic, fleshy fungal carpet, her clothes disheveled, her eyes vacant as she stared upwards, radiating an aura of utter despair. Abathur lay obediently on his chest, his green hair brushing against his collarbone, and calmly reported. Body fluid circulation has stopped, and the sampling data has been verified as correct. The underlying gene bank has been successfully connected, the master sequence is of high quality, and the experiment is a success. Su Xiao gritted his teeth. So all the suffering he just endured was because this guy had used him as a test subject. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Ling, who was still observing and summarizing beside him. His anger surged instantly. Where's your usual knife? Where's your ruthless, heartless nature? I'm being tortured by this guy, and you're just standing there watching? You have no shame, but I do. Ling stood up unhurriedly, brushed the dust off her clothes, and her dark purple eyes were full of self-righteousness. Master, you can't blame me for this. If I had intervened just now, the 2 high-level force fields would have clashed head-on, and you probably wouldn't even have been able to leave behind a whole corpse. She walked to Su Xiao's side, lightly touched the fungal carpet with the tip of her boot, and smiled innocently. Besides, if I really do drive Abathur out of the spore mist, you'll blame me for not doing things the usual way afterward. Being this head steward is really difficult. Su Xiao was so angry she couldn't speak. These Zerg people could somehow turn black into white. At that moment, Abathur suddenly stared at his pale lips, and his mechanical voice rang out again. Detection complete. Carbon-based body function is in critical condition, energy reserves are nearing the red line. She turned to look at Ling and asked earnestly, how does a high-level isotope quickly activate the body's repair mechanism? With her arms crossed, Ling's smile instantly turned malicious. Simple. He can't withstand the energy drain from high-level sampling and needs to be replenished with a high-concentration nutrient solution. You just condensed the high-level original solution, so just feed it to him directly. Abathur nodded in confirmation. The theory holds true, and the operation is feasible. Before Su Xiao could react, Abathur had already restrained his movements and forcibly poured the high-grade elixir into his mouth. The rich aroma instantly melts in your mouth. Unlike the cloyingly sweet vanilla flavor of other brands, this one is a concentrated mango flavor with a slightly sour and sweet note. Su Xiao initially tried to resist, but after a few sips of the original liquid, the dehydrated cells in her body immediately began to absorb and replenish it frantically. The weakness from lower back pain was quickly dispelled, and a surge of power welled up in my limbs and bones. By the time Abathur stopped, Su Xiao had almost fully recovered. Functional recovery, efficient nutrient delivery, and record archiving. The farce finally came to an end. Su Xiao climbed up from the fungal carpet, becoming energetic again. Ling walked a distance away to pick up his clothes and put them on him one by one naturally, even carefully smoothing out his collar. But when she got close to his ear, she delivered another blow. Don't relax, Overlord. Abathur only did routine sampling. My schedule for tonight is still empty. Su Zhao's legs went weak, and she took half a step back. She had only one thought in her mind: she would die at the hands of these two insect queens sooner or later. After getting dressed, he patted his face, forcibly pulling his thoughts back to the important matter at hand. No matter how tragic the process, the outcome was ultimately good. With a powerful general joining the family, he now held even greater initiative in the game of the battlefield of all races. Su Xiao walked up to Abathur and looked down at the newly added Zerg unit. Stop reporting those data. I'm asking you, did you get all the genetic data I asked for earlier? Abathur raised his head, his four appendages waving in the air behind him. The Overlord sequence is perfectly integrated into the network, and the blocking lock is released. Su Zhao's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Then can the evolution chamber be built? This is the real highlight. Without the evolution chamber, Zerg units will forever remain at the low-level melee stage of biting and charging. Abathur's core value lies in the research building that drives the Zerg's evolution. The materials are ready, the base's second to access is open, and the evolution chamber can be constructed at any time. Abathur gave an affirmative answer. The inability to activate building permissions previously was due to the underlying rules of the battlefield of all races, which added a genetic lock to these super-powerful heroes. Obtaining the Dominator's gene sequence is equivalent to bypassing the system firewall and forcibly unlocking the restrictions. This trade of exchanging technology for cost ultimately turned out to be a huge profit. Su Xiao was overjoyed and pointed to the empty space next to her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start working right here. In the system interface, the locked Zerg Tier 2 building sequence has finally been unlocked. The previously grayed out evolution chamber icon is now flashing with a dazzling light. Su Xiao tapped the void, and the command spread along the underground fungal carpet network. Beside the slag heap, a worker bee that was feeding immediately stopped, shook off the dust from its segments, and hurried over. Upon receiving the will of the sovereign, it did not hesitate to bulge its abdomen and spray a mouthful of strong acid onto itself. The keratinous scales melted rapidly, and the flesh and blood frantically reorganized, eventually turning into a dark purple tumor that took root in the center of the territory. Thick nutrient tubes broke through the soil and tightly wrapped around the tumor. A massive amount of crystal ore and high-energy gas were injected into it, and 10 minutes later, the surface of the fleshy cocoon dried up and cracked. The enormous internal structure broke free of its restraints, revealing a bizarrely shaped biological building. It resembles a giant kidney turned upside down, with green acidic mist constantly spewing out from its vents. Dark purple blood vessels covered the outer wall, and each pulsation exuded an astonishing sense of biological pressure. This is the core of the swarm technology leap, the evolution chamber. Abathur walked straight to the edge of the evolution chamber without even saying hello. Four mantis-like appendages suddenly shot out from her back, piercing precisely into the exposed nerve ganglia. The green-haired little girl closed her eyes and fell into a strange state of hibernation. Immediately afterwards, her emotionless, mechanical voice rang out from the main hive channel. The dominant gene sequence has been loaded into the database, and the initial mutation process has been unlocked. To ensure the purity of biomass recombination, gene sequence collection needs to be carried out 3 times a day, which is personally carried out by Abathur. Xiao had just found a rock to sit on when she heard this and immediately slid to the ground. 3 times a day? Even the donkeys in the production team couldn't handle that frequency. But upon hearing the second half of the sentence, he suddenly realized what was happening. It turns out that the so-called gene collection was entirely for scientific research, to overcome the limitations of the system. Abathur was actually conducting a rigorous experiment when he had just experienced that incredibly embarrassing sampling session. This little girl had no worldly thoughts, she simply regarded Xiao as a high-level gene in vitro. It turns out that the clown was himself. With this confidence, Lord Su straightened his back and brushed the mineral dust off his buttocks. He looked at Ling, who was sitting by the fungal carpet and examining the evolution chamber, and immediately started mocking her. Did you hear that? That's called scientific research spirit, dedicating oneself to the revival of the Zerg swarm. Unlike some insect queens, who are only thinking about eating alone and rely on their high attributes to treat me, the overlord, as a high-level power bank. And what's with all this talk about drawing energy from the Earth's veins? Hypocritical! Ling slowly rose to her feet, her dark purple bioarmor gleaming with a dangerous light. Instead of refuting her, she strode over to Xiao. The long, bony tail wrapped around his calf and deliberately rubbed against it. The Lord's lesson is correct. Abathur is in charge of scientific research, and as the chief steward, Ling is naturally responsible for the Lord's physical and mental well-being. A clear division of labor is essential for long-term stability. As long as the ruler is happy, he can punish Ling however he wants at night. This move, a feint of retreat, almost caused Xiao to lose her composure on the spot. He kicked away the restless tail with disgust and quickly changed the subject. With business at hand, he brought up the territory resource panel. After half a day of frantic expansion, the banlings had almost completely depleted the resources within a 10-kilometer radius of the Black Forest. With the addition of the remains of 3,000 Tier 3 shield beasts, resources surged. Crystal mineral reserves, 521,400. High-energy gas, 108,641. Biomass, 1350234. It was only the afternoon of the second day when they arrived at the battlefield of all races, and others were still fighting desperately for wood and stones. Xiao, however, has already skipped the era of cold weapons and embarked on the path of industrialized blood and flesh plunder. But even though over 1 million biomass units seemed daunting, it still wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps when the entire army was truly mutated. The evolution chamber has been built, and every subsequent gene enhancement is a bottomless pit that devours resources. Xiao looked up at the ever-present gray-yellow mist outside the fungal carpet. The land of fools is not only rich in resources, but also has no shortage of high-ranking natives who come to it willingly. Ling, put away your little schemes and get to work. With a single command, Xiao instantly switched back to battlefield commander mode. The second stage hatchery is operating at full power, bursting with jumping insects at full speed. If 10 squads aren't enough, then 20. If 20 aren't enough, then 50. Clear out the fog for the surrounding dozens of kilometers. As long as they're still breathing, crush them all and drag them back. I need more biomass. The command was instantly issued through the main hive's mind, and the second-tier fleshy insect hive emitted a low hum. The underground transport network is operating at full capacity, producing 150 larvae per minute. Large numbers of larvae pupate on the dark purple fungal carpet, and are then enveloped in acid to form fleshy cocoons. The thousands of leaping insects waiting on the perimeter received the coordinates, and let out sharp hissing. The dark red carapaces converged into an oppressive red torrent, rushing straight into the perilous fog. They don't need to be arrayed, nor do they need slogans. The 6 legs churned up the soil, Birds vanished along the way, beasts perished, and all living things became fuel for the swarm. Su Xiao stood on the high slope, watching this irrational meat grinder of war relentlessly advance outwards. There is less than half a day left until the heavenly Tao settles the ranking of all heroes' combat power across the entire region. Those young masters from powerful families who relied on their blue and purple hero tokens were already celebrating their victory in the chat lobby. They had no idea that two legendary figures, capable of overturning the beginner's area, already resided in this F-level death zone. Meanwhile, one of the mythical beings is currently gaining experience points at lightning speed through an extremely bizarre physical means. The next morning, the fleshy membrane passage of the second stage incubator slowly opened, and Su Xiao, supported by the thick nutrient tube, walked out unsteadily. His knees kept twitching, and with every step he took, every joint in his body seemed to be protesting. Behind her, Ling walked lightly, her dark purple bioarmor swirling with psionic energy, her beautiful face filled with contentment, even her long, bony tail swaying obediently. It was crystal clear who the landlords were and who the farmhands were. Su Xiao found a blue stone, slumped down, drank some mineral water, and then brought up the tactics panel, entering the public channel of Region 114514. With only a short time left before the hero power rankings are finalized, the entire region is going completely crazy over the rankings. The homepage features a big betting platform, where several individual players have started a betting game, placing bets on who will win the top 3 spots. The player with the lowest odds is Ing Fusu, whose SSS-level territory status speaks for itself, and the betting funds have already ballooned to astronomical figures. Following them are Yi Qinghan, Qin Hao, and even Lin Yanxin, who possesses the divinely bestowed oasis, has secured a place in the top 10. Su Xiao flipped through 5 full pages, but didn't see his own name as the first kill winner. The comments below were even more chaotic. Su Qin mocked him for simply exploiting a system loophole, while Qin Hao said that luck is ultimately just luck, and a hero's growth depends on massive resources. The two still enjoy making their presence felt in the channel. Su Xiao immediately closed the chat window. What's the point of empty fame compared to real money? Once the rankings are announced at noon, these scions of powerful families will have their moment to break down. The daily shop, refreshed at midnight, is what he's more concerned about now. He dragged his aching body toward the corrupted daily mall on the edge of the territory. This place resembles a giant, upside-down tumor, with a dozen tentacles bearing eyeballs sweeping through the air, and the entrance is an esophagus filled with fangs. Upon entering, 5 new items were displayed on the mushy meat counter: a goblin shield, a murky low-level stamina potion, a low-quality dwarf forging hammer blueprint, orc foot skin, and a dual token. Looking at the stinking mass of skin feet, Su Xiao barely managed to refrain from cursing. The promised increased drop rate for Zerg-exclusive items was clearly just playing dead again. The only valuable thing in this pile of junk is the dual token. It can force a lord in the same region to duel, and if the opponent refuses, a large amount of resources will be deducted from their account. This item is priced at 2,000 gold coins, perfect for settling personal scores. Without hesitation, Su Xiao bought the dual token and then casually packed up and cleared out the other 4 pieces of junk. After leaving the mall, he arrived at the evolution chamber in the center of the territory. Beneath the enormous, fleshy sea urchin-like structure, Abathur was crouching on the fungal carpet, his back to him, fiddling with a pile of dark red bone fragments. His 4 mantis-like appendages continuously cut, pieced together, and then dissolved and reassembled the bone fragments. Hearing the noise, Abathur, who was wearing the skin of a green-haired lowly, turned his head and reported in a mechanical voice. Comparison of the Overlord's underlying gene pool is complete. The genetic sequences of the level 1 carapace hardening and level 1 claw sharpness of ground melee units have been analyzed, and the system's physical limits have been forcibly broken. Su Zhao's spirits immediately lifted. As a veteran StarCraft player, he knew all too well what offensive and defensive technologies meant for the Zerg swarm. Once Abathur's tech tree is fully developed, even ordinary Zerglings can tear apart heavily armored units. Abathur's research capabilities are probably unmatched on the entire planet. Well done! Equip the entire army with this immediately, Su Xiao ordered. Abathur stared at him, her eyes burning with pure scientific fervor. She said that the newborn genome was unstable and required a high concentration of dominant sequences for solidification and recombination. The normal process is too slow and not conducive to mass production of troops. The most direct extraction method is the most efficient. Hearing these words from Abathur's innocent face, Xiao felt a chill run down her spine and quickly took 2 steps back. He had just come from the hatchery, and the production team's donkeys should also take a break. Before he could finish speaking, 4 thick appendages with barbs suddenly shot out, instantly locking his limb joints. The power of the colored heroes is simply unreasonable. Xiao's meager agility makes even struggling a luxury. Abathur directly announced that the quarantine process would be skipped and the extraction phase would begin, requiring the Overmind to cooperate with scientific research. Beside her, Ling skillfully cultivated a fungal carpet tumor, and a dark purple spore mist quickly enveloped the surroundings. She even took out a soft mat and laid it on the ground, looking as if she was ready to give on-site guidance. The protests were completely ineffective. The dignity of dominance is worthless in the face of scientific research. Half an hour later, the spore fog finally dissipated. Xiao stared blankly at the sky, his legs feeling as if they had no bones. The high-level nutrient solution had kept his physical strength afloat, but the mental exhaustion was indescribable. Abathur's appendages rapidly entered the data, then announced that the Overlord sequence was of excellent purity, the genetic chain was solidified, and all ground units began to be reshaped. Outside the territory, thousands of Zerglings and more than 2,000 venomous blast bugs simultaneously emitted sounds like bones shattering. Large patches of old skin peeled off them, revealing newly formed dark red carapaces covered with thick, semi-metallic bone plates. The springtail's forelimbs also extended by a third, their edges gleaming with a cold, eerie blue serration. Xiao struggled to sit up, opened the tactics panel, and finally broke through the shackles that had previously prevented him from reaching the first tier level 10 troop level. All the Zerglings have advanced to tier 2, tier 1, and their rapid charge has been upgraded. Their bite claw strike now also has armor-piercing and bleeding effects. The entire Zerg army thus completed its ascension. This rate of evolution, which completely defies the balance of the battlefield of all races, is enough to drive any lord to despair. Those roaming wild monsters on the outskirts are now not even qualified to cause trouble for the insect swarm. However, even beyond the edge of the fungal carpet, dozens of kilometers away, the area was still shrouded in a gray-yellow fog of war. No matter how fast a Zergling runs, without radar and high-altitude reconnaissance, its exploration efficiency is still very low. Once it runs into an encirclement of high-level monsters, it can only risk its life to fill the gap. Xiao stroked his chin. The territory was rich in biomass and crystal minerals, and it was time to take control of the high ground in the sky. He brought up the building panel and found the long-treasured blueprint in the special unit sequence. King Insect Hatching Permit. Originally, this thing was just a large balloon used to increase the population cap, but the Zerg don't have a population cap. For Xiao, it was the perfect hovering reconnaissance aircraft. The command was transmitted through the main hive's mind, and the massive second-tier hive began to writhe violently. Dozens of plump larvae crawled onto the open ground, their bellies quickly swelling and transforming into several huge, dark purple cocoons. Each queen insect requires 100 crystal ore and 1,200 biomass, which is quite a lot, but Xiao doesn't care at all. A few minutes later, the cocoon burst open, and high-energy gas gushed out. 5 giant insects, each the size of a small airship and covered with thick tentacles, slowly floated up from the slime. They have no wings and rely entirely on special sacs to inflate, allowing them to float tens of meters in the air. Several pairs of huge compound eyes kept rotating, transmitting a 360-degree field of vision back to Xiao's tactical sand table in real time. Xiao looked at Ling and gave the order. Release these balloons to serve as navigation eyes for the spring bug formation. Chapter 26. The Overlord is starving, the Abyss's hostility. These enormous, fleshy balloons not only have bizarre appearances, but their brain capacity is actually quite large. They possess the basic intelligent nodes of the swarm's main hive network, enabling them not only to fully understand the Overlord's intentions but also to operate as regional command towers. 5 queen beetles dragged their thick antennae, and the cysts on their abdomens swelled and contracted rhythmically. Without the noise of flapping wings, they began to climb straight upwards, aided by the buoyancy of the high-pressure gas inside their bodies. Piercing through the gray-yellow fog of war, it ascended all the way up until it hovered in the troposphere, nearly 10,000 meters above the ground. Here, the entire terrain outline of District 114514 is laid bare before the enormous compound eyes of the Oma. A high-definition 360-degree panoramic view was projected into Su Xiao's tactical sandbox in real time via the psionic link. This bioradar even comes with basic micromanagement permissions. The King Worm can directly adjust the marching route of the thousands of Zerglings below based on the terrain and the distribution of wild monsters, guiding them to avoid the meat grinder of high-level monsters and specifically target the weak. Only when they encounter a difficult problem that they cannot determine will these balloons send data back to Su Xiao for a decision. Su Xiao raised her hands and stretched thoroughly, her back joints making a series of popping sounds. The physical and mental exhaustion he had been under recently nearly caused his body, which was just over 18 years old, to fall apart. With military power delegated to other regions, he and Ling were finally able to enter a relaxed mode of idling and watching the show. Before I could even relax for 2 minutes, my digestive system decided to give up. The gurgling protests were quite jarring in front of the silent base. We need to get something to eat. Su Xiao opened the storage compartment. The family bucket meal that Blue Star brought was completely devoured last night. Now, besides the hard, solid wood spirit cores and various material blueprints, there's not a single piece of edible carbohydrate in the inventory. His gaze shifted downwards, fixed on the dark purple fungal carpet on the ground, which was even thicker than a high-end carpet. This thing contains high-purity nutrient solution from the Earth's veins, which should be considered an excellent supplement. The moment the thought crossed my mind, the physiological aversion to foreign biological membranes caused a churning sensation in my stomach, with stomach acid surging upwards. Imagine making a carbon-based human lie on the ground and gnaw on that constantly wriggling flesh? That vision was far too avant-garde. It would never be considered unless we were completely out of ammunition and supplies. Money makes the world go round. At worst, we can just buy it from the trading house. With plenty of resources at our disposal, why worry about not being able to afford 4 dishes and a soup? Open the regional trading panel. The hall was filled with rows of impoverished trades, all involving exchanging stones for timber and animal hides for fresh water. He typed "food" into the search bar in the upper right corner of the page and clicked confirm. The result was completely clean. Not even a single hairy, rotten tree root was for sale. Su Xiao scratched her head, and the scene became awkward for a moment. Upon closer examination, this perfectly aligns with the underlying logic of the initial zone of the battlefield of 10,000 races. In the first 2 days, all 100,000 people were out there fighting for territory with those man-eating monsters. There wasn't even enough food for their own territories, so who would be foolish enough to list their game on the exchange? What's even more crucial is that Su Xiao's account has no shortage of crystal, ore and high-energy gas. This thing is a lifeline in StarCraft. But to these novice lords on Earth who are just learning how to start a fire, it's nothing but worthless shards of glass and a fart. If you try to exchange 1,000,000 units of crystal or for a steamed bun, people will only give you a disdainful middle finger and call you crazy. In the early stages, everyone hadn't even figured out how to build wooden houses, so what use were these high-level resources? The remaining food is only enough to last until today. If he can't find normal food tomorrow, he, the 4th Calamity Overlord who is famous throughout the region, will become the first oddball in the history of the battlefield of all races to survive by eating soft rice and gnawing on the ground. Listen, allocate resources to the hatchery and mass-produce jumping bugs. Su Xiao tapped the edge of the control panel with his knuckles, issuing a direct and decisive order. Send out all the insect swarms and focus on searching areas covered with green vegetation. Fruit trees, crops, and if all else fails, catch a few low-level wild beasts that look like carbon-based creatures to roast and eat. If we can't get any more carbohydrates, your lord will die. Ling chuckled softly, her dark purple eyes curving into beautiful crescents, and immediately entered the master's mind to assign tasks. For her, the health of the ruler is the most important thing, and she will dig up anything edible, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Under the same sky, our gaze stretches outwards for thousands of kilometers. In the heart of the divinely bestowed ice plains, where blizzards rage, temperatures remain consistently below -40 degrees Celsius. On this extremely harsh terrain stands a colossal second-order structure constructed from interwoven pure white ice crystals and dark gold metal. This is the standard configuration for an SSS-level territory. Not only are the defensive facilities complete, but even the frost turrets on the city walls exude a captivating, eerie blue glow. The throne room was warm and cozy. Yi Qinghan, dressed in a slightly loose human silk robe, leaned lazily against a soft couch inlaid with polar frost bear skin. That face, which always wore a perfect, aloof mask, now had a touch of wildness and cunning. Her long, slender, fair legs were crossed, and her delicate fingers were casually playing with a second-tier magic core that exuded a chilling aura. Less than 48 hours after the arrival of this Abyss Queen Reserve Force, she not only naturally elevated her base to the second tier, but also wiped out all the polar native creatures within 100 miles of her command. She turned her head and looked at the figure standing in front of the steps below. She was a tall woman who was nearly 1.9 meters tall. Clad in heavy black painted armor, with 2 pairs of tattered dark red bat wings folded behind him, he held a giant scythe taller than a man in his hand. Even if you just stand there doing nothing, the surrounding space is cut open by the tangible sense of oppression, creating visible cracks. This is Ira, the companion hero. Ira, the Heavenly Tao's hero power ranking will be settled at noon. Yi Qinghan casually tossed the magic core in his hand into the air, then caught it steadily, his voice lazy yet filled with undisguised ambition. Those hothouse flowers in the district are always spouting nonsense in the channel. The 2 good-for-nothings from the Su and Qin families are nothing to worry about, but that guy from the Ying family who got an SSS-level talent is worth a look. Are you confident you can take the top spot from me? Ira slammed one knee heavily onto the ice crystal floor, sending shards flying everywhere. She didn't look up, her tone as harsh as steel striking steel. Your Highness is overthinking it. I am a 15th Order commander of the Abyss who has descended to a lower order. Although I am bound by the laws of this world, I have been stripped of most of my original essence and have fallen 1 order. But the fighting instincts and combat intuition flowing within this body are far superior to those inferior creations randomly generated by the system. If the mere trial list cannot bring you the crown, Ira is willing to shatter her own crystal core as an apology. This is not arrogance. A ruthless character who fought his way out of the deepest arena, he rose to the rank of commander by eating corpses and slaughtering his own kind. This kind of real, hard-won experience is an insurmountable chasm between those greenhorn heroes who are just starting out. Combat power ratings calculate not only panel data, but also actual combat potential. For a monster like Ira, who crawled out of hell, the system will only push its potential values to their limit. Yi Qinghan waved his hand with satisfaction, signaling her to get up. This loyal dog trait has been cultivated since it was a puppy, and it's indeed very easy to use. She stood up, walked to the large French windows, and gazed at the swirling snow outside. For some reason, the name Su Xiao from yesterday flashed through my mind. First kill in the entire region. He was the first to get the purple map, and he didn't even blink when faced with the price he was offered. What's even more infuriating is that this guy even dares to leave my friend request hanging. This is definitely not something a loser who randomly gets an F-level territory, and can only hide in a corner and eat grass could do. His nonchalant manner of speaking and his composed handling of situations exuded an eerie confidence. Su Xiao. Yi Qinghan traced the 2 words on the frosted glass with her fair fingers, then wiped them away fiercely with her palm. The first rule of survival in the Abyss: never underestimate those who seem to be outside the rules. She had a strong intuition that this guy was far more dangerous than those scions of noble families who were supported by their families. If it's not nipped in the bud, this spark from who knows where will eventually ignite a wildfire and ruin my grand plan to overthrow that old, dead father. Send the order to the Ice Shadow Scouts at the front to shift the exploration area to the southwest. A layer of frost settled over Yi Qinghun's eyes, and he abandoned his nonchalant demeanor. Find the human territory of that Su Xiao. Once discovered, without asking for instructions, locate the coordinates directly and mobilize the Abyss airborne troops to level that area. Physically eliminating potential threats is in line with the way Abyss King Blood operates. Time slipped toward noon amid the methodical massacre of soldiers and exploration. Sunlight pierced through the unchanging mist atop the 114514 district, casting a blinding countdown on the retinas of the 100,000 surviving lords across the district. The moment the number jumped to 0, the grand and rigid mechanical voice of the heavenly Tao resounded precisely in everyone's head, without the slightest delay. The Hero's Song trial has concluded. Data verified. Overall ranking has been generated. The leaderboard is now open. The current rankings will be displayed for 10 minutes. Corresponding reward tiers will then be distributed. Chapter 27, Fu Su only 4th? Su Xiao is actually 2nd? As the cold, mechanical voice fell, the public chat channel of Region 114514 exploded instantly, as if a depth charge had been dropped into it. The text scrolled so fast that it created a blinding double image on the virtual screen, making it impossible to read individual messages. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It's coming! Ladies and gentlemen, witness the moment of history. Opening bell! Place your bets now. I'm betting my life savings on young Master Ing to be number 1 and young Master Qin to be number 2. If the wind blows on the rooftop today, brothers, remember to collect my corpses. Stop guessing. Everyone knows how powerful the Ing, Su, and Qin families are. While others are still playing in the mud, they start with high-level blueprints and custom heroes. The top 3 on this list definitely belong to the young masters of these aristocratic families. As everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the grand display of gold lettering for the top 10, the emotionless, mechanical voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly pulled a stunt. Rank 100, Lord Wang Fugui, Hero, Double Axe Minotaur, Green, Overall Combat Power Rating, 45. The chat in the channel froze for a full 2 seconds. Then, a chorus of curses erupted. Are you sick in the head? Tianao, who the hell taught you this fanbaiting tactic? In the historical records of all races in the past, didn't they just slap the first place right in everyone's face? Why are they counting down from the bottom up today? Heavenly Tao, you've learned to pad your time too, haven't you? Despite their complaints, the commoner lords who were barely surviving at the bottom of society were so excited to see their names displayed on the screen that they burst into tears. Being in the top 100 means receiving substantial resource allocation and special treasure chest rewards from the system. The frustration of being chased all over the map by low-level monsters was greatly relieved at this moment. Thanks to my old friend Tianao for the ranking. I've made it into the top 100. This is glorious. Haha. My Tauren made the list. Tauren are awesome. I strongly suggest killing the person upstairs. +1. +2. +10,086. The list scrolled slowly up the screen, line by line. The higher the number, the more eye-catching the quality color of the hero on the list. Green is gradually disappearing, and bright blue fonts are starting to dominate the charts. When the broadcast progressed to the top 10, the heavenly Tao even added a magnificent, somber ancient war drum sound effect in an extremely anthropomorphic way. Thump. 10th place, Lord Lin Yanqin, Hero, Holy Shield Guardian Karinia, Blue, Overall Combat Power Rating, 280. In the heart of the God-given oasis, Lin Yanqin stood beside the newly mined iron ore vein. Her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed, and she let out a long breath, her tense shoulders slumping. To achieve this ranking, she didn't rest for a moment. Leading her 100 or so crusaders, she single-handedly took down 3 tough camps in the surrounding area, even getting her exquisite leather armor stained with the monster's black blood. Her hard work finally paid off, the top 10 reward was enough to put her far ahead of the second tier. A large number of followers immediately flooded the channel with frantic praise. Miss Lin is awesome! This blue-named hero managed to rack up nearly 300 kills. Her micromanagement is amazing. This is real strength. The twin stars of Jiahai City aren't just hype. If you don't like it, keep it to yourself. 6th place, Lord Suchin, hero, Flame Witch Su Linia purple, overall combat power rating, 390. 5th place, Lord Qin Hao, hero, Radiant Knight Garen, purple, overall combat power rating, 450. The two young masters from prominent families then made their appearance, sparking another wave of frenzied flattery on the channel. Suchin himself couldn't wait to jump out on the public screen. Suchin. Ha! You flatter me. I knew it, strength is the only true measure. Where are those clowns who got first kills by exploiting system loopholes? Why isn't my name in the top 5? Could it be that I can't even make it onto the leaderboard? But Su Chen's arrogance didn't last long, and observant people soon noticed that something was wrong. Wait a minute, young Master Su is 6th, and young Master Qin is only 5th. Then who are the 4 ahead of him? This is really complicated. I thought you scions of powerful families would sweep the top 3 spots. Turns out you're just there to make up the numbers. Everyone's appetite was whetted. Immediately afterwards, a line of text with a dark gold border appeared. 4th place, Lord Ingfusu, hero, military strategist Mengya, purple, overall combat power rating, 720. As soon as this line appeared, the entire chat channel went completely silent. Su Chen's half-finished typing got abruptly stopped in the input box. The Qin dynasty's Ing family possessed SSS-level talents and territories, and their starting configuration made them an existence that could dominate the entire history of the human race. His subordinate, military strategist Mengya, was known as a ruthless meat grinder on the battlefield. The result? 4th place? They didn't even make it into the top 3 goalkeeper positions? On a vast plain, Ingfusu, clad in heavy armor, stood with one foot on the corpse of a second-tier 2-headed dragon that had just been killed. Looking at the rankings on his retina, this prodigy didn't get angry. Instead, he stroked his chin with interest. Interesting. District 114514 is truly a place where hidden talents abound. He chuckled, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a worthy opponent. Being able to knock me out of the top 3 makes this trial of 10,000 races less boring at all. The Heavenly Dao broadcast continued, even changing the background sound effects to a high-frequency buzzing sound that sent adrenaline soaring. 3rd place, Lord Yi Qihan, hero, Shadow Scythe King Ira, gold, overall combat power rating, 1150. Golden Legend. The moment those 4 words appeared, the channel exploded. It's only been 2 days since the server opened, and hardly anyone has even warmed up their tier 2 bases yet, and someone has already gotten a gold quality hero. This is already beyond the realm of defying fate. Who is Yi Qihan? Where did this dark horse come from? Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the 2 remaining empty spaces at the top of the screen. 2nd place. 2nd place, Lord Su Xiao, hero, Ling, colored, overall combat power rating, 1800. The moment the numbers appeared, all 100,000 people in the district were instantly frozen in a strange, stunned state. The chat channel, which used to be as fast as a waterfall, is now completely deserted. A combat power rating of 1800? A crushing defeat that would leave even the legendary gold tier characters utterly crushed? What's worse, what kind of weird quality is colorful? In the basic knowledge textbooks of the battlefield of 10,000 races, from the lowest white to the legendary myth, this color was never taught at all. Su Qin and Qin Hao sat in their respective territories, staring at the glaring colored text. They felt as if they had been slapped a dozen times, their cheeks burning with pain, unable to type a single word. Just when everyone thought that the infamous illegitimate son, Su Xiao, would rise to the top with such a precipitous and overwhelming force, the Heavenly Dao stalled. The background sound effects suddenly stopped, and a huge countdown number appeared in the center of everyone's vision, like a mountain pressing down. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 28. Is Su Xiao still number 1? What? Damn it! Heavenly Tao, have some decency. Instead of learning anything good, you insist on learning from those disgusting talent shows on Earth. Announcing the winner and then interrupting with commercials, is that it? Stop counting down. Hurry up and bring up the number 1 so we can die knowing why. Who is it that can outdo this freak with the colorful mythology? Those long 10 seconds repeatedly tested the patience of 100,000 lords. The countdown has reached 0. A blinding golden light pierced through the entire area's tactics panel, and 2 lines of text with colorful flowing light directly dominated the entire screen. First place, Lord Su Xiao, hero, Abathur, colored, overall combat power rating? Dead silence. An absolute silence, 100 times more deathly than before. The entire chat channel was physically frozen for a full minute because of those few lines of text. There were no bullet comments, no shocked emoticons. The minds of 100,000 people collectively crashed at that moment, their CPUs all burned out. The silence was broken by a solitary comment from a random person. Can someone slap me and tell me I'm still dreaming? Is this Heavenly Tao Su Xiao's biological father? This single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The chat flow rate instantly soared to the heavens, impossible for the naked eye to perceive. Holy crap! One person is ranked first and second on the power rankings? 2 mythical heroes of the colored rank? They're insane! They're all insane! You call this the worst F-class territory? Did they dig up the ancestral grave of some supreme god of the universe? It's a rigged scandal. It's absolutely a rigged scandal. I'm reporting this bastard for cheating. Hey you, the one shouting report? Give me a break. Who are you going to report to? Are you going to complain to the Heavenly Tao? I told you long ago that Su Xiao is a scoundrel. Su Qin. Impossible. This is definitely a display error. How could an F-level territory possibly support 2 colored heroes? It's fake. It's all fake. No one paid any more attention to the distraught Su Qin. Everyone had only one crazy thought in their minds. Just what kind of monster is this Su Xiao? At the same time, the heart of the icy plains was blessed by the gods. In the warm, spring-like second-tier base camp, Yi Qinghan, who was originally lounging lazily on the Arctic frost's bearskin couch, could no longer maintain that carefully disguised aloofness and pride. She suddenly stood up straight, her fair fingers turning white at the knuckles. The second-tier magic core she was playing with in her hand was crushed into ice shards with a crack, from the terrifying force of her grip. Deep within those pupils, disguised as pure black, uncontrollably rippled with crimson waves belonging to the abyss, and the temperature around him instantly plummeted to freezing. Colored or 2 colors? Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently. She called herself the Princess of the Abyss, and went so far as to make a life-or-death pledge with her father to come to this dangerous human territory. Ira, the most loyal of them all, even shattered her 15th-tier essence and fell down to become her bodyguard. This top-tier lineup, with its trump card at the start, was somehow treated like a football, brutally kicked from the top all the way down to 3rd place. Moreover, the exaggerated gap in combat power rating, with that even the system couldn't calculate, was completely exploiting her, the Abyss Princess's, reputation for insane attacks. She admitted that when Su Xiao got the first kill in the entire region the day before yesterday, she had developed a slight interest in using him. But now, that interest has completely transformed into a real intent to kill. We can't wait any longer. If we don't eliminate this anomaly that completely transcends the rules before he grows strong enough, the entire Abyss's grand plan, which has been scheming for thousands of years, will be ruined by this unreasonable guy sooner or later. Yi Qinghan flicked his wrist, causing the storage space between his fingers to fluctuate violently. An object the size of a palm, made entirely of obsidian and engraved with countless intricate and strange runes, fell into his palm. Universal Portal. This is a forbidden strategic item brought out from the Abyss treasury. By anchoring coordinates within this region, a one-way channel can be forcibly constructed. Although the teleportation distance is limited, its greatest advantage is that it can send elite troops there without anyone noticing. Ira! Yi Qinghan's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion, as if he had reverted to the ruthless ruler deep within the abyss. Standing at the bottom of the steps, the tall female demon exuding an aura of oppression stepped forward, her heavy, dark red scythe dragging across the ice with a grating scraping sound. "What are your orders, Your Highness?" "I need you to take a team of elite troops and parachute in immediately, pinpoint the coordinates of that guy named Su Xiao, and give him his territory." Yi Qinghan's fingers, gripping the teleportation portal, trembled slightly from the excessive force. He got halfway through his sentence, but it got stuck in his throat and he couldn't get it out. Her gaze unconsciously swept over the 2 lines of extremely dazzling gold-plated colored text on the tactics panel once again. Second place, Ling, with a combat strength of 1,800. First place, Abathur, a combat power with a question mark that even the system cannot calculate the upper limit of. Meanwhile, Ira, the companion hero he was so proud of, despite bearing the title of Golden Legend, had only just broken the 1,000-point mark. Even if Ira's combat intuition is extraordinary and he was once a high-ranking 15th-tier Abyss commander, he is now being forcibly suppressed into a weak 1st-tier body by the rules of heaven. If we actually open a portal and send her there, this isn't going to be a thunder assassination mission, it's more like a thoughtfully packaged takeout delivery, or even an express-delivered top-tier experience pack. If there are any underhanded and unethical methods in Su Xiao's territory, and Ira dies there, then she, the Abyss Princess, will be left with no one to command. Forget about plotting to seize the human race's seed, even surviving the novice period will become a pipe dream. Yi Qinghan gasped sharply, forcibly circulating her magic power to suppress the frenzied instincts of a demon within her. She reluctantly stuffed the expensive obsidian portal back into her storage compartment. She ground her back teeth in frustration, then plopped back onto the soft couch, rubbing her throbbing temples in annoyance. "Your Highness, shall we still go and crush him?" Ira gripped the sickle firmly, his usually expressionless face revealing his seriousness. "Go to hell!" Yi Qinghan rolled her eyes and waved her hand in utter frustration. "We can't confront this freak head-on. Given his unreasonable rate of development, any intervention at this stage will only be filling a hole. We must find an opportunity to consult with Father. This excessive growth is beyond my capabilities." Meanwhile, on the other side lies the Fool's Golden Land. The outer perimeter of the territory was still shrouded in a gray-yellow mist, while in the heart of this land that could be described as a dead zone, Lord Su was lying sprawled out on a highly elastic dark purple fungal carpet. He didn't care about any of that domineering aura or the shockwaves that shook the entire region. He was squinting, thoroughly enjoying the gentle massage that Ling's soft hands were giving his lower back. The moment the Heavenly Tao broadcast ended, he couldn't be bothered to look at the cheesy comments in the chat channel. On his retina, a series of genuine gold coin explosion system notifications rang out like a beautiful symphony. Ding! Detected that Lord Su Xiao has secured first and second place on the entire server's hero power ranking. The ruling of topping the leaderboard beyond one's level has been confirmed. Heavenly rewards have been distributed accordingly. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Rewards: 1 random Lord Troop type blueprint, 1 random Lord Troop type recruitment building blueprint. Awarded the only hidden honor on the top list, the Lord's 4 main attributes underwent a forced leap forward. Hearing this long list of rewards, which sounded like a menu, Su Xiao suddenly opened her tightly closed eyes, gasped for breath, and jumped up from the fungal carpet with joy. Chapter 29. Tell me how you lose when the dragon charges at your face? Su Xiao's aching, carbon-based body sprang up from the soft, dark purple fungal carpet through sheer mental stimulation, even curing his trembling kneecaps. The semi-transparent reward list projected by heaven was lined with rows of glittering gold. He didn't rush to touch the dazzling treasure chest, but instead turned his attention to the green-haired little girl in the very center of the territory who was still fiddling with the remains of the armored beast. The combat power rating panel above Abathur's head contained no specific Arabic numerals, only 3 enormous question marks. This is the most direct manifestation of dimensional reduction attack. Other heroes are at most generals who lead troops into battle, but Apathur is purely someone who tramples and crushes the rules of the underlying food chain. Those conventional panels calculated by cutting and chopping were forced to shut down even the heavenly Tao's computing power when faced with a completely unreasonable term like endless evolution. Look away. The main event is yet to come. 1 unit blueprint plus 1 building blueprint. The lingering trauma of being unlucky enough to get a bunch of orc foot scraps and rusty iron pots from that rundown daily shop hasn't faded yet. These 2 scrolls were his lifeline, earned in exchange for topping the double yoke leaderboard. Su Xiao rubbed his hands together, clasped them together, and muttered those completely unrelated metaphysical sayings. Hold the edge of the first parchment with both hands. Exert force. Sizzle. There are no fancy lights or shadows. A few lines of text climbed up my retina. Unit blueprint, Wyvern. Upon seeing those 2 words, Su Xiao gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets and hitting the ground. StarCraft veterans know all too well how valuable this thing is. The Zerg Air Force is a versatile force, renowned for its mobility and acid catapult guerrilla warfare. In this newbie zone where even pig iron isn't readily available and most lords can't even muster a squad of archers, pulling out a complete Air Force unit isn't fighting a war, it's a one-sided aerial dumping of excrement. The surprises aren't over yet. There is also an architectural drawing. Without stopping, the second scroll was violently torn to shreds. Architectural blueprints, Flying Dragon Tower. This is called a winning hand in Mahjong, starting with a heavenly hand and 13 orphans. Even the tedious process of the prerequisite technology tree has been completely eliminated. Heaven directly smashed the bowl flat and stuffed the meat into his mouth. How can we lose when the dragon is charging in? Su Xiao slapped his thigh, his voice echoing across the open space in front of the base camp. The shimmering golden treasure chest next to him was now completely in his way, so he kicked it to the side of the slag heap to gather dust. Build infrastructure first, then launch an Air Force attack. Bring up the control panel. The Flying Dragon Tower is extremely expensive to build. It not only consumes crystal ore, but also consumes a staggering amount of high-energy gas. Fortunately, young Master Su had just led his men to loot the surrounding land. The amount of resources in the account is so large that it could circle the headquarters twice, enough to squander. Upon receiving instructions from the hive's intelligence, the worker bees wriggled their short legs and ran to the open space in the southwest corner of the territory. This tiny creature selflessly expelled strong acid, melting its own carapace and forming a huge, dark green cocoon on the spot. 30 minutes later, Su Xiao didn't even bother looking for a place to rest anymore, and boldly picked a bluestone slab to sit down. His eyes were fixed on the undulating fleshy mass, making him look like a village idiot pacing anxiously outside the delivery room. Ling strode over with her long, slender legs. The Valkyrie of the color rank had no idea why the Overlord was so excited, but since the Overlord was happy, the tip of her tail started to draw circles in the air. She picked up a glass of freshly squeezed milk from behind and held it to Su Xiao's lips to quench her thirst. Abathor didn't even look up, still squatting next to the evolution chamber, tinkering and fiddling, completely immersed in her gene dismantling project. Time passed by second. The fleshy outer shell is covered with dry, cracked surfaces. Click. Pieces of metal were scattered all over the ground. A tower-like structure, exuding a powerful sense of biological oppression, pierces through the mist and stands within the territory of the Fool's Golden Land. The outer wall is covered with dark purple barbs and thick transport pipes, and a dizzying green miasma is emanating from the fleshy membrane holes at the top. The Flying Dragon Tower landed. Su Xiao didn't even bother to open the panel data, she simply maxed out the resource progress bar. Let's start with 10, just to test the waters. Dozens of plump larvae had already been stocked up in the hatching pool. Upon receiving the instruction, the abdomens of the 10 larvae swelled, and they immediately pupated. As soon as the first extremely sharp whistle pierced the gloom, Su Xiao jumped up directly from the rock. The sights and feelings of creatures that fly in the sky and those that crawl on the ground are completely different. A gigantic creature, over 6 meters long, flapped its broad, fleshy wings and hovered above the base camp. The fleshy wings flapped, whipping up a gust of wind that sent Su Xiao's bangs flying wildly across her forehead. The interwoven green and blue scales gleamed with a metallic matte sheen in the dim light, and highly corrosive acid dripped continuously from its menacing mouth, causing puffs of white smoke to rise from the ore it hit on the ground. At the end of that long and powerful tail hung a bulging acidic sac. 10 dragons lined up in formation next to the king worm's slow-moving balloon, making them a veritable aerial killing machine. Other novice lords were dealing with 2 or 3 goblins, or wrestling with monsters in the mud for a few tattered pieces of armor. Xiao has already assembled a heavy air bombing squadron. Things that fly in the sky are not restricted by terrain or city walls at all. This is a completely unethical and destructive attack. Listen! Su Xiao waved his hand, pointing to the flying dragon tower that was spewing poisonous mist. Stop the Zergling production line! Aside from reserving some resources for worker worms to mine, allocate the rest entirely to the Air Force. I'm going to use these guys to blot out the skies over the entire region within the next few days. Hearing no objection. As long as Su Xiao gives the order, even if it's to commit suicide, the head butler won't even blink. The command network of the main hive has begun to redistribute energy levels. Just as Su Xiao was brimming with ambition, planning to lead a few dragons to the outer high-level monster area to show off his power, a red warning box popped up in the lower right corner of the tactical sandbox on the retina. Private voice communication request. In the entire 114514 region, the only person who could be his friend is the eldest daughter of the Lin family. This woman just ranked 10th on the combat power ranking. The person sending this message now is probably spurred on by their own dominance of the leaderboard and is trying to find out more. Connected. A virtual light screen unfolds in front of you. Lin Yanxin was not wearing that elegant aristocratic gown that she wore on Earth. His half-body armor, made of tough cowhide, was covered in scratches and dark blood stains. His hair was disheveled and stuck to his cheeks. His chest was heaving violently. In the background of the light screen, you could hear the noise of crusaders poking at corpses with their spears. It looked like he had just gone through a round of intense, life-or-death fighting. Following the usual greetings, Su Xiao prepared to exchange a few polite words first, while also showing off the composure of the top-ranked leader. As a result, this pride of Jiahai City killed the conversation the moment he opened his mouth. Su Xiao, did a pig eat your brain and send you to join the Abyss Beasts? Her clear voice carried a sharp, irritating tone, along with a sense of frustration and disappointment. Su Shiju's hand, which was about to wave in midair, froze. Su Xiao, black man, ? Chapter 30. The ruler is almost as good as a piece of wood. The light screen unfolded in front of Su Xiao, and Lin Yanxin's face, covered in blood and mud, came right up to him, immediately accusing him of joining the Abyss species. Su Xiao touched her chin. What level is this world's abyss that it's even worthy of being compared to the Zerg swarm? Abyssal demons need to be selective about the environment to take over territory, setting up an altar and holding a lengthy corruption ritual, which is time-consuming and laborious. The Zerg can eat wherever they go, swallowing rocks and soil whole without leaving a trace of bone. Su Xiao didn't respond, letting her rant. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Lin Yanxin's anger flared up. She slapped the cold iron shield beside her, sending bits of flesh flying everywhere. Su Xiao, don't play dumb with me. You're just an F-rank wastelander who can't even dig out a decent shovel. What makes you think you can compete with the major families of the entire district? Those 2 rainbow-quality heroes aren't even from the regular Heavenly Dao reward pool. Aside from trading your souls with those old monsters in the abyss, where do you get the resources to raise monsters with combat power exceeding 1,000, or even without any upper limit? She spoke faster and faster, and her voice became noticeably trembling. Her eyes were red, and even through the light screen, you could see that she had bitten her lower lip so hard that it left a deep white mark. As Su Xiao listened to her rapid-fire delivery, a mischievous urge inexplicably arose within her. This woman is usually aloof and arrogant, always acting like she's not to be approached. It's quite interesting that she's in such a hurry now. He casually leaned back against the fleshy fungal carpet behind him, shifting into an extremely comfortable position. Hey, Miss Lin, that's a bit extreme. The positions offered by the Abyss are much more generous. Look at me now, I've taken the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. It's so prestigious. Even a big shot like Yi Qin Han with his golden legend is being trampled under my feet. Free food and lodging, and plenty of resources. How about you tear up your lousy Oasis contract and come work for me? On the other side of the screen, Lin Yanxin was speechless. She stared intently at Su Xiao, at his shameless and nonchalant demeanor. In her understanding, the pollution of the Abyss was completely irreversible. Once the novice protection period is over, Su Xiao's physical body will be assimilated by demonic energy, turning into a disgusting lump of flesh that only knows how to kill and eat. Her chest heaved violently several times before Lin Yanxin looked away, staring at the blood and mud on her combat boots. Turning back. Su Xiao, if you cut off your connection with the other side now, heaven will only take back your territory rights. At worst, you will be stripped of your identity and become a vagrant. Her voice was very low, lacking the condescending rebuke from before, and sounded more like a compromise without any bottom line. My divinely blessed oasis has just acquired another Tier 2 refined iron ore vein, and the resources are plentiful. You can come and be my governor. She gripped the sword hilt so tightly that her knuckles deformed. At worst, you can sign a subsidiary contract and annex the territory to my name. With the Lin family of Jiahai City protecting you, no one will dare to touch you. If Su Qin and his gang dare to cause trouble, my crusaders will crush them all. As long as you're willing. Lin Yanxin got stuck. An extremely strange blush appeared on her face, which usually maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, and even the tips of her ears turned half red. Su Xiao listened with great interest. He casually raised his hand and waved away Ling, who was about to come forward to serve tea and water. What kind of saintly heart is this young lady displaying? It sounds like a strong sense of forced patronage. What? Su Xiao deliberately teased her, drawing out her question. Are you considering granting me a separate courtyard in the Lin family compound, so I can plant flowers and walk my birds every day, and receive tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month, allowing me to live a life of leisure and comfort ahead of time? The girl in the light screen immediately bristled. Su Xiao! Go to hell! You good-for-nothing blockhead! Enraged, Lin Yanxin grabbed the leather water bottle next to her and smashed it directly at the communication port of the light screen. You've been ungrateful for my kindness! Go be a lackey for whomever you want. Once you're out of the newbie phase, you'd better pray you don't run into me in the wild, or I'll have my spearmen turn you into a hornet's nest. Smack. She unilaterally and abruptly cut off the communication. The light screen turned into specks of fluorescence, and dissipated into the air filled with the smell of high-energy gas. Su Xiao was stunned. It seemed he had gone too far. Su Xiao hadn't expected Lin Yanxin to be so easily teased. She'd have to find a chance to explain things to her later. Standing behind, Ling witnessed everything. She stepped forward onto the soft, fungal carpet, her long tails, covered in fine bony spurs, swung in a pleasant arc behind her. She reached out and took the water glass that Su Xiao had casually tossed on the bluestone, and poured in the freshly extracted concentrate. Dominate. Ling's voice is gentle and charming, yet possesses a powerful penetrating quality. This human female's invitation to mate was quite clumsy. Your refusal was swift and decisive, demonstrating supreme wisdom. Su Xiao took the water glass and almost spat out all the liquid she had just drunk. A mating invitation? He coughed twice and shoved the water glass back into Ling's hand. What do you Zerg call this kind of talk? He did not listen to refute it. As a colorful hero with independent thinking ability, she could easily detect the dramatic fluctuations in Lin Yanxin's vital signs just now. Heart rate overload, congestion and dilation of epidermal capillaries, and severe disorder of the language and logic center. In the biological understanding of the Zerg, these are the most typical and rudimentary courtship and estrus responses. Ling gazed at the ruler before him, lost in deep thought. In terms of troop deployment and resource extraction, the Dominator demonstrated a cunning and shrewdness far surpassing that of any individual. But in this kind of primitive emotional exchange, it behaves like a completely emotionless iron pillar. They've revealed all their cards. They're practically slapping the words, "I'll take care of you," all over their heads. But the ruler? Ling's gaze swept over Abathur, who was still engrossed in dismantling the monster's bones not far away, and the slight sense of crisis she felt about protecting her food completely dissipated. A piece of wood beyond redemption. This is Ling's final assessment of Su Xiao in this regard. But this is absolutely fantastic. Isn't it? The more oblivious the ruler is to external temptations, the more secure his ownership of this high-level power bank becomes. Putting aside other matters, Su Xiao patted the dust off her hands. The benefits from the power ranking settlement go far beyond just the 2 blueprints. The reward called Forced Leapfrog Baptism of the Lord's 4-dimensional attributes is the real key to changing one's weakness. He clicked on the golden baptism button left on the heavenly Dao panel. A high-frequency oscillation from the inside out penetrated directly into the bones and organs. Under this high-frequency kneading, muscle fibers are forcibly torn and reassembled, and their density increases at a visible rate. My lungs, which used to be sore from running 2 kilometers, now feel like every breath I take drains a lot of oxygen from the surrounding air. Su Xiao opened her personal attributes panel. Strength, 25. Agility, 20. Physical fitness, 60. Spirit, 30. The physical fitness category has seen a significant leap forward. Su Xiao clenched his fist tightly, and the popping sound from his knuckles was like a small firecracker. This tangible feeling of possessing violence is far more reassuring than hiding behind and commanding a swarm of insects. With this foundation, even if Abathur were to conduct another high-intensity sampling with no limits, he wouldn't be unable to walk steadily afterward. Listen, move all the queen mushrooms to the northeast. Su Xiao straightened up, his abundant energy making him eager to test the results. To the northeast lies the deep waters of Area 114514, which is the high-risk red section highlighted by Ling. Given the current strength of the Zerg swarm, a direct assault on that territory would result in extremely high casualties. Now things are different. The dozen or so flying dragons overhead, constantly spewing poisonous mist, have already lined up. As long as we have air superiority, all those native monsters on the ground who only have brute force will have to obediently line up as targets. Chapter 31 Qin Hao and Su Chen's Conspiracy, Infuse's Thoughts. The air around the God-given oasis was filled with the earthy smell unique to the iron ore veins and the putrid stench of dead monsters. Lin Yanqin cut off the communication, lifted her blood-stained combat boots, and kicked away the jagged fragment of an iron shield next to her feet. The metal sheet tumbled and crashed into the bushes in the distance, startling several low-level magical birds that were foraging for food. Wooden block! Hopeless idiot! Her chest heaved as she gritted her teeth and forced out those words. He reached out and grabbed the leather water bottle hanging from his waist, tilted his head back, and gulped down the water. Clear water flowed down her pointed chin, seeping into the gaps of her leather half-armor, bringing a cool sensation. In Jiahai City's high schools, Su Xiao was exactly this kind of awful character. Aside from burying his head in those tedious and complicated Lord Theory problems, he barely even glanced at her. Countless young masters from prominent families in the circle are lining up to get close to her, but this guy is completely oblivious to everything they say, good or bad. I just spoke so frankly, even revealing the trump card of divine protection from the oasis, and he's still spouting some lame joke about receiving monthly allowance. Lin Yanqin forcefully shoved the spear into the mud and slid down, leaning against the rough tree trunk. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with the terrible thought of Su Xiao being assimilated by the abyss. The methods of the abyssal species are notoriously brutal. If things get to the point of no return, the laws of heaven will forcibly strip the Lord of his identity and authority. By then, she still held 2 expensive forced vassal contracts in her hands. At worst, he could just pull out all his crusaders and forcibly use a contract to override the sole judgment of his territory, which would at least save his life. As long as he's willing to humble himself and come back, she'll handle the resistance from the Lin family herself. The system notification sounded suddenly, and a private message popped up in front of me. The sender was identified as Qin Hao. The wording of the message was extremely sophisticated. The article begins by complimenting her for securing a top 10 position on the combat power ranking, before subtly mentioning the upcoming resource integration between the two companies in Xiao City. Between the lines, it was all the demeanor of a compassionate young master. Lin Yanxin glanced at half a line of text, then raised her hand and threw the message directly into the trash can. That's really disgusting. The elders in the family had already hinted at it at the dinner table, planning to use her as a political bargaining chip to send her to the Qin family in exchange for access to high-level resources. They really think of her as one of those pampered young ladies who only know how to dress up. Qin Hao is the kind of person who would scheme against others behind their backs without batting an eye, yet he insists on putting on a facade of morality. Pretentiousness is annoying. In contrast, Su Xiao, a cunning and ruthless person who openly displays his scheming and ambition, is much more pleasing to the eye. Lin Yanxin put away the tactics panel and drew her spear. She called over the Crusader leader in charge of commanding the formation, drew a circle on the sand table map with her finger, and pushed the exploration front southward. The gaze passed over the continuous primeval forest, and arrived at the S-level territory that the Qin family had invested heavily in. Hard, bluish-gray stones covered most of the plain. Hundreds of burly serfs were carrying whole logs back and forth on the construction site. The basic framework of the second-tier undergraduate base has already been established. Qin Hao stood on the edge of the construction platform, his custom-made knight's outfit spotless. He casually closed the chat window, which hadn't received any reply. The message sent to Lin Yanxin went unanswered. Qin Hao wasn't annoyed. He played with a magic core in his hand. The old man from the Lin family had already signed the draft of the marriage proposal in a private meeting a month ago. Lin Yanxin is actually his fiancée, but Lin Yanxin doesn't know it yet. A woman throwing a little tantrum is harmless. Once the battle situation in the battlefield of all races has stabilized and the resource map of Jiahai City has been integrated, this disobedient fiancé will have no choice but to accept her fate. What truly bothered him were the 2 lines of glaring gold lettering at the top of the power rankings. Su Xiao is first, Su Xiao is second. This is called a lingering ghost. In Lanqing's high school, Qin Hao had access to the best tutoring materials and a top-notch private tutoring team. In every final exam, the illegitimate son who lived in the basement and relied on student loans always managed to score several tens of points higher than him. That effortless and confident way of answering questions is the image that Qin Hao dislikes most in his life. Arriving at this battlefield of myriad races where people devour each other without spitting out bones, it was thought that Su Xiao, having bought an F-level wasteland, would simply die a violent death in the mouths of wild monsters. Who could have predicted that this guy would use some kind of unorthodox method to create 2 colorful heroes? He tapped his fingers hard on the stone railing. Why should someone who's just an illegitimate child from the sewers keep stepping on him? Qin Hao opened his private contacts, found Su Chen's profile picture, and requested a call. On the other side of the light screen, Su Chen was kicking and punching the orc laborer next to him in a fit of rage. Su Chen, your progress on getting into a second-tier university is too slow. Qin Hao spoke softly, but the sharpness in his words was undisguised. We can't figure out Su Zhao's background. That colored quality isn't in the regular knowledge base. It's probably a short-term evil item that he traded his lifespan for. He killed a monster above his level a few days ago, so his battle losses must have been very high. The two had already formed an alliance in this newbie zone. The main branch of the Su family would never allow an exiled outcast to return alive and slap them in the face. Once Su Zhao's coordinates are found, and the affiliated lords of both families unite, conquering an F-level territory will be a piece of cake. They are determined to eradicate this scourge completely. The perspective shifts to the more expansive deep waters. The Qin dynasty's Zing family, an exclusive SSS-level landing site. The scenery here is completely different from the muddy landscape of the era of cold weapons. The towering black stone walls reach into the clouds, and inside, mechanical puppets methodically transport energy ore. The Lord's mansion in the central area was magnificent and imposing, with the eternal lamps burning day and night in the main hall. Infuser took off his heavy black iron armor and changed into casual clothes. He stood on the steps, holding a cup of active blood wine that had just been extracted from a third-tier magical beast. At the bottom of the steps stood a wiry man clad in mechanical armor. That was Manhwa, the purple hero who ranked fourth on his combat power list. Infuser did not rush to drink the blood wine in the cup. He placed the cup on the white jade table. Manhwa, what do you see in today's combat power rankings? Infuser stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the endless sky outside the palace. He spoke slowly, each word pronounced precisely. Manhwa took a step forward, the metal armor scraping against each other with a dull sound. Young master. Apart from Yi Qinghan, who appeared out of nowhere, the rest of the top 10 are all scions of major clans on Blue Star. This is to be expected. The only one is Xiao, who won both the top 2 spots on the rankings, and he even used data calculated outside the system. His actions are completely unpredictable. I reckon he is the source of the great change that the young master often talks about. After hearing this, Infuser looked up and let out a long sigh. He didn't turn around, still staring at the intricate murals above the main hall. Above the primary battlefield is the intermediate battlefield, then the advanced battlefield, and finally the core battlefield where even breathing carries the stench of blood. The situation for the human race on the core battlefield is becoming increasingly critical. Infuser's voice echoed in the empty hall. My father has been stuck at the threshold of the 17th level for many years, and it is still a long way from the 18th level, the supreme level of the universe, which breaks the shackles of the rules. The battlefield of all races does not need mediocre talents who follow the rules step by step. Those small families who scheme about a few pieces of wood and stone every day are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Manhwa lowered his head, unsure of how to respond to his master's sentimental remarks about the survival of their race. In this meat grinder of rules, what humanity needs are madmen who can overturn the chessboard, not timid young masters from noble families who follow the rules blindly. Infuser didn't care what methods Xiao used to dominate the rankings. He only cared about this great struggle and whether his human race could create a new era. Chapter 32 The Golden Building, The Wall of Sighs. Xiao lay on the elastic dark purple fungal carpet, with the tactical sand table unfolding in the lower right corner of her retina. A dozen or so turquoise dragons left long trails in the sky, their acid sacs cascading through the air in extremely deadly parabolic arcs. The Wangchong, a large and robust high-altitude reconnaissance balloon, hovered steadily in the troposphere, while large swaths of grayish-yellow fog below dissipated across the panel. As soon as the red dot representing the hostile creature lit up, the Wyvern squadron swooped down. Strong acid washes over the ground, tears apart defenses, and devours debris. The entire process flows smoothly. The numbers in the resource bar were scrolling up like crazy, as if they had a motor. Being a hands-off boss is incredibly comfortable. Xiao shifted back, resting her head on Ling's very fleshy thigh. The high-ranking butler, of the colored rank, was massaging his temples with just the right amount of force, and every now and then thoughtfully offered him a sip of high-purity vanilla milk to quench his thirst. At this moment, Xiao was preoccupied with figuring out how to expand the Air Force's organization and had no idea that his name had long been placed at the top of the assassination list by a bunch of scheming guys in the region. Whether it's the Abyss Princess gritting her teeth in the God-given ice plains or the self-important young master of the Qing family on the S-class plains, they are currently trying various methods to find his coordinates. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the wind. But in the face of sheer speed and troop production, all schemes and plots are utterly meaningless. My gaze shifted to the side. Next to the bluestone slab, a golden treasure chest covered in a layer of mineral dust came into view. The top prize package issued by the Heavenly Path settlement. Xiao smacked her lips. She knew her own situation best. With her unlucky bloodline, she had already used up all her luck. This job needs to be done by someone with the right expertise. He turned his head and looked towards the center of the territory. Abathur was crouching at the bottom of the evolution chamber, his 4 sharp limbs moving rapidly, slicing through the bone plates of a bunch of monsters, sending sparks flying. This little green-haired girl was completely absorbed in her genetic recombination project, oblivious to the outside world. Xiao, I need to talk to you about something, Xiao called out. Abathur's actions didn't stop. The synthesized voice directly jumped words in the swarm neural network. The project is at a critical stage. Purity calculations are in progress. Please do not disturb unless there is a life-threatening emergency. He has the temperament of a scientific researcher. Xiao wasn't annoyed. She slowly climbed off Ling's lap, strolled over to the evolution chamber, and whispered her trump card. Go open that gold chest. Once you've got this sorted out, I'll give you extra time for the gene sequence collection mission later. Multiple approaches at once, draw as many as you want, as much as you want. These words were extremely damaging. Abathur's movements froze instantly, and the bone plate fell to the ground and shattered in 2. That perpetually expressionless face turned to Xiao, his large eyes gleaming with pure academic fervor. Command confirmed. Access to the live sample bank has been updated. The green-haired little girl crawled and scrambled, using both her limbs, and in a few steps she rushed to the bluestone slab. She had no particular regard for opening blind boxes. Her hydraulic clamp-like appendages forcefully wedged into the keyhole of the treasure box and violently flicked it upwards. The metal lid was blown off, and the dazzling golden light directly dispelled the surrounding gray fog. An ancient scroll, either leather nor silk, lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Xiao rubbed his hands together and pulled out the blueprint. A notification popped up on the panel. Architectural blueprints, the wall of size. Rank, Golden Legend, Tier 5. Characteristic 1, defense line upon completion. The building forcibly protects an area of 100 miles. Before the city's defense value is depleted, all friendly units within the territory are immune to instant death. Characteristic 2, adaptive growth. Each time the wall is attacked by physical or magical forces, there is a 3% chance to absorb kinetic energy and elemental laws to strengthen it. The more attacks the wall takes, the harder it becomes. Feature 3, no-fly zone within a 5-kilometer radius directly above the wall. The mobility of all enemy flying units is forcibly reduced by 60%. Xiao tightened her grip on the blueprint with her knuckles, and the sound of her gasping for breath was clearly heard by the worker bees next to her. A 5-tier building. In this newbie zone where everyone is still struggling to find a few pieces of wood shavings, this thing, once stood up, is a giant tortoise shell that no one can bite into. If those aristocratic scions who prefer farming or fortress building strategies were to see these 3 overpowered attributes, they would sell their possessions or even their bodies to obtain them. But a good thing in the wrong hands is just a useless thing. Xiao stared at the blueprints, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. The wall of size? Defending the homeland? Does the word defense exist in the dictionary of the 4th calamity? The Zerg's creed has always been to spread creep, parasitize relentlessly, and melt down anything that can breathe in the hatchery. Why build a tortoise shell around yourself? Are you just waiting for others to hold their banquet outside the wall? Even more critically, while the characteristics of that no-fly zone are certainly advantageous, they also restrict the takeoff and landing space of one's own air force. The sheer amount of resources required to build this thing is astronomical. He's currently so poor that all he has left is money and biomass. Where is he going to dig up so many broken rocks? Purely useless snacks. Xiao shoved the blueprints into the storage compartment with a hint of annoyance. As for exchanging them for resources in the trading hall? Are you kidding me? If this thing falls into someone else's hands, it's like handing them an unsolvable fortress. When the Zerg swarm tries to take it down later, they'll have to go through all that trouble for nothing. Xiao would never do anything that benefits the enemy in his lifetime. I can only keep it at the bottom of the box as a collectible for now. Just as I was figuring out how to make use of my idle assets, a conspicuous red envelope icon suddenly popped up on the tactics panel. Private letters. From Ming Fusu. the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Ing family. A few hours ago, this guy was ranked 4th on the power rankings, a truly formidable opponent. Su Xiao opened the email. There were no flowery classical Chinese phrases or formalities. Only 2 simple lines of text appeared on the screen. Brother Su, you've done a wonderful job to take the top spot. This district is too muddy, full of fools. Finally, there's someone worthy of my attention. A great era is about to begin. If there's a chance another day, let's have a drink together. This is just a small gift to celebrate. Below the text, there is an unclaimed attachment package. Su Xiao casually clicked to extract. Ding! You have received a gift from Lord Ingfusu, 10,000 gold coins. Looking at the dazzling 5-figure sum of money, Su Xiao grinned and gave a thumbs up. How extravagant! No wonder it's a top-tier family with a deep-rooted history. Send money up front. That's the right way to make friends. Once the money is in place, everything is negotiable. This is not just a gesture of goodwill, but also an extremely shrewd test. Using 10,000 gold coins to test Su Xiao's bottom line and magnanimity was a deal that the Ying family considered absolutely worthwhile. Su Xiao stroked her chin, tapped her fingers on the virtual keyboard, and replied with a short message. Happy cooperation. He's a very practical person. Whoever pays him is his benefactor. As long as it doesn't hinder his swarm from devouring planets, what's wrong with making friends? Ingfusu's thought process is quite to his liking. Su Xiao turned off the communication and turned her head. Abathur had already moved closer with remarkable self-awareness. The 4 appendages, covered in rough carapaces, moved restlessly in midair. The emotionless Loli stared blankly at Su Xiao with her large, empty eyes, her rosy lips opening and closing, uttering words devoid of any emotion. Drawings in stock. Transaction completed. Dominator's commitment fulfilled. Extraction process prepared. Ling had followed them at some point and skillfully planted a ring of fungal tumors around the 2 of them. A dark purple spore mist roared up from the ground, completely blocking out the outside world's view. The head butler even pulled out a set of data fragments from his pocket, clearly indicating that he was about to enter that state of observation that she enjoyed so much. Su Xiao's vision went black. The good mood she had just enjoyed after receiving the money vanished completely. Why did I make such a promise with my own foul mouth? The Zerg's execution is utterly devoid of any martial ethics. They'll just quit whenever they want. Chapter 33 Wild Unit Buildings. The half-hour ordeal was over. The spore fog dissipated, revealing a messy fungal carpet on the ground. Su Xiaoping lay there, staring blankly at the grayish-yellow mist above her head. Having just undergone the baptism of the heavenly Tao, with a constitution attribute of up to 60 points, I thought I could finally stand up for myself. To everyone's surprise, under Abathur's relentless, scientific-level offensive, this body didn't even make a ripple. Human beings really do have their limits. One day I'll have to stop being human. Abathur slowly and methodically put the gene sequence into his abdominal cavity. The green-haired little girl still had that expressionless face, and spoke in a mechanical, synthesized voice. Purity meets standards, and activity of living tissue increased by 15%. Experimental samples showed excellent tolerance. Core data have been archived and will continue tomorrow morning. We must continue. Su Xiao's vision went black. A slender hand reached out and firmly supported his arm. Ling Shun pulled the ruler up from the ground, and with his other hand, he naturally patted off the mineral dust that was stuck to his back. Your Majesty has suffered. Listen as she speaks close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. But looking at Abathur's data trends, this technological breakthrough has greatly benefited the overall combat power of the swarm. This is all thanks to the Overmind. You two are trying to use me like a high-end consumable, to the point of exhaustion. Su Xiao, supporting her aching back, reluctantly accepted the nutrient solution Ling handed her and tilted her head back to gulp it down. The warm liquid helped him regain some strength. There was no time for bickering. The base's mass production line didn't stop for even a second. The time was pushed back a few hours. The scene of the territory in midair has completely deviated from conventional logical cognition. The original fleet of 10 flying dragons multiplied exponentially due to Su Xiao's ruthless allocation of resources. When the 1,000th dragon broke free of its cocoon and soared into the sky with its broad wings, the entire sky above the Fool's Golden Land was completely filled with a bluish-green shadow. 4-digit Air Force numbers, densely packed and intertwined. The gusts of wind whipped up by the flapping of its wings created several small tornadoes on the ground. The acid sacs burst and collided with each other in the air, producing a sticky, frictional sound that sent chills down your spine. The Flying Dragon unit is incredibly powerful in combat, but its appetite for gas is like a black hole. That's about enough. Su Xiao tapped the bluestone slab. The entire army set off. The instructions are issued from the deep links of the mastermind. The abdominal cysts of the 5 queen beetles, hovering high in the troposphere, contracted, changed direction, and began to push outwards towards the high-risk area. The Flying Dragon army below was divided into 10 squadrons of 100 aircraft each, arranged in a wedge formation, pressing forward with absolute air superiority. On the ground, the swarm of dark red leaping bugs, having completed their second evolution, followed closely behind, responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. No need for scouting, and no need for any tactical maneuvers. This is the purest form of violent aesthetics belonging to the Zerg swarm. The fog of war on the tactical sand table dissipated in large swaths. The camera zooms out. In a dense thicket of thorns to the northeast, a large indigenous tribe dwells. Hundreds of second-tier lizardmen, wielding bone clubs and covered in hard scales, were distributing prey around a campfire. Leading the pack was a 4th-tier savage earth dragon, as tall as a 2-story building, with a single horn on its head. Looking at the current region 114514, this configuration is enough to make the young masters of the top 10 aristocratic families avoid it. The 4th-tier boss monster has thick armor and high health. If an infantry phalanx were to collide with it, it would result in total annihilation. Before the lizardmen realized that death was approaching, the light of day above them dimmed first. Before they could even crane their necks to investigate, a torrent of strong acidic slurry poured down from the sky. 4-digit flying dragons simultaneously spewed out acid, their ejection mechanism causing the enemy formation to spin wildly. White smoke from the high-temperature corrosion shot into the sky, and not even a single scream could be heard from here. The camp built of thorny wood, the body covered in hard scales, along with that arrogant 4th-tier earth dragon. Within the first breath of contact with the insected acid, it melted into charred, bloody liquid with a pungent odor. The army of springtails then traversed the black water. The sharp jaws chewed up the thick thigh bones that hadn't been burned, swallowing them into the stomach and transforming them into basic biomass. A few seconds. A medium-sized monster settlement that drove ordinary lords to despair was physically wiped out. Su Xiao sat at the back, leisurely watching the resource income jumping wildly on the panel. The alarm about the depletion of high-energy gas has been lifted, and the numbers are steadily rising again. Just as I was considering whether to have the worker bees build another hatchery in front as a springboard, a highlighted red box suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the tactical panel. A piercing alarm sounded in the main hive channel. A queen beetle hovering in the heart of the deep water transmitted images of extremely unusual energy fluctuations. Su Xiao sat up straight, pinched 2 fingers together, and magnified the image of that area. 50 kilometers to the northeast, the terrain changed dramatically. At the edge of the plain, a steep, black rock mountain range rises. The basin halfway up the mountain is not a monster camp, but a well-preserved ancient ruin. Thick black vines climbed over the crumbling white jade pillars. In the very center of the ruins, a semicircular building made of gray and white stone blocks, with intricate sword and shield patterns carved on its surface, stands quietly. At the top of the building, a slowly rotating blue crystal floats, radiating visible ripples of energy. Wild Unit Recruitment Camp, the dilapidated guard armory. Rank Blue Rare. Status, unclaimed, requires clearing out the guardian creatures before it can be claimed. Upon seeing these lines, Su Xiao's breathing became heavier. The light emanating from his eyes was brighter than when he saw Infuse's 10,000 gold coins. In the battlefield of all races, field-based troop buildings are the true strategic hard currency. Aside from extremely rare high-end blind boxes, most players rely on these outdoor buildings to expand their unit types. Once you conquer it, you can spend resources to recruit local troops, or even more thoroughly, send people to demolish the foundation. The system will definitely drop a troop recruitment blueprint that matches the target. This is a priceless treasure. Xiao, come and take a look. Su Xiao waved. Abathur dragged his limbs over, glanced at the sand table projection with his big eyes, and gave his assessment. The carbon-based inanimate object structure is made of inferior materials. However, its underlying rule code is worth deciphering. This assessment is definitive. Su Xiao stood up and looked towards the exterior of the building. The laws of nature will never leave such a scarce resource idle. At the various entrances to the ruins and on the half-collapsed city walls, there were countless gargoyles, each over 3 meters tall and covered in heavy stone armor. A rough count suggests the number is definitely over 300. This is a magical construct that is born with high-level physical damage immunity, is completely devoid of pain, and possesses the ability to fly. It is the most effective counter to conventional physical units. 300 stone turtles that flew to the sky. Su Xiao twisted her neck, and her joints made a crisp sound. He turned his head to look at Ling, who was standing to one side. The head butler was already on high alert, a deep killing intent swirling in his dark purple eyes. The Air Force has shifted its focus and is converging entirely on the Black Rock Mountains. He knelt and agreed. With its long, bony tail raised high, the main hive's psionic network instantly transmitted the kill order to the front lines. Chapter 34 includes blueprints and buildings, totaling 100,000 gold coins. 300 gargoyles perched on the crumbling city wall, their bodies covered in thick, grayish-white stone armor. These constructs lack basic pain receptors and are entirely driven by rigid patterns etched into their core. In midair, the enormous body of the king worm cast a large shadow, startling the group of inanimate stone creatures. The stone wings flapped, producing a teeth-grinding sound, and 300 gargoyles rose from the ground in unison to meet the enemy. The sound of the dragon's fleshy wings flapping grew louder as it approached. 1,000 well-organized aerial formations ruthlessly tore a wide gap in the gray-yellow fog. There was no probing, and no need for any tactical maneuvering. The acid sac burst and contracted violently. A rain of green slime poured down from the sky. Gargoyles are used to absolute immunity to physical damage, and they won't even lose a single stone when faced with a volley of shots from regular human archers. However, physical immunity becomes a complete joke in the face of this high concentration of biological acid. Strong acid was splashed onto the stone armor, making a hissing sound. Acrid white smoke rose in large swaths, and the hard outer shell of the stone slab softened and dissolved at a visible speed. The flying dragon's unreasonable acid ejection mechanism was fully unleashed. A swarm of poison struck a gargoyle in the face, immediately splitting into 2 secondary droplets that weaved back and forth within the dense array of constructs. 1,000 against 300. Air Force versus Air Force. The battle lasted only 3 minutes. A spectacular shower of pebbles fell from the sky. The gargoyles, their cores corroded by the acid, lost power one after another and crashed into the ruins below like dumplings, turning into a pile of rubble. The threat in the sky has been completely eliminated. The springtails waiting on the ground surged into the building ruins like a tidal wave. Its sharp jaws began to gnaw wildly at the semicircular base of the barracks. These guys with their reverse-jointed hind legs can even chew up iron ore, and breaking a few bricks is no problem for them. The base collapsed with a crash, and the blue crystal suspended in the building's central structure shattered into powder. The rigid, mechanical sound of Heaven's Way rang precisely on time. Destroy the Blue Wild Camp. Drops. 1 Royal Guard Greatsword Soldier Camp Blueprint. 1 Royal Guard Greatsword Recruitment Order. Dozens of kilometers away in his territory, Su Xiao found 2 rolls of parchment with a faint blue luster in his hands. This is a strategic hard currency that's currently being fought over by those outsiders. He had originally planned to build a squad of human infantry wielding great swords near his own base, to stand guard as a ceremonial guard, and incidentally improve the Zerg swarm's overly avant-garde aesthetic style. Just as I was about to take a picture of the blueprints on the open ground, a large, unwelcoming red X popped up on my retina. Due to the inherent logic of the Lord's talents living nest and dominion, you cannot construct buildings that are not composed of living creatures. Your familiar sequence is locked, and you cannot recruit regular alien units. The system's rules are very strict. Although Abathur mentioned before that he could assimilate alien units, that was on the premise of capturing a lively sample and putting it into the evolution chamber for modification, rather than taking a rigid architectural blueprint and building a skyscraper from scratch. They won't even give me a chance to be a contractor. Xiao rolled up the parchment and weighed it in her hand. Abathur dragged his thick appendages toward him. The blueprints for dominating the alien race have no scientific research value. It is recommended that they be destroyed. Also, the second sampling time for today has expired. The green-haired lowly raised her empty eyes, her forelimbs restlessly intertwining and rubbing against each other behind her back. Xiao immediately took half a step back, her knees aching. The peace and quiet that had just begun was quickly replaced by a series of grueling tasks. Ling stepped forward at the opportune moment, her long legs perfectly positioned between the two. Abathur, the Overlord has just led the army on a long expedition, and his mental state is quite depleted. Ling slightly raised her chin, her tone revealing an uncompromising protectiveness. Sampling schedule postponed. Now, the Overlord needs rest. Abathur tilted her head, probably using her mechanical logic to assess the validity of her words. A few seconds later, she retracted her appendage. Logic approved. Postponed until evening. Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. With such a large and powerful enterprise, if there weren't people vying for favor to keep him in check, this old man would eventually die in the laboratory. He refocused his attention on the drawings. It would be a complete waste to leave something unused and gathering dust in your hands. What the swarm lacks most now is not basic building materials, but the core materials that can unlock advanced genetic mutations in the evolution chamber. Open the regional trading panel. Your fingers fly across the virtual keyboard. Seller Xiao. Items for sale: blue quality Guardian Greatsword Soldier Camp Blueprint and accompanying recruitment orders package. Requirement: 100,000 gold coins or items of equivalent value. Click to list. Xiao patted the dust off her hands and closed the panel. The bait has been cast, and we're just waiting for the fish to bite. At this moment, the public channel of Region 114514 is in an uproar because of the aftermath of the Heavenly Dao Battle Power ranking. When this transaction was displayed prominently in red at the top of the trading hall, the channel with 100,000 users experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake. On the edge of a divinely bestowed oasis, Lin Yanqin had just led her team to wipe out a nest of burrowing spiders and was so exhausted that she collapsed under a thick tree root. The crusaders around him were busy bandaging the wounded and stopping the bleeding. The tactical panel kept beeping. She swiped the screen, and when the highlighted transaction information at the top caught her eye, she froze, dropping the leather water bottle from her hand and spilling water all over the floor. He actually put the blue barracks up for sale. Lin Yanqin's mind was buzzing. Su Xiaozhen has truly plunged into the abyss. An indescribable sense of frustration, mixed with annoyance, crept up my spine. She bit her lip, recalling Su Zhao's heartless face. On the S-class plane, Qin Hao kicked over the solid wood table in front of him, scattering the exquisite territory planning maps all over the floor. He stared at the line of words on the screen, his eyes bloodshot. It took a huge price and a lot of family resources to barely raise their night camp to blue quality. This should have been a huge lead. But how did that illegitimate son, whom he trampled into the mud, manage to get his hands on the blue barracks blueprints? Investigate. Keep a close eye on the wandering merchant NPCs in the area. He must have gotten lucky somewhere and bought this. Qin Hao lost his usual composure and roared at the vassal lords below him. He absolutely refused to believe that a piece of trash with no foundation could take down a high-level camp that had dropped blue blueprints through sheer strength. That would require at least 100 regular soldiers to sacrifice their lives. The Qin Dynasty Ing family base. Ing Fusa leaned back in the large recliner, looking at the transaction information. He was first taken aback, then burst into an extremely hearty laugh. Interesting. Very interesting. He picked up the wine glass beside him and drank it all in one gulp. 10,000 gold coins were thrown out, but before anyone could even make a splash, the other party threw out a bomb. This move and its audacity completely defy conventional logic. Young master, should we take this blueprint? Mengya asked for instructions in a low voice from the side. Take it, why not take it? Ing Fusa's eyes shone brightly. If this deal goes through, it will not only expand our military, but also make us well known. In the great struggle for power, this kind of friend is worth making. The Fool's Golden Land. As dusk fell, the Flying Dragon Squadron returned victorious across the mist-shrouded wasteland. The dragons circled in the night sky, their occasional low growls keeping the low-level monsters in the vicinity from even showing their heads. Su Xiao was sitting on the bluestone slab, eating an unknown wild fruit that the worker bees had just picked from the outer forest. The sour taste made him grimace. The food in this shabby place is indeed a major problem that urgently needs to be solved. The private message bar started flashing wildly. The offers from all sorts of wealthy people are overwhelming. He is picking out valuable information. Chapter 35. Starting with 250,000 gold coins, accidentally entering the Imperial Palace. The private message icon in the lower right corner of my retina is jumping wildly, and the red 999 plus badge is extremely eye-catching. A blue barracks blueprint for sale for 100,000 gold coins, plus a set of recruitment orders, is an irresistible temptation for newbies. Su Xiao idly swiped through the light screen, casually clicking on a few of the top private messages. Boss Su. I'm Wang Fugui. The Minotaur Lord ranked 100th on the combat power list. Can I trade you that blueprint for 100 units of wood plus a pair of plain straw sandals that I got yesterday? Please, give me a chance. Brother Su Xiao, she's a water elemental priest, and her territory is full of girls. If you give her the barracks blueprints, she'll personally come to your territory to repay you after the newbie protection period. Attached photo, click to view. Young Master Su, I am from the Lu family of Jiahai City. 500 gold coins to make friends. From now on, the Lu family will protect you in Jiahai City's social circles. They're all a bunch of poor bastards trying to get something for nothing. Or they just use those useless family titles to make empty promises. Su Xiao rolled her eyes, too lazy to type, and simply long-pressed the screen to clear all unread messages with one click. These people don't even understand the underlying logic of the battlefield of 10,000 races. In this cannibalistic place, a family name isn't even worth a piece of roasted meat. Only real resources and the power to control the country are the true hard currency. Just as he was about to close the interface to check the number of newly produced larvae in the hatchery. Drop. A crisp and distinctive system notification sounded. From Ing Fusu. This person sent out a 10,000 gold coin red envelope just half an hour ago. Su Xiao sat up straight and lightly tapped the light screen with her finger. There were no unnecessary pleasantries on the screen. Even the punctuation marks exuded a straightforward and bold spirit. The pop-up window immediately displays 3 packaged attachments and prompts for extraction. The other party has purchased your item, Guardian Greatsword Soldier Battalion Blueprint and accompanying recruitment order. Price, 100,000 gold. The other party has purchased your item, Void Soulweaver Robe Blueprint Purple. Price, 100,000 gold. Before Su Xiao could count all the zeros, the third attachment package also popped up. You have received a personal gift from Lord Ing Fusu, 50,000 gold coins. A short text was attached below. That purple map should have been acquired long ago. Blue Star's resources cannot be wasted. Here's 250,000 in cash, Brother Su, take it and spend it. The great era is approaching, buy some good meat and wine, don't mistreat your soldiers. If it's not enough, just ask again, after all, money is just an external thing. Su Xiao stared at the numbers on the screen for a full half-minute without looking away. A total of 250,000 gold coins. The money has arrived already? What does this amount of money mean? For an average novice lord, even if they didn't eat or drink and spent a month hunting low-level goblins in the wild, they still wouldn't be able to save up even a fraction of 10,000. Young Mastering didn't even blink before he went on a shopping spree. I'll also take that dusty mage equipment blueprint with me. Not only that, he also gave him an extra 50,000 yuan red envelope, ostensibly for buying wine. That's what you call vision. This is what you call a real big spender. The god of wealth. Su Xiao rubbed his chin, grinning from ear to ear. He is a very practical person. Whoever pays generously is treated as an honored guest. When Fusu launched his financial offensive, Su Xiao completely forgot all her prejudices against aristocratic families. Because they gave so much. Fingers tap on the virtual keyboard. Su Xiao, Brother Fusu is so generous. If you ever encounter any tough problems in the district that you can't handle, just send me the coordinates. My Air Force squadron is always ready to provide fire support, with a 20% discount. The message has just been sent. The sky above my head suddenly brightened for no apparent reason. A banner announcing a mandatory notification across the entire trading system, in bold red lettering, swept across the chat screen of the entire 114,514 region. System announcement. Congratulations to Lord Fusu for winning the purple blueprint, void soul weaving robe, with a single bid of 100,000 gold coins. System announcement. Congratulations to Lord Fusu for successfully bidding 100,000 gold coins for the Blue Barracks blueprint and accompanying recruitment order. Transaction complete. Seller Su Xiao. These two bold banners were hung in the most conspicuous position and remained there for a full 3 minutes. The chat channel was completely overwhelmed. Casual gamers have gone crazy. 200,000! A full 200,000 gold coins! Even if you sold me by weight, I wouldn't be worth 20 gold coins. Just how much startup capital did Young Mastering bring in? What's the point of fighting? They can just bury the monsters in money. You're all focusing on the wrong thing. The one selling these things is Su Xiao. It's that pervert again. Whose vault did he rob to be able to sell 200,000 worth of goods in one go? At this time, it is an S-level plain territory. Qin Hao kicked the newly erected wooden tent to pieces. Splinters flew everywhere, and the nearby vassal lord was so frightened that he lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. He stared at the red text on the tactics panel, his teeth grinding together. That's the Blue Guard Battalion, the backbone of the Terran infantry in the early game. He originally planned to wait until tomorrow to gather enough resources before negotiating, hoping to use the Qin family's reputation to lower the price. As a result, Fusu intervened and used the money to overturn the table. What broke his defenses even more was Su Xiao. The illegitimate son he once wouldn't even give a second glance now has a huge sum of over 200,000 in his account. This resource gap is widening at a rate he cannot comprehend. On the edge of a divinely bestowed oasis, Lin Yanqing stared at the panel, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and frustration. Fusu and Su Xiao have gotten together. What's this? The Ying family wants to protect him? Has the tentacles of the abyss stretched this far? The sky over District 114514 is still dark. She rubbed her throbbing temples, feeling that the waters of this beginner zone had been completely stirred up, utterly deviating from the theoretical deductions in textbooks. Lord Su pretended not to see the commotion from the outside world. At the headquarters in Golden Township, Su Xiao closed the chat window, planning to go to the mall to buy some premium roasted meat and carbs worth tens of thousands of gold coins to properly satisfy her stomach, which had suffered so much injustice these past few days. Now that you have money, you should enjoy it. Before he could even open the store panel, A hard, barbed insect appendage suddenly landed on his shoulder. The icy touch seeped through her thin clothes onto her skin, and Su Xiao shivered. A flat, mechanical synthesized voice came from behind me. The time for the master to dominate has arrived. The delay period has expired. The margin for error in scientific research is extremely low. A second live gene sequence collection must be carried out immediately. Abathur. The little green-haired girl had silently crept up behind him without him noticing. Four mantis-like appendages twirled restlessly in midair, making a clicking, rubbing sound. Those large, empty, lifeless eyes burned with a pure academic light. Su Xiao's legs went weak. The excitement that had just been fueled by sudden wealth was instantly shattered by the harsh reality. Xiao, look how dark it is. How about we make a weekend special tomorrow? Su Xiao tried to negotiate, slowly moving to the side, preparing to slip away. Research schedules cannot be defied. Samples are in good condition and meet extraction criteria. Abathur wasn't buying it at all. Her short body lunged forward suddenly, her four limbs leaving after images in midair. The force, like that of hydraulic clamps, was applied, directly clamping and locking Su Xiao's limb joints. This little rascal's strength is completely unreasonable. With a thud, the mighty fourth calamity overlord, worth 250,000, was once again pressed down onto the soft, dark purple fungal carpet. Go easy! My old arms and legs have just been baptized, they can't take this kind of abuse. Su Xiao yelled. Not far away, Ling walked over with elegant steps. A gentle smile graced her exquisite face. Master, please cooperate. This is for the future of the Zerg. Ling's voice was so soft it could drip water. Su Xiao's protest was ineffective. Violent scientific research, online extraction. 2 hours later. It was late at night. The spore fog dissipated. Su Xiao lay sprawled on the fungal carpet, staring at the starless sky. His 60 points in constitution were barely enough to save his life and prevent him from falling apart on the spot. The rich tropical mango-flavored liquid still lingered in my mouth. This was Abathur's post-coital physical replenishment. The appendages on the back of the green-haired lowly recorded the newly extracted sequence data into the peritoneal memory. Purity stable. Gene chain widened by 10%. New unit calculation progress significantly accelerated. New buildings can be constructed tomorrow morning. Leaving behind this curt conclusion, Abathur, without looking back, dragged her short legs back to the bottom of the evolution chamber and continued her tinkering. This is what you call heartless removal. Scientific research machines have no emotions. Su Xiao struggled to prop herself up on one side. Ling brought over a glass of water and fed it to him. Chapter 36. Another epic level boss? Ingfuse's request. The cup was brought to his lips. Su Xiao tilted her head back and poured the liquid down her throat. The warmth slid down the esophagus into the stomach. The exhaustion that had been drained by Abathur's physical extraction subsided considerably, and his muscle fibers were replenished with abundant strength. The green-haired little girl had already taken the newly extracted gene sequence and crawled back to the bottom of the evolution chamber. The center of the territory returned to peace, with only a few hundred worker bees on the periphery still laboriously moving ore. Su Xiao sat up straight and reached out to brush the mineral dust off her clothes. He brought up the tactics panel. The huge sum of 250,000 gold coins is still safely lying in the account balance. A red dot is lit up in the upper right corner of the private message list. The sender was Ingfuse. The timestamp shows it was half an hour ago. Su Xiao was completely focused on Abathur's research project and had no time to check her private messages. He opened the email. Brother Su, an epic-level boss roams outside a valley in the southwest of my territory. Currently, the Qin's regular army is struggling to sustain a direct assault due to the heavy losses. If your highly mobile Air Force squadron has some free time, would you be interested in taking it out and earning some extra cash? 40 minutes ago. District 114514, Ingfuse's territory. The city wall, built of black stone, is 10 meters high. The grease in the brazier burned, making the firewood crackle and pop. Manhwa was fully armed, his metal combat boots making heavy, muffled strides on the bluestone slabs. He walked to the edge of the city wall, and stood beside Ingfusu. This epic hero, who was invincible in battle, couldn't understand the cost of his master's extravagant spending today. Young master, the Patriarch has bestowed 1,000,000 gold coins as your initial startup capital, intended to solidify your foundation during the beginner phase. Money should be spent wisely. I can understand you spending 100,000 on the blueprint, but I can't understand the purple blueprint and the extra 50,000 given away. Ingfusu took off his dark gold helmet and placed it on the crenellation of the city wall, the wind ruffling his hair. Money sitting in a warehouse is just a string of rigid numbers. It's when you spend it that you build connections. Ingfusu leaned against the city wall with both hands, his gaze fixed on the boundless night. A great era is about to begin. The old ways of aristocratic families and powerful clans are no longer valid. Do you really think Xiao is some random person who's just hitting the jackpot? A hero who can create a gap in the entire region's combat power rankings, and who also has a complete system of high-level alien beasts. This person is worth befriending, let alone 50,000 gold coins. Manhwa turned his head away. 10 kilometers outside the city walls, in a huge valley, a blinding, high-energy halo undulated in the darkness. Even from such a great distance, the turbulent elemental currents still caused the flags on the city walls to flutter wildly. That was a Tier 3 epic level boss. This level of obstacle happens to be the throat of the mineral vein that our base is expanding southward. Ingfusu pointed to the rough stone bricks with his finger. A direct assault? Sending a fully armed machine army to fill the gaps would result in over 80% casualties. If we throw all our elite troops at this beast in the early stages, we won't be able to advance further. Manhwa lowered his head. The tactical simulations confirmed this. Tier 3 level 30 comes with an epic template, high defense and high HP. At this stage, a human infantry phalanx charging into a charging attack would be tantamount to suicide. This person's military affiliation and identity are unknown. Manhwa raised one last concern. If it can surpass all the major families in a single day, what if it's just a disguised abyssal monster? Letting a wolf into the house could backfire. If it were the abyss, the prefix on the heavenly Tao ranking would have changed color long ago. Ingfusu chuckled and retorted. Humanity is declining, and there are too many rules and regulations. No matter what means are used, as long as it can kill monsters and obtain resources, it is a good weapon. Ingfusu flipped his wrist, and an octagonal bronze token appeared in his palm. The card is engraved with 2 crossed battle axes, and the patterns are filled with the faint light of the laws of heaven. Basic Area Extermination Order. This is an extremely rare high-level strategic item. Once activated, it can ignore the fog of war and geographical limitations of the primary battlefield and forcibly establish a temporary two-way teleportation portal. Lords who respond to a punitive expedition can directly deploy their troops to the target area. After the battle ends, the Heavenly Tao's underlying rules calculate the total output percentage and accurately distribute the spoils of war, then safely repatriate the participating parties. I don't know much about Xiao, but his top-ranking score is undeniable. Ingfusu tossed the token in his hand and caught it steadily. A win-win situation. He provides troops, and I provide territory and equipment. If he doesn't respond tonight... Ingfusu put the token into his storage compartment. This token will appear on the regional public channel as soon as it's light tomorrow morning, and all the scions of noble families will come to get a share. With so many people involved, the spoils will be diluted to dust. It's better to find someone with real skills, and have 2 people share the spoils. That way, we can eat to our heart's content. The scene shifts back to the Fool's Golden Land. After reading the letter, Xiao rubbed her cheeks vigorously with both hands to fully wake herself up. Tier 3, Level 30 Epic Boss. If any other novice lord heard this setup, they would have already fled with their troops overnight. But in the eyes of the Zerg overlord, this was not a crisis at all. This is a mobile, high-level gene bank, a massive amount of biomass that is incredibly lucrative. He's an expert at taking on tough opponents who are a level above him. Yesterday, that level 2 ancient flame demon larva, in a weakened state, was utterly devoured by the swarm of insects and turned into a pile of broken bones on the ground. As long as the firepower is concentrated enough, the true damage from banlings and mutalisks will be more than enough to flatten any health bar. Moreover, it's a business that's been delivered to your door. They provide transportation, including pickup and drop-off. Where else can you find such a freebie? Fusu was indeed meticulous in his actions, never fighting unprepared battles and being willing to share the spoils. Xiao tapped her fingers on the virtual keyboard. Brother Fusu. Business is on your doorstep, so I'll naturally take the order. Send me the coordinates. When will we start? Sending complete. In less than 5 seconds, the screen flashed, and a new message popped up. Excellent. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I will open the expedition channel. Brother Su, gather your forces and descend directly through the teleportation array. The spoils will be determined according to the rules of heaven, ensuring Brother Su is not at a disadvantage. After reading the reply, Xiao turned off the light screen. He stood up and stretched his shoulders. 2 crisp cracking sounds came from the joints. Ling had been waiting by the side. When she saw the ruler stand up straight, she stepped forward. The dark purple bioarmor gleamed dangerously in the night. Is the ruler about to go to war again? Ling's voice carried a desire for battle. Chapter 37 Fusu Shock. The oppressive force of the insect swarm. Xiao turned her gaze away from the light screen and looked at Ling. I'm going on a long trip tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Ling's dark purple eyes lit up with 2 ghostly flames in the night, and her long, bony tail excitedly slapped the ground behind her, producing a dull thud as flesh collided. The Overlord can simply point out the direction. The swarm's sharp teeth can tear apart any obstacle at any time. Xiao nodded and straightened up, supporting herself with her hands on the bluestone slab. By the moonlight, he glanced around the outer perimeter of the territory. Several second-order jumping insects were dozing off beside the slag heap. The dark red, thick bone plates, the serrated sickle claws gleaming with a cold blue light, the thick hind legs with reverse joints, and the ferocious mouth that was devoid of any aesthetic appeal of a carbon-based creature, were all dripping corrosive mucus. Next to them were poisonous insects, each one as fat as a mobile water tank filled with green venom, their skin still undulating and swelling restlessly. Xiao touched her chin and suddenly realized a blind spot. I've been around these people every day, so I'm already desensitized to them. But to outsiders, this appearance is practically a carbon copy of the Abyss Beast. It even drops SAN value more than those orthodox Abyss demons. If Fusu isn't mentally strong enough, he might mistake him for an Abyss spy and kill him on the spot. Who cares? Xiao stretched, her bones cracking. They've already taken 250,000 gold coins, and the Heavenly Dao system hasn't even given me a red name. The Crown Prince of Great Qin should have this much tolerance. What if he really dares to turn against me? Xiao glanced at the dense formation of flying dragons in midair. If things really turn sour, it's hard to say who will be the one to expose whom. The next morning, the grayish-yellow mist had not completely dissipated. At the bottom of the evolution chamber in the center of the territory, Abathur was still squatting there, his 4 appendages frantically dismantling the high-level skeletal specimens that had been delivered the night before, showing no intention of joining in the fun. For her, fighting and killing were far less tangible than deciphering a genetic chain. Xiao stood in the center of the open space, stepping on the highly elastic fungal carpet. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. A bright light notification popped up on the tactical panel right on time. Regional Extermination Order Channel now open. Target location, Chaotic Stone Valley, south side of the Qin territory. Should we connect to the transmission channel immediately? Connection confirmed. As soon as the words were spoken, a spatial turbulence arose from the flat ground. An octagonal teleportation array constructed of bronze-colored energy tore a gap in the open space, with obscure and incomprehensible heavenly Dao runes pulsating along its edges. outside the black stone city walls in the territory of the Great Qin dynasty. Ingfusa was dressed in casual clothes, with a fox fur coat draped over his shoulders for warmth. Beside him stood Manhwa, fully armed, and behind him stood 2,000 heavily armored mechanical infantrymen of the Qin dynasty. The steel-forged tower shields formed an iron wall under the morning light, displaying an extremely disciplined military bearing. On the open ground ahead, the light from the teleportation array began to flicker intensely. "Young master, the people have arrived." Holding a heavy weapon, Manhwa's gaze was fixed on the door of light. The halo dissipated. A man and a woman came out. The young man walking in front was wearing a slightly faded casual jacket, his hair was a little messy, and his hands were casually in his pockets. He was about half a body length behind a woman who was extremely tall. The dark purple bioarmor fit her curves perfectly, and her stunningly beautiful face exuded an aloof indifference that kept people at a distance. Apart from that, the area behind it was completely empty. They didn't even bring a single skeleton soldier with a sword. A hint of doubt flashed in Ingfusa's eyes. The appearance of these two people perfectly matches the demeanor of ordinary people on Earth who haven't undergone military training. That female hero is hard to fathom, but can she defeat an epic boss with just two people? This isn't a Souls-like game about individual heroism. He stepped forward to greet him, a gentle smile on his face. "Brother Su? I've heard so much about you. My name is Ingfusa." Su Xiao reached out and shook his hand. It felt warm and strong. This young master didn't have the arrogance and haughtiness often seen in scions of wealthy families. His manners were truly impeccable. "Brother Fusu, you've gone to great lengths. The 250,000 yuan has solved my urgent problem." Su Xiao didn't mince words. Ingfusa waved his hand, his gaze passing over Su Xiao's shoulder and looking at the still open teleportation portal. "Brother Su, you're too kind. But the Air Force formation you mentioned in your letter, has it not been mobilized yet? The beasts in this rocky valley are tough and resilient. If we don't have enough troops, we'll probably have to reconsider." Su Xiao scratched his head, turned around and pointed at the portal. "The soldiers are all waiting in the back. Brother, I'm a straightforward person, so I need to give you a heads up before we go out." Ingfusa withdrew his gaze and listened attentively. "The soldiers under my command have gone a bit astray in terms of mutation. Their appearance may not conform to mainstream aesthetics, and they are slightly anti-human." Su Xiao carefully considered the words. "When they come out, have your men turn off the safety on their weapons. Make sure they don't fire accidentally. They're definitely not abyss units, they're purebred native mutants." Ingfusa listened and then burst into laughter. He's a big shot in the upper echelons of Earth. What kind of bizarre military units hasn't he seen? The undead skeleton hordes, the stitched monsters, and even the human lords who specialize in flesh mutations. Which of their creations isn't disgusting? "Brother Su, you are overthinking it." Ingfusa patted his chest, expressing his magnanimity. "On the battlefield of all races, the best troops are those that can kill the enemy. As long as the heavenly Tao doesn't mark you as a red-named alien species, no matter how ugly you are, even if you are a group of man-eating demons, my great Qin army will not even bat an eye. Brother Su, just bring out your troops." Having said that, Su Xiao felt no more guilty. He turned his head and snapped his fingers at Ling. "Pull the switch. Release the insects." Ling's dark purple eyes gleamed brightly as he issued the order for the entire army to attack through the main hive's intelligence. The first thing to change was the ground. The bluestone slabs beneath the feet of the 2,000 heavily armored infantrymen of the Great Qin began to tremble frequently. The pebbles bounced restlessly on the ground, followed by a chilling click-clack sound emanating from inside the portal. The sound was like tens of thousands of rusty scissors rubbing together at the same time. Ingfusa's smile froze. A dark red glow rested on the edge of the portal. The serrated blades drew sparks directly across the energy barrier. The next second, red mudslides gushed out. With a total of 7,000 zebraflies that had completed their second evolution, there was no such thing as a formation. They squeezed and roared as they burst out of the portal in an extremely violent manner. The air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood and rot. The sharp, reverse-jointed legs plowed deep furrows in the black stone ground. The springtail's scarlet compound eyes scanned their surroundings, and the sticky fluid dripping from their mouthparts fell to the ground, hissing and emitting white smoke. Manhwa instinctively raised his heavy weapon, and the gears inside his metal armor emitted a warning popping sound. This isn't over yet. Just as the springtails spread out on the open ground, round, green fleshy balls squeezed out of the door. 1,000 poisonous insects. These guys were covered in a constantly churning, highly corrosive venom, and they walked with a trembling gait. The grass along the way turned yellow and carbonized instantly upon contact with the toxic fumes emitted by the toxic gases. Retreat! The vanguard shield formation, retreat 30 paces! Manhwa roared hoarsely in the Legion channel. The 2,000 Qin heavy infantrymen who had been as solid as a rock just moments before were now trembling violently with their hands gripping the tower's shields. There was even a very obvious commotion at the rear of the group. These highly trained elites are having their psychological defenses crumbled under the strain of these mutated creatures born purely for slaughter. On Ingfuse's retina, a red alert flashed wildly. Warning. Your army is under the influence of the Zerg's oppressive will, and morale is rapidly declining. Current morale, 80% to 75%. Ingfuse stared intently at the sea, a mixture of dark red and ghastly green, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. He prides himself on being worldly wise, but this thing is ugly, in a way. This is clearly a walking biological disaster. Just as he was about to speak to reassure the troops, it got dark. The piercing screech tore through the clouds. 2,000 turquoise dragons, each over 6 meters long, burst forth from above the portal like a dark cloud that blots out the sky. The enormous fleshy wing flapped, whipping up a gale-force wind mixed with highly toxic miasma. Acid sacs bulged at their tails, and each dragon radiated terrifying heat enough to melt steel. 2,000 Air Force personnel, 7,000 Army personnel, and 1,000 suicide bombers. An army of 10,000. At this point, when the newbie period has just ended after 3 days and most lords can't even muster a team of a few hundred people, Xiao slammed 10,000 monsters right into Ingfuse's face. Dead silence. Before the Qin army's formation, apart from the restless growls of the insect swarm and the corrosive sound of dripping acid, not a single human voice could be heard. Even the wind seemed to have stopped moving. Ingfuse swallowed hard. He secretly activated the detect skill on the tactics panel and scanned the swarm of insects several times. The green friendly forces insignia were glaringly bright. It's not an abyss. According to the rules of heaven, these things are indeed legitimate troops for Xiao, the human lord. But how is that possible? Where would an F-level wasteland get the massive resources to massacre 10,000 high-level troops? Even if you poured all of the Ing family's SSS-level resources into it, you absolutely couldn't create an army of this size at this point in time. He turned his head and looked at the young man standing in front of the sea of insects. Xiao remained as casual as ever, with her hands in her pockets. Ling, who was standing next to him, even took out a dry cloth from somewhere and wiped the misty dew off his shoulders. Ingfuse's mind raced through the lists of various reclusive clans. Is this some illegitimate offspring of an 18th tier monster? Coming to this beginner battlefield to play dumb and take advantage of others? Chapter 38, Epic Boss Red Dragon. Thanks to the expert, LV Jiodong, for the verification. 2,000 heavily armored machine gun infantrymen gritted their teeth, their fingers gripping the tower's shields turning white from excessive force. In the open space ahead, the grotesque sea of flesh, a mixture of dark red and ghastly green, was emitting a sickeningly painful sound of arthropods grinding together. Ingfuse stood before the army, his knuckles clenched deeply into his palms. His brain was being repeatedly crushed by an extremely absurd, yet uniquely reasonable, reasoning. F-level territory, this was the universally acknowledged basic data when Xiao arrived. Day 1, Heavenly Path's first kill broadcast. This kid said he killed several thousand second-tier monsters. At the time, The major families simply thought he was talking nonsense. But now, 10,000 high-level troops, at least at the second tier, are firmly blocking the gates of Qin. Even the 2,000 flying beasts that blotted out the sky had dripped highly corrosive acid with their flapping wings, burning large areas of pits into the bluestone slabs. Resource. This is the ironclad rule that cannot be bypassed in the battlefield of all races. To produce an army of this size, the energy and food required would be far beyond what an ordinary F-class wasteland could sustain. Even if you poured all of the 1 million gold coins that Ingfusu brought with him at the start into the game, it wouldn't even be enough to cover a fraction of the army's 3 days' worth of rations. An extremely unfavorable start, an endless siege by high-level monsters, and a massive resource output that completely disregards basic principles. In the entire 10,000-year history of humankind, only that one name meets all three conditions. The Fool's Golden Land. A cursed land with a probability of only 1 in a billion. History textbooks clearly state that outside the newbie protection shield in that area, roaming creatures are all aberrations far exceeding the current war zone level. Only a handful survived. Those who ultimately withstood the monster's purge and fought their way out were few and far between. Ingfusu's Adam's apple bobbed. The way he looked at Su Xiao completely changed. It's not about watching a nouveau riche who got rich by sheer luck, but about watching a living Yama who crawled out of a hellish oil cauldron and took the cauldron with him. No wonder he has 2 incredibly powerful colored heroes in his possession. It's no surprise that the freak who can hold on to Golden Township has some hidden cards up his sleeve. Su Xiao completely ignored the turbulent mental storm raging within Ingfusu's mind. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and began to examine the Qin base with great interest. A 10-meter-high wall built of black stone blocks, with heavy ballistae with interlocking gears densely packed on the wall. Every 10 meters or so, there is an energy tower that shimmers with elemental light. Neat blacksmith shops and barracks can be vaguely seen within the city, with wisps of smoke rising from them. This is what a normal second-tier university should be like. Compared to the lumpy buildings in their own territory that are covered in eyeballs and spew green mist every day, the Qin dynasty can be considered a benchmark of civilized society. Brother Fusu. Su Xiao raised his hand and waved it twice in front of Ingfusu's eyes. What are you staring at? Didn't we say that you get money for defeating monsters? This is the middle of nowhere, and it's easy for soldiers to block the way. Ingfusu came to his senses. He tried his best to suppress the shock in his eyes, and when he spoke again, his tone was filled with undisguised respect, the kind of respect one would show to an expert of equal, or even higher caliber. Brother Su is truly a man of great talent. It's worth the 250,000 coins that the great Qin has made a friend like you. Ingfusu turned to the side and gestured for him to enter. The target is in the rocky valley to the south. Mengya, lead the way. Order the vanguard to disperse and make way for Brother Su's troops. The Qin army split apart to both sides as if cleaving through waves. There was no way to refuse. The sight of those swarms of venomous insects bulging on their bellies was terrifying. If they were to huddle together and start rubbing against each other, the Qin dynasty's steel-forged tower shields probably wouldn't last more than 3 seconds. The team set off. They advanced 10 kilometers to the south. The surrounding vegetation began to thin out, and the soil underfoot was gradually replaced by cracked, scorched earth. The temperature in the air soared, and a strong smell of sulfur assaulted the nostrils. The Qin infantrymen began to sweat. Their heavy mechanical armor turned into sweltering tin cans in the intense heat. The insect swarm is unaffected. The springtails spend most of their time being transformed in Abathur's evolution chamber, which is comparable to a biochemical furnace, so this level of heat is nothing more than a sauna to them. The flying dragons circling in the sky glided with great pleasure, aided by the warm air currents. Ling followed closely beside Su Xiao, her dark purple bioarmor shielding her from the intense external heat. Her long, bony tail occasionally flicked, precisely shattering several charred boulders blocking her path, the movement effortless. Master, high-energy reaction zone ahead. The purity of the fire element exceeds the normal critical point, Ling reported softly, her beautiful profile showing no emotion whatsoever. "We've arrived." Manhwa raised his hand, signaling the entire army to halt their advance. The group stopped at the edge of a huge circular basin. Below is the Valley of Chaotic Rocks. The valley floor was devoid of vegetation, consisting entirely of jagged, dark red rocks. The ground cracked open, and underneath flowed dazzling lava. On the largest obsidian in the very center of the basin, a colossal creature lay sprawled. Even when it was just curled up and dozing off, its body length exceeded 15 meters. Its entire body is covered with thick, crimson scales, each scale edge shimmering with a dark, magma-like light. Its thick hind legs and bony tail were casually draped over the rocks. With each breath, 2 plumes of scorching white smoke would burst from its large nostrils, distorting the surrounding air. A giant dragon. Even in adolescence, the oppressive feeling stemming from bloodline is enough to make all low to mid-level troops lose their will to fight. In Su Xiao's field of vision, the tactical panel automatically popped up with the detection data. Name: Red Dragon Gree Childhood. Level: Tier 3, Level 30, Max Level Boss. Quality: Epic. Skill 1, Dragon Language Magic Fire Rain, Large Range Fire Base Forbidden Spell, Continuous Burning. Skill 2, Dragon Breath, True Damage in a Cone-shaped area, with an armor melting effect. Skill 3, Reverse Damage Reflection, reflects 20% of fire damage when attacked by melee physical attacks. Skill 4, High-Level Magic Immunity, Absolute Immunity to Fire Spells, 50% reduction in other elemental damage. Trait: Dragon's Intimidation, Passive, reduces all attributes of surrounding non-dragon units by 20%, with a powerful fear effect. A long list of dazzling terms that make your scalp crawl. Heavy breathing could already be heard from within the Qin army's ranks. Under the oppressive aura of the dragon, the elite infantrymen's hands trembled uncontrollably as they gripped their weapons, and their morale was plummeting at a visible rate. Manhwa's expression was extremely unpleasant. He knew this beast was strong, but only when he faced its oppressive aura did he realize how inadequate the data on paper and tactical simulations were. "Brother Su." Ingfusa gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, his knuckles turning white. "This thing's stats are way too overpowered. High defense, high health, and it even has an area of effect clearing skill. The Qin dynasty's mechanical troops can only withstand 2 rounds of dragon breath at most. If things become unmanageable, we should retreat immediately, and I will bear the loss of the punitive order." He was revealing his true intentions to Su Xiao, not wanting to ruin this newly acquired powerful ally because of his pride. Su Xiao didn't reply. He stood on the edge of the basin, looking down at the young red dragon. "Is it troublesome?" "That's really troublesome. In the battlefield of all races, the dragon race is undoubtedly the top-tier combat power, holding a T0 position. This Tier 3 max-level epic stat panel is practically an insurmountable bug in the current beginner zone." But Su Xiao's focus wasn't on that outrageous attribute at all. He was thinking of Abathur's listless, expressionless face as he crouched inside the evolution chamber dismantling monster bones before leaving home that morning. If we could take the dragon's corpse, or even just pluck a few scales and extract a vial of blood, and bring it back. Given Abathana's abnormally high research efficiency, to what extent can the swarm's gene pool be expanded? This isn't a boss, it's clearly a mobile high-level biomass ATM. "Retreat?" Su Xiao turned her head to look at Ingfusu, her tone as relaxed as if they were discussing what to have for lunch. "Since we're already here, and you've already paid for the travel expenses, it would make it seem like I'm taking the 250,000 yuan empty-handed." He took a step forward. The dragon's oppressive aura swept over us like a tsunami. But the swarm of insects standing behind him did not utter a single cowardly whimper. The springtails stared intently at their prey at the bottom of the valley, their mouthparts rubbing together faster and faster, dripping large amounts of acid onto the scorched earth. The green sap on the surface of the poisonous insects churned even more violently. The Zerg have no fear center. They are born to devour. Under the absolute control of the Dominator's will, let alone a young dragon, even if an 18th-order supreme god of the universe stood here, As long as Su Xiao gave the order, the swarm of insects would pounce on it without hesitation. The weakening effect of dragon's might is immediately rendered ineffective in the face of the Zerg mine network. Listen! Su Xiao snapped her fingers. The head steward stepped forward, and dark purple psionic energy erupted from her body, instantly engulfing the frontline Zergling army. The ruler has given the order. Let the dragons go up. Su Xiao pointed to the red dragon that was still dozing at the bottom of the valley. The words fell. The sky suddenly darkened. 2,000 dragons hovering high in the sky folded their fleshy wings, like 2,000 green meteorites, tearing through the air and launching a frenzied collective dive towards the bottom of the rocky valley. The acid sac at the tail bursts and expands to its limit in an instant. The red dragon, still asleep, suddenly opened its vertical pupils and let out a deafening roar. It sensed a deadly threat overhead and was just about to spread its crimson dragon wings. But the green venom that filled the sky had already formed a dense, impenetrable downpour, pouring down on them. We are now releasing an updated rule. 2 chapters guaranteed daily, 1 extra chapter for every 30 positive reviews, and 1 extra chapter for every 50 virtual gifts. Currently, there are 6 positive reviews. Current gift amount, 69 renminbi and 71 cents, thanks to LV Giodong. This is the first time I've received such a prestigious endorsement from a top author in all my years of writing. Chapter 39 The Tough Red Dragon, Su Xiao's Dark Face. Above the basin, the turquoise flying dragon formation had completed its first round of fire coverage. 2,000 acid sacs burst simultaneously at the bottom of the rocky valley. The thick, green venomous liquid transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching the dozing red dragon completely. The moment the strong acid came into contact with the red scales, white smoke billowed into the sky, and the pungent corrosive smell caused the Qin infantrymen on the edge of the basin to cover their mouths and noses. This kind of scene would have turned any ordinary Tier 3 monster into a pile of mud long ago. Ingfusa leaned out halfway, staring intently at the smoke and dust below. Before the smoke had even dissipated, a powerful heat wave surged up from the valley floor, forcefully blowing away the thick smoke. Gree's massive body reappeared. A dark, magma-like glow flowed across the surface of those crimson scales. The dragon's strong acid, powerful enough to melt through steel, was mostly blocked by this fire element barrier. The remaining acid barely left a few light white spots on its scales, without even damaging its flesh. With a 50% magic reduction, plus the dual resistances from Epic Dragon's scales, the dragon's attacks were reduced to a painless shower. The red dragon raised its enormous head, covered in bone spurs, and stared with its vertical pupils at the turquoise dragon circling in the sky. Instead of becoming enraged, it produced a strange sound from deep within its throat, like a bellows. That's a smile. A highly humanized form of contemptuous ridicule. In Gree's mind, these ugly creatures with fleshy wings weren't even worthy of being fed to him. This weak acidic liquid is more like a ridiculous prank. It was too lazy to even take off, casually flicking its thick tail. A dragon that was diving slightly lower was unable to dodge in time, and was struck by the bone spikes on its tail. Half of its body shattered on the spot, and it fell into the lava along with a shower of green blood. The mechanism of reverse attack has also begun to take effect. Several dragons that were too close together suddenly had crimson flames ignite on their bodies, and after a couple of flaps, they plummeted from the sky. Su Xiao stood on the edge of the cliff, her face long and drawn. They brought out an army of 10,000, hoping to make a big splash in front of their benefactor, but in the first battle, they were scorned by a beast. This red dragon's passive mechanism is simply an unreasonable turtle shell, not even in the same league as the ancient fire demon he encountered before. Abathur boasted every day that her acid could melt everything, but now it seems that her research funds were simply not being used effectively. Going back means cutting her genetic sequence budget. Brother Su. Ingfusa whispered a reminder from the side, his palms already covered in cold sweat. This monster's resistance is outrageous. The wyvern's attacks are ineffective. Should our Qin heavy crossbow units advance and test the waters first? He was giving Su Xiao a way out. After all, everyone has witnessed the Red Dragon's defenses, so it's not shameful to be unable to break through them. Su Xiao waved her hand. Don't worry, brother. I've never believed in superstitions. If physical and magical attacks can't penetrate, then we'll use true damage. When faced with a tough problem that they can't handle, the Zerg always have a simple and straightforward solution. When in doubt, summon the poison bugs. The master's instructions were instantly transmitted through the neural pathways. The 1,000 banlings at the very front of the line received the attack coordinates. These round, green water tanks began to move. They tucked in their short legs and, using the slope of the basin, rolled down the valley floor in unison like bowling balls. 1,000 bombs filled with potent corrosive venom scraped together in the rubble, making a sickeningly loud sound. The charred rocks along the way, once touched by the venomous liquid oozing from their surfaces, immediately hissed and turned into pools of black water. The red dragon Gree, who had been looking at Gree with a mocking expression, suddenly narrowed his vertical pupils. Epic creatures possess combat instincts far exceeding those of ordinary humans. It keenly sensed a deadly danger from those rolling green fleshy spheres. The energy contained within, once it explodes upon contact with the body, can completely disregard its fire elemental shield and directly shatter the outermost layer of hard scales. This young dragon had no intention of overestimating its strength and taking a direct confrontation. It exerted force with all 4 limbs and crushed the huge obsidian beneath it. With a powerful flap of its broad crimson wings, a violent whirlwind suddenly arose from the ground. Large chunks of gravel were blown about, hitting the tower's shields of the Qin infantry with a crackling sound. Gree's massive body rose from the ground and hovered more than 30 meters in the air above the valley floor. The poisonous insects that rolled down lost their target and huddled together, their green bellies bulging, but they couldn't explode. They have no air-to-air capabilities and can only watch helplessly from the ground. Su Xiao rubbed her temples. She had a bit of a headache. This beast is quite intelligent. That's awkward. The mutalisks couldn't break through the defenses, and the Zerglings and Banlings were all ground frontline fighters. Facing an airborne target that wouldn't come down, the Zerg swarm tactic came to a standstill. Moreover, the Red Dragon's ascent into the sky was not simply for evasion. Gree, hovering in midair, opened his gaping maw. The fire element in the surrounding air began to frantically converge into its mouth, and a blinding white light shone from deep within its throat. The surrounding temperature rose again, and even the weeds on the edge of the basin began to spontaneously combust. It's about to unleash its dragon breath. The target is not only the poisonous insects below, but also the group of 2-legged sheep, standing on the edge of the cliff watching the show. Manhwa reacted swiftly, drawing his heavy sword and roaring, "Frontline shield formation, form shields! Hold the line!" 2,000 heavily armored infantrymen slammed their tower shields into the ground in perfect unison. As the gears meshed, a thick blue energy barrier rose up, barely protecting most of the formation. But everyone knows that this barrier can only delay the attack of this epic red dragon for a few seconds at most. Ingfusu also drew his long sword from his waist, his breathing becoming heavy. Just as the Qin army was on high alert, and Su Xiao was pondering whether to use a flying dragon to fill in the gaps and interrupt the spell casting, Ling, who had been trailing Su Xiao by half a step, took a step forward. The head steward was still wearing that dark purple bioarmor today, and from beginning to end, not a trace of panic appeared on her face. That imposing red dragon seemed no different to her than the mutated lizard she had casually stepped on and killed by the roadside yesterday. A lowly lizard that can't even manage interstellar travel dares to bare its fangs before the Overlord. Ling's voice was soft, her gentle tone echoing through the main net, yet it carried a chilling coldness. She turned her head and looked at Su Xiao. "Master, I'll take care of this dirty work." Before Su Xiao could nod, Ling's body underwent a dramatic change. The dark purple armor covering his back suddenly split open from the middle. With the faint sound of flesh tearing and reforming, 2 dark red lumps of flesh suddenly burst out from the shoulder blades. In a mere second, the tumor grew and expanded wildly, transforming into a pair of dark purple bone wings with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters. A high concentration of psionic energy flowed across the wing membrane, and each flap left visible purple ripples in the air. A strong wind swept by. Listen to her long, slender legs slightly bent, the bluestone slabs beneath her feet cracking inch by inch. The next second, she transformed into a purple streak of light, shooting into the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for the red dragon that was gathering its dragon breath in midair. Chapter 40 Ingfusu, Brother Su Xiao, you've really gone to great lengths for me. On the Qin army's side, everyone craned their necks, completely dumbfounded. Manhwa's hand, holding the heavy firearm, froze in midair. I originally thought that he was a civilian adjutant, or some kind of support hero that Su Xiao had brought with him. After all, his face and figure really didn't look like a general who could fight on the front lines. Who would have thought that this woman had wings on her back and could directly take on an epic-level dragon single-handedly? Brother Su, this... Ingfusu opened his mouth, but after a long while, he managed to utter a sentence. You, a hero, can also fight in the air? Su Xiao shrugged, casually rummaged in her pocket, and found that she hadn't brought any sunflower seeds. She could only answer dryly. My housekeeper has a bad temper, and can't stand seeing others fly higher than her. In midair, Gree's dragon breath had reached its peak. A cone-shaped crimson flame erupted from its mouth like a burst dam, sweeping downwards with a heat that could melt anything. He listened to the dragon's breath without any intention of dodging. She raised her right hand, and a ball of extremely concentrated purple psionic energy lit up in her palm. Psionic storm. This is not low-level magic, but a high-level psionic application unique to the swarm's rainbow tier heroes. A purple storm spread out in front of her, colliding violently with the crimson dragon's breath. There was no deafening roar, only the piercing hiss of two extreme energies annihilating each other. The red dragon's proud true damage dragon breath was actually cleaved in two the instant it came into contact with the psionic storm, splitting into two streams. Fire rain fell on the rocky valley, making the rocks sizzle as they burned. Ling, who was at the eye of the storm, didn't even have a single hair singed. For the first time, wariness appeared in Gree's vertical pupils. It stopped spewing air, its broad dragon wings flapping violently as it tried to gain height and use its size advantage to engage in melee combat. The massive dragon, weighing tens of tons, displayed tremendous explosive power in midair. Its barbed tail, accompanied by a fierce wind, lashed out at Ling like a giant whip. Faced with a blow powerful enough to collapse the city walls, Ling didn't even try to hide. With a flap of her bony wings, her speed surged again, advancing instead of retreating. Just as the dragon's tail was about to strike her, Ling deftly flipped halfway around in midair, her hands precisely gripping the thickest bone spike at the end of the dragon's tail. The size difference between the human and the dragon is comically large, like an ant trying to trip an elephant. But what happened next left all the Qin elites present speechless. Listen to the muscles bulging in those seemingly slender arms, and the dark purple bioarmor surging with psionic energy. She let out a low shout, used her waist to generate power, and swung her arm in a wide arc in midair. An epic-level young red dragon, at the third tier max level, 15 meters long, and weighing tens of tons. Just like that, a woman grabbed its tail and swung it around in the air like a giant windmill. The wind howled. Before Gree could even scream, he was thrown off balance by this monstrous force that defied all the laws of physics. Get down! Ling released his hands and, using the momentum, kicked Honglong hard in the stomach. This kick was imbued with a high concentration of psionic energy. The fire elemental shield shattered instantly. The enormous red dragon, like a kite with a broken string, crashed straight down into the valley. A huge object fell to the ground. The valley of rocks trembled violently, and large amounts of lava were smashed and splashed up to several meters high. The red dragon smashed a huge crater in the ground, and scorched rocks were scattered all around. Gree was thrown around and was still dazed, struggling to get back up. But the moment it landed, the initiative on the entire battlefield had completely changed hands. The venomous bugs, who had been helplessly watching from the ground, finally got their target. Don't blow them all up. Leave me a complete body sample. Su Xiao shouted at the top of her lungs from the edge of the cliff. This is an extremely precious gene pool. If it were blown to ash, Abathur would fight him to the death. The swarm's execution is extremely precise. The 100 poisonous insects in the front row immediately pounced on it, giving the red dragon no chance to get up, and crashed directly into it. The ghastly green venom burst open one after another. A single venomous red dragon can withstand the attack through resistance, but 100 venomous dragons exploding in a chain reaction is a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. The potent corrosive venom instantly tore through its outermost layer of scales, burning its flesh into a bloody mess. Taking advantage of the moment when the red dragon was writhing in pain, 7,000 leaping insects, which had been holding back for a long time, surged up like a tide, directly submerging this epic boss in a sea of red insects. The serrated sickle claws slashed deep into the wound blasted open by the poisonous insects, tearing and biting wildly. At the edge of the cliff, the 2,000 Qin infantrymen stood frozen in place. Ingfusa found it difficult to swallow. He glanced at the red dragon being physically dismembered on the ground at the bottom of the valley, and then at Su Xiao beside him, who was still heartbroken over the damage to his spoils. What kind of underworld soldiers and monster heroes are these? He is now extremely grateful that he took out those 250,000 gold coins yesterday. If this creates a feud, his city wall probably wouldn't even last half an hour. In the sky, Ling slowly retracted her bone wings and landed back beside Su Xiao. She tidied her slightly messy hair, her tones still gentle and refined. Master, the obstacle has been cleared. However, this beast's hide is a bit rough, and it will take the swarm a few more minutes to eat it. We can wait here for a while. Su Xiao nodded, turned to look at Ingfusu who was still in a daze, and rubbed her hands together. Brother Fusu, look, the work is done. Shouldn't we proceed with the settlement of the spoils now? The mournful cries from the bottom of the rocky valley finally subsided. The last few dozen leaps jumped off the red dragon's tattered body and chewed on the bits of flesh in its lower jaw. Ingfusa was brought back to reality by Su Xiao's words. It's just going through the motions. He glanced at the pile of remains at the bottom of the valley, which had been licked clean down to the bone fragments, and then at the young man in front of him, who was rubbing his hands together with expectant eyes. For a moment, he didn't know what expression to use to respond. Brother Su is right. Ingfusa coughed twice, cleared his throat, opened the tactics panel, and activated the settlement function of the octagonal bronze medal. The mechanical sound of the heavenly Tao rang out precisely on time in the sky above the basin. The epic boss of the chaotic rock valley, Red Dragon Gree, has been defeated. Regional extermination orders in progress. Damage contribution calculation complete. Lord Ingfusu accounts for 1.4%, due to absorbing pressure and some pre-existing aggro. Lord Su Xiao accounts for 98.6% of the total damage output. Upon hearing this data, Manhwa, standing in the back row, pulled his helmet down further, while the 2,000 elite infantrymen of the Great Qin almost buried their heads in their breastplates. They just held up a shield on the edge of the cliff the whole time, without firing a single arrow. The Heavenly Tao broadcast continues. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution level. Congratulations, Lord Su Xiao, for obtaining 30,000 gold coins. Gained, 30,000 experience points. Obtained, 1 random Lord Troop blueprint. With a large amount of experience gained, Su Xiao felt a warm current flow through her entire body. The personal ranking box on my retina started jumping around like crazy. Level 1, Level 2, and Level 5 directly hit the current rank cap of Level 10. According to the underlying logic of the battlefield of 10,000 races, after reaching the maximum level of 10, specific resources are required to complete the rank breakthrough, otherwise, the experience will be permanently locked. Just as the number was stuck at 10. The Lord's talent, Heart of the Zerg, actively intervenes with its deeper rules. Overflow of Overlord experience detected. The Zerg gene sequence has no level barriers. The Overmind itself is exempt from advancement thresholds. Force breakthrough complete. The level skyrocketed, eventually settling steadily at level 18, to 1. strength, agility, and physique have doubled again. Especially in terms of physical condition, it directly broke through the 3-digit mark. Su Xiao clenched his fist. If Abathra were to go to the lab to extract 2 more tubes of gene sequences, he would definitely be able to remain calm and collected. Beside him, Fusa turned off the settlement panel. He ignored the meager resources he had acquired and instead transferred a sum of money to Su Xiao in a private channel. Bite. Su Xiao looked down and saw that her account balance had suddenly increased by 50,000 gold coins. He looked up, somewhat puzzled. Brother Fusu, the system has already given out the 30,000 gold coins from killing the monster. What are you up to now? Fusa waved his hand, turned around and pointed to the chaotic rocky valley below. Today's battle was entirely thanks to the surprise force that Brother Su brought. But the Red Dragon stats are too unreasonable. If I had followed my original plan and called all the scions of the powerful families in the district, they would probably just be lining up to die in this terrain. He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of dragons with their wings burned through and already fallen to the bottom of the valley at the edge of the cliff, as well as the green poisonous insects that had been blown to bits. This 50,000 gold coins is my personal thank you gift. Brother Su, you've put in so many high-level troops to help me clear the mines. It's not easy to build up troops in the early stages, and every one that dies is one less. These battle losses will definitely hinder the development of your territory. Take it, otherwise I won't be able to live with myself. Chapter 41 Cockroach. You can curse me later on, but what should you call me in the early stages? Upon hearing this, Ling Wei, who was standing behind Su Xiao, tilted her head slightly. She had just torn the dragon apart, and there wasn't a drop of blood on her body. At this moment, her eyes were full of doubt. Heavy losses? 1,000 poisonous insects are disposable items. A few thousand ores in the hatchery can create a whole bunch. While over 500 dragons were indeed lost, compared to the epic amount of biomass scavenged across the mountains and fields, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Is this male human mentally unstable? Just as Ling was about to correct this common misconception, Su Xiao preemptively took action. The relaxed look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a slightly tired yet stubbornly heroic expression. He reached out and patted Fusa's shoulder heavily. Brother, you're being too polite! Su Xiao sighed, his tone revealing a mix of heartache and loyalty. These days, Hyder troops are indeed difficult to maintain. Those few suicide troops were my trump cards that I had painstakingly built up, and they were all blown up in one wave today. Even guarding the gate when I get back will be a problem. He stuffed the 50,000 gold coins into his pocket, and patted the pocket as he did so. But I feel guilty taking this money. We're friends, we agreed to help each other, there's no reason for me to ask for your subsidies. Seeing his appearance, Fusa felt even more that this man was a person worth befriending. Despite their formidable strength, they are not greedy for personal glory and are willing to reveal their trump cards for the sake of their allies. Such a person is more precious than any epic item in the cannibalistic battlefield of all races. Brother Su, please don't refuse. If you need anything in District 114514 in the future, just let me know. Fusa said calmly, making his promise. Su Xiao was secretly overjoyed, but on her face she maintained a haughty demeanor, as if money were dirt. The 50,000 gold coins plus the 30,000 given by the system, plus yesterday's 250,000. He's now rolling in money. What does it mean to become rich? Following the big players is the only way to succeed. Ling, tell those jumping insects down there to hurry up, Su Xiao instructed, turning her head to change the subject. The springtails at the bottom of the valley received instructions and began physical decomposition. This is the main event of today. Abathur gave instructions last night that he wanted high-quality live genes. Although the red dragon had already died, the vitality of its recently deceased corpse had not completely dissipated. 7,000 springtails surrounded the enormous skeleton, their mandibles opening and closing like hydraulic shears. The hard, crimson dragon scales were torn off in pieces and piled up into a small mountain. Several worker bees crawled out of the portal, their abdomens wriggling as they expelled acid, and wrapped the dragon blood along with the surrounding scorched soil into a ball, which they then carried on their backs. The most vital blood and the complete vertebrae were carefully placed on the carapace by a dozen springtails. Ingfusa and Manhwa watched this practiced process of disposing of a corpse from the cliff, their eyelids twitching. After the Qin army finishes the battle, at most they will take away the valuable magic cores and furs. This guy, on the other hand, didn't even spare the mud stained with the red dragon's blood. He really went to great lengths to find it. Some local specialties. I'll take them back to nourish my men. Xiao noticed the two men's gazes and made up a reason on the spot. Ingfusa nodded in deep agreement. No wonder their troops are so fierce. Their food standards are truly exceptional. After the battlefield was cleaned up, even the worker bees carried away a few broken stones from the red dragon's lair that were still covered in fire elemental energy. The time limit for the punitive order is about to expire, and the octagonal teleportation array on the open ground begins to flash and count down. Brother, the mine has been cleared out. I'm taking my men and leaving now. There's still a mess to clean up back home. Xiao clasped his hands in a fist salute to Ingfusa. Take care. I'll treat you another day. Ingfusa returned the greeting. Xiao turned around and waved his hand. The swarm of insects surged into the portal like a receding tide. Ling glanced at Ingfusa one last time, her gaze indifferent and devoid of any warmth. Only after confirming that no one in this place could pose a threat to the Overlord did she stride into the teleportation array. With a flash of light, the Valley of Rocks returned to silence. Apart from the huge crater in the ground and the slime covering the area, no one would guess that an epic overlord had just died here. Manhwa slung the heavy firearms back onto his back and walked to Ingfusa's side. Young master, this Xiao is unfathomable. I just used my spiritual power to probe his aura, Manhwa said in a low voice. How? The moment the heavenly Tao announced the distribution of experience points, the energy fluctuations within his body jumped several levels. Conservatively speaking, his physical combat strength is now enough to crush my 10-person squad. His leveling speed seems to be unrestricted by the heavenly Tao. Ingfusa remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at the completely vanished gate of light. Young masters from aristocratic families rely on consuming resources to boost their attributes, but what does Xiao rely on? The struggle for power in this era is fraught with uncertainty. By bringing this variable onto their own side, the winners have completely secured their base in Zone 114514. On the other side, in the Fool's Golden Land? On the open ground in front of the base camp, the light from the teleportation array had not yet completely faded, and the thick stench of blood had already filled the entire territory. Abathur was already waiting outside. When the green-haired little girl saw the red dragon's spine and the two large clumps of uncongealed dragon blood carried on the worker bee's back, an extremely terrifying light burst forth from her empty, large eyes. Her 4 appendages flared in midair, leaving afterimages, as she scrambled forward. High-purity fire element carbon-based sequence. Epic level living remains. The Overlord delivers on his promise. The gene pool is about to explode. The synthesized voice contained a rare hint of emotional fluctuation. Abathur bluntly ordered the zebras to move the materials into the evolution chamber, after which the entire tumor-like structure began to emit a dull rumble of high-load operation. Xiao ignored the daily routine of this research fanatic. He walked to the bluestone slab where he usually sat down and let out a long sigh of relief. Today's business trip was well worth it. It wasn't just about earning gold coins. It was also about flexing their muscles in front of the Qin dynasty. As long as they don't cause any major trouble in the future, this protective umbrella is now in place. Dominate. Ling handed him a glass of perfectly warm vanilla milk and stood beside him, massaging his shoulders. When that human was giving out the money, his brain was firing at an abnormal frequency. He's lying, or he's imagining something unrealistic, the head steward reported dutifully. Xiao took a sip of the undiluted liquid and grinned. He's not lying, he genuinely believes we've lost a lot of money. Xiao patted her waist bag. This is called information asymmetry. If a few more of these suckers come along, we can flatten the neighboring area with the Zerg swarm. She doesn't understand the social skills of humans, but if the master is pleased, she won't say anything more. After resting for a while, Xiao opened his inventory. Inside lay the random Zerg unit blueprint that had just been distributed by the Heavenly Tao during the settlement process. This is the real hard currency. The Zerg system is too complex. Every time I open the blueprints, it feels like gambling with my life. He rubbed his hands together and wiped the mineral dust off his clothes. Hold the edge of the parchment with one hand. Tear it to shreds. The light wasn't particularly dazzling. It even had a slightly dark, eerie green hue. A few lines of text climbed up my retina. Troop Blueprint Roach. Chapter 42 No Cockroach Greenhouse. Monster Bait. Xiao stared at the 2 lines of text on her retina, her mood like she had been on a roller coaster. Cockroach. This is the mainstay of the second-tier units of the Zerg and StarCraft. A heavy armor nemesis, with a tough build, and most shamelessly it possesses a self-healing ability comparable to that of mutants when out of combat. As long as it dives underground, its health regeneration speed doubles. With this thing at the front acting as a meat grinder, the mutalisks in the sky can unleash devastating firepower, while the Zerglings clean up the battlefield. The Zerg's early game air-ground coordinated tactics are now completely closed loop. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly clicking on the building panel, ready to allocate resources and begin construction. The system promptly displayed a line of glaring red text. Recruitment failed, no cockroach greenhouse prerequisite building detected. Xiao's hand, which was holding the parchment, froze. So this thing is sold separately? They gave us dumpling wrappers, but not the meat filling? Tiandao's blind box mechanism is really dirty. It deliberately disgusts people with these trivial details. Without a cockroach greenhouse, this drawing is at best a slightly stiff piece of waste paper. What a disappointment! Su grumbled as she stuffed the blueprints into a storage compartment to gather dust. These racially bound items wouldn't fetch a good price even on the trading post, as the lords outside who rely on melee weapons simply can't build Zerg units. The red dragon materials brought back from the Rocky Valley are being consumed rapidly. The massive evolution chamber in the center of the territory is operating at full capacity. On the tumor-like outer wall, thick blood vessels throbbed wildly, emitting a dull roar similar to that of a large water pump in operation. Abathur was at the very bottom of the cavity. The green-haired little girl swung her 4 limbs, sparks flying, as she physically dismantled the red dragon's spine, the ear-piercing sound of bones grinding echoing throughout the entire Fool's Golden Land. Extracting fire element sequence. Purifying resistance gene. Overlord awaits. Gene pool capacity is expanding. The synthesized voice occasionally reported the progress in the mainnet. Xiao covered her ears and took a few steps away to avoid the noise pollution, which was comparable to a demolition site. Ling followed closely beside him. Holding the freshly extracted milk in his hand, his dark purple eyes remained fixed on Xiao, ready to serve her at any moment. My lord, the active ingredients of the dragon blood have been injected into the incubation pool. Ling's voice was gentle, filtering out the noise of the evolution chamber. Well done. Xiao took the milk and took a sip. The taste was a bit more astringent than before, probably because it was mixed with dragon's blood. With over 400,000 gold coins in his hand, Xiao was now very confident. While others are still calculating how many iron ore they can mine each day, he's already thinking about how to achieve financial freedom through biomass. But money can't just sit in an account and rust, it has to be transformed into real fighting power. Xiao opened the system panel and flipped to the daily shop page. A few days ago, this lousy store was flooded with absolutely disgusting garbage. Having just completed a breakthrough in rank and now possessing a huge sum of money, he decided to give the daily shop another chance. A virtual light screen unfolded before my eyes. In the 5 item slots, there are 2 blank miscellaneous items and 2 low-level recovery potions. Xiao completely ignored them. Only the last square shimmered with a faint blue light. Item name, Monster Bait. Quality, blue, consumable. Price, 100 gold coins. Item description, a spice crafted from a high concentration of purified beast extracts mixed with abyssal demonic energy. When lit, it emits a unique fragrance that drives all wild monsters within a 50-kilometer radius into a frenzy. Effect: forces a small to medium-sized monster horde in an area. The monsters will ignore terrain obstacles and launch a relentless, swarming attack on the bait placement point. Duration 2 hours. Warning: use with caution in well-defended, high-level cities. Once a beast tide forms, it will not retreat. Improper use will lead to the destruction of your territory. After reading the long warning, Su Xiao's eyes lit up. A typical novice lord would run faster than a rabbit upon seeing the words, beast tide. Even the elite Qin troops, like Fusu, with their black stone walls and heavy crossbows, would have their defenses completely depleted if they were truly confronted by a massive beast tide sweeping across the mountains. Those are thousands, even tens of thousands, of mindless monsters. In Earth's textbooks, beast tides are equated with natural disasters, a synonym for high-risk casualties. But in the logic of the swarm disaster, this thing is interpreted in a completely different way. What is a beast tide? That's high-quality takeout that proactively lines up and is delivered to your door in batches. Normally, sending overlords all over the map to scout monster camps is time-consuming and laborious. After defeating them, worker bees have to painstakingly carry the remains back, resulting in extremely high logistics costs. Now that we have this bait, we can set up an assembly line right at the entrance of our territory. The monsters came running to the pot themselves, saving on transportation costs. This is great stuff. Su Xiao rubbed her chin and clicked to buy without hesitation. 100 gold coins will be deducted from your account balance. A palm-sized, jet-black solid spice with a pungent, sweet-smelling odor landed in the palm of the hand. Su Xiao weighed the black block in her hand, then turned to look at the outer edge of the territory. The Fool's Golden Land is located in the deep water area, which is adjacent to the territory of various high-level monsters. A radius of 50 kilometers is enough to lure out all the tough guys in the surrounding area who are usually too lazy to move. Listen. Su Xiao tossed the bait into the air and caught it again. Bring all the worker bees mining outside back to their nests underground. Ling keenly sensed the dangerous item in the master's hand. Without asking further questions, she slightly raised her long, bony tail and instantly issued a psionic command. Thousands of worker bees that had been digging away at the perimeter immediately dropped their oar, and retreated back into the base on their short legs. The flying dragons hovered in tiers, 300 meters above the perimeter of the base. The rest were on standby. Let the springtails spread out along the edge of the fungal carpet, forming a semicircular pocket formation. Su Xiao issued instructions in an orderly manner. Defense? Forget about it. The Zerg do not need walls. All their units are the most lethal walls themselves. After making the arrangements, Su Xiao walked to the open flat ground directly in front of the territory. Placed the black monster bait on a raised bluestone slab. He took out a tinderbox and lit it. Sizzle. A thick, almost tangible, dark red smoke rose into the air. Instead of being blown away by the wind, it seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly spreading into the depths of the gray-yellow mist in all directions. The sweet, fishy smell made Su Xiao's heart race after just one whiff. For those wild monsters whose minds are filled only with eating and killing, this is an absolutely irresistible temptation. This smell is quite strong. Su Xiao pinched her nose and stepped back several dozen meters, finding a clean mushroom mat to sit down. Ling stood beside him, her dark purple bioarmor shimmering with light, and the bone blade on the back of her hand was already protruding. Abathur inside the evolution chamber also stopped dismantling. The little green-haired girl poked half her head out, her empty eyes staring at the column of red smoke. High-purity attractant. A large number of disordered carbon-based life forms have been detected approaching. Domination efficiency is extremely high. The gene pool is desperately thirsty. I'll serve you the food right away. Su Xiao shifted into a more comfortable position and lay down, patting Ling's thigh as she did so. Ling naturally bent her legs to make him more comfortable. Chapter 43 C-Rank Beast Tide. Dark red smoke condensed into a tangible vortex in midair, spreading outwards in layers. The smell is extremely strange. At first, it has a strong metallic smell, but after being inhaled, it transforms into a sweet and cloying scent that makes one feel hot and restless. Su Xiao rested her head on Ling's lap, shifting to a more comfortable position. The dark purple fungal carpet beneath him perfectly conformed to his body's shape, forming a soft cushion. The 100 gold coin bait is definitely worth it. The smoke spread much faster than expected, even forcibly tinging the perennial gray-yellow fog on the outskirts with a scarlet hue. My lord, a large-scale, high-frequency vibration has occurred in the northeast direction. Ling lowered her eyes and gently pressed Su Xiao's temples with her fingers. Her tone was calm, even when reporting on the enemy situation. It was as if she were announcing that there would be a breeze tomorrow. You came pretty fast. Su Xiao yawned, without even intending to get up. The earth began to tremble. At first, it was just a series of dull sounds, like someone beating a broken drum in the far distance. Within half a minute, the sound amplified dramatically, transforming into the roar of 10,000 horses galloping. The scattered pebbles on the ground were completely free from gravity, bouncing wildly on the bluestone slabs. At the edge of the gray-yellow mist, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in rows. That was a frenzy that had completely lost its biological reason. Species that would normally fight each other if they met in the wild were now strangely gathered together into a torrent. The creatures included a slender shadow leopard, an iron-backed porcupine covered in hard quills, a giant demonic ape as tall as a 2-story building, and even a large number of highly venomous demonic spiders crawling close to the ground. They had no formation whatsoever, trampling over the corpses of their own kind, their eyes fixed on the burning black spice in the center of the clearing, drool splattering all over the ground. This is the beast hide that textbooks describe as terrifying to countless novice lords. There were no tactics, only pure numerical superiority and physical assault. Su Xiao looked up at the sky, staring at the bright red warning box that popped up on the screen. Regional alert. A medium-sized beast horde has been detected impacting your territory. Estimated monster count, 80,000 to 92,000. Average level, Tier 2. Warning, territory defensive structures are severely lacking. Immediately organize your troops to defend the city walls, or choose to abandon the territory and teleport away. Su Xiao casually swiped away the pop-up. City walls? The Zerg never needed that kind of rigid brick and stone structure. The sharp teeth and chitinous carapace of the soldiers form the most impenetrable defense in the universe. Dinner's ready. He tapped the stone beside him. Within the Master's mind network, Ling's psionic commands were issued instantly. The tens of thousands of springtails scattered on the outermost edge of the territory began to move. They made no roars, only the ear-piercing scraping sound of tens of thousands of serrated sickle claws simultaneously reaching out and gripping the ground. The front-row jumping insects suddenly exerted force with their hind legs, their dark red bodies turning into afterimages as they crashed directly into the oncoming tide of beasts. This is a meat grinder operation with no suspense whatsoever. The springtail's lightning-fast dash was on full display at this moment. They don't wrestle with those huge beasts at all. Instead, they use the explosive power of their reverse-jointed hind legs to leap directly onto the monster's back. The sharp jaws pierce deep into the gaps in the spine, and with a forceful tug, large chunks of flesh mixed with nerve cords were forcibly ripped away. The iron-backed porcupines in the front row are so proud of their sharp quills that they can't even pierce the outermost bony plates of springtails. The sky darkened. Thousands of flying dragons had already formed a line 300 meters in the air. With each flap of its broad, fleshy wings, it stirred up deadly vortexes of poisonous miasma in midair. The acid bursts, the sac contracts, and it is expelled. The green, poisonous rain covered the surging beast horde behind them without leaving any blind spots. High concentrations of strong acid can burn through fur and scales, exposing the bone. The unreasonable acid ricochet mechanism caused the monsters to bounce wildly through the dense horde. A swarm of venom struck the head of a demonic ape, then split into two secondary droplets that pierced the eyes of two shadow panthers nearby. The screams finally drowned out the roar of running. But this did nothing to stop the herd of beasts driven mad by the bait. The monsters behind them stepped on the half-dead corpses in front of them that had been melted by the acid, and continued to push forward like madmen. Counterattacking is such a drag. Xiao glanced at the slowly increasing kill count on the tactics panel, and curled his lip. Ling, have them move them forward another 100 meters. Push the banlings out. Command synchronization. The army of springtails that had been fighting fiercely in the front row suddenly retreated in unison. This greatly reduced the pressure on the beast horde, and the monsters, thinking the defense line had collapsed, excitedly increased their charging speed. They crossed the first line of defense, and crashed into the neatly arranged green water tanks. 1,000 poisonous insects. These mutants, whose legs were almost completely atrophied, had been waiting for this moment. Without any unnecessary movements, they faced the densest center of the beast horde and detonated their bodies. The blinding green light formed a death wall at the edge of the mist. The massive blast shockwave, mixed with highly corrosive slurry, swept outwards in a fan shape. The hundreds of heavy monsters running at the forefront were instantly melted into a pool of foul-smelling black water, bones and fur mixed together, the moment they came into contact with the venom. The originally crowded charging formation was forcibly carved out a huge empty space by this unreasonable suicide bombing. The system notification sounds in Sun Zhao's mind started to flood the screen. Defeat a Tier 2 Ironback Porcupine to obtain Biomass plus 10 and Broken Magic Core plus 1. Slaying a Tier 2 Shadow Panther grants plus 15 Biomass and plus 1 Complete Hide. Defeat a Tier 3 Giant Demonic Ape to obtain Biomass plus 50 and Berserk Crystal plus 1. The biomass reserves in the account are skyrocketing at a dizzying pace. The 100 gold coins I just spent on bait are practically more profitable than robbery when considering this return rate. Behind the battlefield, thousands of worker bees have formed a long assembly line. They traverse the edge of the battlefield on their short legs, using the mild acid sprayed from their abdomens to pack the shattered limbs and fragments into fleshy balls, and then huffed and puffed as they carried them into the hatching pool and evolution chamber. This is what makes the Zerg so terrifying. Combat and resource recovery proceed simultaneously. As long as biomass is continuous, the larvae in the hatching pool can be continuously transformed into new troops. High-quality carbon-based tissues have been added to the database. The mutation rate has increased. The procurement plan for consumables for this experiment is perfect. Abathor crouched beside the tumor in the evolution chamber, his 4 appendages cradling a still-beating third-tier demonic ape heart, his mechanical voice tinged with undisguised fanaticism. Xiao accepted the flattery with great pleasure. He casually opened the region's public chat channel, wanting to see how others spent this boring morning. The channel was in complete chaos. The pinned red announcement is scrolling back and forth. Regular warning, a sea-level beast tide has erupted at coordinates 1145, 1435, 0234. Monsters are gathering in large numbers. Lords within a 30-kilometer radius are urged to evacuate immediately. Chapter 44. What a twist! What a brilliant plan! Regular warning, a sea-level beast tide has erupted at coordinates 1145, 1435, 0234. Estimated monster count, 80,000 to 92,000. Average level, Tier 2. The striking red bold text scrolled back and forth in the center of the public channel, and the entire border of the tactical panel was flashing a dazzling red light. The region, which was originally noisy with various blueprint transactions and monster hunting guides, experienced a text gap of up to half a minute. No one sent a message. Everyone was counting the zeros at the end of that long string of numbers. 80 to 90,000 wild monsters. Average level 2. This has exceeded the conventional understanding of the word, war, among lords. After a brief freeze, the information stream surged up at a speed that could leave afterimages on the retina. 80,000 Tier 2 goblins? The heavenly Tao system must be bugged. This morning I took 300 spearmen to clear out a goblin camp, and 500 goblins almost destroyed my base. A sea-level beast tide? This is practically designed to wipe out entire races, right? Who bought a blind box and got this kind of monstrous thing? Coordinates 1145, 1435, 0234. I checked this area with a scouting scroll yesterday. It's a pure high-risk deep water zone, perpetually shrouded in toxic fumes. Building a base there? Are you out of your mind? Let's disperse, there's no saving him, let him die. Even if there were no city walls, even if we cast a tortoise shell with molten iron, 80,000 second-tier monsters could drown him with a single spit. Let's offer incense to this warrior we've never met before. Betting open. Bet on how long this unlucky guy can last. I'm betting on 3 minutes, no more. The chat channel was filled with a gloating, joyful atmosphere. In the battlefield of all races, the ironclad rule is that it is better for a fellow Taoist to die than for oneself. With one less competitor, your chances of surviving to the end increase. When a natural disaster befalls someone else, it's like a free reality show for them. On the edge of a divinely blessed oasis, a mining site for a third-tier refined iron ore vein, Lin Yanxin dropped the leather water bottle in her hand onto the muddy ground covered with gravel. Cool well water flowed out, mixing with the green bodily fluids of the burrowing spiders on the ground. She ignored the kettle. Those eyes, which usually exuded rationality and aloofness, were fixed on the scrolling red coordinates on the tactics panel. 1145, 1435, 0234. This combination of numbers was like a rusty saw, pulling back and forth in her brain. Others might not know whose coordinates these are, but she does. Su Xiao. Lin Yanxin managed to squeeze out those 2 words, her voice hoarse. She whirled around and grabbed the armor of the Crusader commander beside her with such force that the steel armor creaked and groaned under the strain. Assemble the troops! Everyone, cease mining! Take out the Tier 3 Divine Scrolls and prepare to set up a temporary teleportation array. The Crusader commander was stunned. He turned his head, which was always covered by a full-face helmet, and looked at the red text on the panel. My lord, that's the outbreak point of the sea-level beast tide. It's over 500 kilometers away from us. We only have 600 people at most right now. Should we go? The commander didn't dare finish his sentence. 600 people against 80,000 monsters. This isn't reinforcement, it's feeding the monsters. Shut up! Follow orders! Lin Yanxin's chest heaved violently as she pushed the commander away and brought up her private communication interface. Find Su Zhao's profile picture. Make a call. Did it? The call was not connected. Answer it, you self-righteous idiot! Answer the phone! Lin Yanxin poked the light screen very hard with her finger. She bit her lower lip, her mind filled with the horrific image of being trampled into a bloody pulp by the beasts. Although that guy was a chatterbox and had no sense of propriety, he always took her kindness for granted and even created something as shameful as the abyss species. But that was a living, breathing human life. In that cramped home on Earth, she was the only one who made her feel alive. She quickly opened the storage compartment and dragged out the extremely expensive, force-subservient contract. As long as Su Xiao connects to the communication and the distance is within the allowed range, she will use her heavenly Tao authority to pull him out of that damned beast tide, even if it means risking the downgrading of her territory's resources. Don't die. You owe me so many apologies, don't die in the mouths of those beasts. At the same time, in the territory of the Great Qin, at the Blackstone city wall, Ingfusa was slowly and methodically wiping a short sword with a fine cloth. A fire tribute magic core, which he had just smuggled back from the Valley of Chaotic Rocks, was embedded in the hilt of the sword. Manhwa strode up the city wall, his iron boots clanging loudly on the bluestone slabs. Young master, something's happened. A sea-level beast tide has erupted in the area. The coordinates are 1145, 1435, 0234. I see it. Ingfusa interrupted Manhwa, stopped what he was doing, and sheathed the short sword. He turned around, placed his hands on the crenellations of the city wall, and gazed towards the northeast. The clouds there, which were originally grayish-yellow, now faintly revealed an ominous scarlet hue. That's Brother Su's territory. Manhwa's brows were furrowed, and his tone was filled with regret. 80,000 Tier 2 monsters. He just wiped out his suicide units this morning, and his air force also suffered heavy losses. He can't withstand an attack of this scale. Our newly established alliance is probably going to be broken. In Manhwa's tactical simulation, no lord in the novice stage could withstand an encirclement of 80,000. The heavy crossbow formations of the Qin dynasty were ineffective, and neither were Su Xiao's strangely shaped monsters. That was pure numerical superiority. Ingfusa did not reply. He gazed quietly at the distant red clouds, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the stone bricks. Once, twice. Suddenly, without warning, he burst out laughing. The laughter grew louder and louder, eventually turning into an extremely hearty, unrestrained laugh. Young master? Manhwa felt a chill run down his spine from the laughter. Ingfusa turned his head, a sharp glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Manhwa, you are also a veteran of leading troops into battle. Think about it carefully. There is a very crucial sentence in the Heavenly Tao System's broadcast. Territory defensive buildings are severely lacking. There are no city walls, and no obstacles around the territory. How did the monsters manage to gather there so precisely? Ingfusa stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the air. 80,000 monsters of different races, ignoring plenty of low-level prey, crossed dozens of kilometers to simultaneously besiege an F-class wasteland without even walls. Is this a naturally formed beast tide? Manhwa was stunned. His tactical training allowed him to quickly seize the blind spot. Does the young master mean that someone used a decoy? It wasn't someone else. Ingfusa picked up the short sword again, tossed it into the air and caught it steadily. It was him. He recalled how poor Su Xiao had been that morning in the Valley of Chaotic Rocks, even making his men pack up and take away a piece of charred mud stained with dragon blood. The way that man looked at the red dragon wasn't like he was looking at an epic boss, but like he was looking at a piece of moving, top-quality pork belly. He lacks resources. He lacks massive amounts of resources to fill the bottomless pit of his massive military buildup. Ingfusa exhaled a long breath, his tone unusually tinged with admiration. A sea-level beast tide? To others, that would be a catastrophe. But to Su Xiao, it's like 80,000 takeout meals delivered to his door. He wasn't being besieged at all. He was throwing a lavish banquet at home. What an appetite, what audacity! Chapter 45 I'm fighting a war here, aren't you just coming to cause trouble? The grayish-yellow mist was forcibly torn open. A torrent of 80,000 Tier 2 monsters crashed into the dark red defensive line. Su Xiao rested her head on Ling's lap, tossing an apple she had just bought from the mall in her hand. The tactical panel hovered in midair, and the data jumping on it was enough to drive any military expert on Earth mad. A 3-meter-tall iron-backed giant bear roared and stood upright, its large paws slamming down with a whistling sound. The jumping insect in front didn't dodge at all. It suddenly exerted force with its hind legs, leaving a dark red afterimage in midair. The bear's paw shattered the afterimage. The springtail was already clinging to the back of the giant bear's neck. Two serrated sickle claws, gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light, crossed and suddenly snapped inward. Sizzle. The thick bear skin, along with the hard cervical vertebrae, was cleanly cut off. The enormous bear head rolled to the ground, and a fountain of blood, 2 meters high, gushed from its severed neck. The leaping insect landed, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, and turned to pounce on the next shadow panther. The entire movement was fluid and effortless, without any unnecessary physical exertion. This is the Zerg. They are born with the most perfect killing genes in the universe. Occasionally, a few springtails would be caught in the fire by the massive herds of beasts, their limbs crushed or their shells ripped apart. Instead of retreating, they detonate the acid glands accumulated in their bodies, forcibly dragging a dozen or so wild monsters around them into melting before they die. The death of one Zergling can be exchanged for 20 Tier 2 monsters. Moreover, there are flying dragons in the sky. More than 2,000 flying dragons hovered at a height of 300 meters. They don't need to dive or engage in hand-to-hand combat. It simply mechanically contracts the burst sac at the end of its tail, pouring a high concentration of strong acid venom into the area where the beast tide is most concentrated. Acid ejection. A ball of poisonous liquid fell, instantly exploding into 3 or 4 green ripples of death within the horde of beasts. The fur is carbonized, and the bones dissolve. The stench of burning and blood mingled together, turning the outskirts of the fool's golden land into a massive slaughterhouse. This assembly line is faster than a capitalist hanging a street lamp, Su Xiao mumbled indistinctly, taking a bite of her apple. Behind the defense line, thousands of worker bees are busy at work. They trudged along on their short legs, weaving through the scattered limbs and broken bodies on the ground. A mild acid sprayed from its abdomen, enveloping the shattered chunks of flesh, magic cores, and bones from the dragon's explosion into human-sized spheres of flesh. They carried them on their backs, lined up in neat rows, and huffed and puffed as they transported them back to the center of the base. In the incubation pool, the biomass count is increasing at a visible rate. At the bottom of the evolution chamber, Abathur's mechanical synthesized voice had changed pitch, revealing an almost manic academic frenzy. Shadow Panther gene sequence analysis complete. Agility branch expanded. Ironback giant bear's bone density meets the standard. Carapace hardening patch generation in progress. Perfect. This carbon-based feast is perfect. Don't stop, I want more! The green-haired little girl's 4 appendages waved in midair, leaving afterimages, while she sorted and threw the monster's internal organs and parts on the ground into different biochemical pools. Su Xiao was in a great mood as she looked at the biomass in her account that had exceeded 7 figures. Beep beep. In the upper right corner of the tactical panel, the red light for private communications suddenly started flashing wildly. Su Xiao glanced at it. The sender was Lin Yanxin. He swallowed the apple in his mouth and casually tapped to answer the call. A light screen popped up. Lin Yanxin's usually aloof and stunningly beautiful face was right in front of the screen. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair was disheveled, and the background was the fine iron ore vein of the God-given oasis, with fully armed crusaders standing around her. Su Xiao! Lin Yanxin's voice cracked and trembled noticeably. Don't die! Hold on! I've obtained the Tier 3 Divine Teleportation Scroll. I'll lead the crusaders there right now. She spoke very quickly, clutching a piece of parchment that shone with a golden light tightly in her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. 80,000 wild monsters and your crappy territory doesn't even have walls. Go find a hole and crawl into it. Send all your troops to the front as cannon fodder. Buy yourself a second. Do you hear me? Su Xiao was stunned. He glanced at the school beauty on the screen, who was on the verge of tears, then turned his head to look at the one-sided slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the territory. The springtails were pinning a demonic ape to the ground and dismembering it. A worker bee carrying a fleshy ball bigger than itself passed by, and casually kicked away the head of a wild monster that rolled by with its short legs. The entire base was filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. No! Su Xiao scratched her head, handed the half-eaten apple to Ling next to her, and sat up straight. Miss Lin, please calm down. How can I stay calm? That's a sea-level beast tide. Lin Yanxin stomped her foot, and tears finally fell. I can tolerate you getting on my nerves all the time, but why are you being so stubborn now? Open up the coordinate permissions, and I'll do it right away. Stop! Su Xiao raised her hand and made a pause gesture in front of the light screen. He moved closer to the screen, his eyes becoming extremely wary, and his tone revealing utmost defensiveness. Lin Yanxin, let me warn you. I spent 100 gold coins to buy bait and painstakingly lured these 80,000 monsters here. They are my private property. Su Xiao pointed to the battlefield behind her. I'm currently enjoying the beast hunting tide, and you're bringing your troops here now? Isn't that just stealing my food? On the other side of the light screen, Lin Yanxin's tears clung to her eyelashes, and she stood frozen like a statue. The Crusader commander standing nearby was also dumbfounded. Fighting for food? An extinction-level beast tide of 80,000 second-tier wild monsters was described in this man's mouth. Lin Yanxin stared blankly at Su Xiao's background on the light screen. It wasn't as tragic as I had imagined, with the city falling and people dying. She saw those dark red monsters with reverse-jointed hind legs weaving through the herd of beasts with terrifying efficiency, reaping their kills. She saw flying beasts spewing green poisonous rain from the sky, melting swarms of monsters into black water. She even saw a plump, green-haired little girl peeking out from a pile of lumpy buildings, holding up half a bloody beast's leg and excitedly shouting, "Carbon purity meets the standard! This is hardly an attack by a beast horde. This is clearly a case of the monsters being unilaterally supplied." Lin Yanxin opened her mouth, but all the words of farewell she had prepared in her mind got stuck in her throat. An extremely absurd sense of disorientation caused her brain to briefly shut down. "Don't even think about my meager savings," Su Xiao sighed, looking possessive of her possessions. "That divine scroll of yours is quite expensive. Keep it for your own survival. I have too much takeout here. It'll take a while to digest it. Bye." Smack. Communication was cut off. The light curtain dissipated. Lin Yanxin stood at the edge of the mine, still clutching the Tier 3 teleportation scroll in her hand. The wind blew, drying the tear stains on her face. She took a deep breath, turned around abruptly, and kicked over the iron barrel filled with refined iron ore next to her. "Su Xiao! Go to hell! You bastard!" Discussions about the coordinates 114,514 are still ongoing on the regional public channel. 10 minutes have passed. That guy's territory marker hasn't been erased from the map yet. He's got some tenacity. It's probably hiding in the cellar, barely clinging to life. It'll take some time for the monsters to clear the area. What a pity. If this could be broadcast live, it would definitely be the most brutal live teaching session of the year. Infusus sat in the main hall of his territory, watching the live chat, and took a sip of tea. "A bunch of idiots," he chuckled. "When the sun rises tomorrow, you'll know what a real natural disaster is. The fool's golden land." The battle has been going on for half an hour. The number of wild monsters has been reduced by 1/3 from 80,000. The swarm's killing machine was operating flawlessly. Su Xiao lay back down on Ling's lap and closed her eyes to rest. "Dominate." Ling's fingers suddenly stopped. She raised her head, her dark purple eyes gazing into the depths of the mist. "The frequency of ground vibration has changed abnormally." Su Xiao opened her eyes. The originally chaotic sound of thousands of horses galloping suddenly gave way to an extremely deep and rhythmic roar. Thump! Thump! With each sound, the bluestone slabs on the ground trembled. The second-tier monsters on the periphery, who had already gone berserk, miraculously stopped charging after hearing this sound. They whimpered, lay flat on their sides, and backed away, creating a wide passage in the crowded horde of beasts. The gray-yellow mist at the end of the passage churned violently. Abathor burst out of the evolution chamber, his 4 appendages intertwining restlessly in midair. A high-concentration energy source is approaching. It has surpassed the third-order critical point. The genetic chain is extremely distorted. The Overlord's decoy has attracted impurities that do not belong to this dimension. Su Xiao sat up straight. A huge black shadow slowly emerged from the mist. It was a mountain of flesh made up of countless bones and rotting flesh, its surface covered with dense, pale arms.